Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast.
So I kind of want to just get right into it today.
We have a lot to cover.
We are starting 2 chapters today. We're starting chapter 35 with the Choden Call from Winter's Heart. And we are also starting chapter 1, Time to Be Gone, of Crossroads of Twilight. And we're doing that whole chapter of Crossroads of Twilight, but just the first POV with the Choden Call. However, it's a long POV.
Because it is the Rand POV that gets the chapter off to a start. Every other POV is very, very short. But this one is a lot.
And there's a lot in it, too.
And so I was wondering if you wanted to do that at the beginning of the episode or at the end.
Okay, what's your reasoning for doing it?
Well, I initially assumed we were going to do them at the beginning, but then I was thinking as I got through my notes that starting with the paragraph is always fun. Plus, the POV ends with the thing starting, and this chapter is so much recap.
That's true.
Whereas Rand's thing is not recap. So, I was going to argue for doing it at the end.
You know what? And because technically it's not till chapter 3 when anyone senses the power, we are still before he starts using it. Which would make sense if we did the chapter first and then the POV second.
Right. But, at the same time, I do expect we'll want to do the POVs first for most of this duration. So, for the sake of consistency, I could see just forcing it. But it's the first chapter, so.
Let's do chapter 1 first, because I like sticking as close as possible to time order as the events happen. And it's clear that this event is still happening before Rand starts the cleansing.
Yeah. All right. I'm very down with that. Should we get to Rand's POV with the Choden Call?
Yeah, so I have been excited about this POV for such a long time. Even since maybe back to when we started the series, explaining exactly how the cleansing. I have some visual aid. I have some videos.
Oh god!
To pull up on viscosity. I have some ideas on attractive repulsiveness. I'm going to get scientific on this bitch. Okay.
Let me go make some popcorn real quick.
I don't have, there's only so much in this chapter to talk about, but it is the forming of basically the 2 main sexual organs that he uses to cleanse the taint.
Yep.
And how those apply and how those interact and how fucking ridiculously sexual it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
But quantum mechanics and cool esoteric stuff.
But also somehow, right, yeah, but also at the same time, there's all these other, mathematical and physical layers onto it. The amount of symbology he layers into this particular scene is remarkable and is the reason that Winter's Heart is considered miles above Crossroads of Twilight. I think up to this point, you could say they were about equal in terms of quality, but then Winter's Heart has the cleansing, which is probably some of the top individual chapter writing that Jordan does.
Yeah, I'd put it in the top 10. No problem.
Scenes of the Wheel of Time that you remember, the cleansing is up there. Also because it's such a build up to it and it's such a massive thing. And this idea of actually undoing the sins of the previous life.
Yeah, and also reversing original sin in so many ways.
Right. There is, yes, the taint is original sin, and that he's able to undo original sin. He's going to die for the sin of the original sin, but the taint is still going to kill him, right? The wound in the side is still going to kill him, even though he's dying to cleanse the taint.
And there's so much fallout from it, too. A lot of the battles, it's oh, you got rid of the big bad evil guy, cool, you got a city, or you got a cool magical artifact. But this has such profound implications for the whole world, for people he'll never meet, right? Like the land of madmen, we assume is madmen because of channeling sickness. Like the land of madmen's whole reality has just shifted or will have shifted.
No, that's not what I assume about the land of madmen.
Okay, well, but my point is like the whole world, the whole planet, people who never meet Rand, who do not participate in the last battle, who are in the boondocks, like the world changes for them. And the fallout from this continues to have resounding impacts throughout the rest of the series.
Even if it takes a book or two for anyone to acknowledge it.
Well, there is that.
Well, in fairness, as we're learning, and when the next book starts, this event hasn't even taken place yet. And so throughout most of the next book, this event is happening.
Right, which is why this is part 2 of our episode today.
Yes. Am I reading us in again?
Yeah, it's a Rand POV. Plus, you're like way too excited for me to possibly elbow in and take it.
Chapter 35 of Winter's Heart with the Choden Call, and our symbol is the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. Rand rode across the wide stone bridge leading north from the Camelin Gate without looking back. The sun was a pale golden ball just risen above the horizon in a cloudless sky. He comes with the dawn. But the air was cold enough to mist his breath, and the lake winds made his cloak fly about. He did not feel the chill, though, except as something distant and not really connected to him. He was colder than any winter could be. The guards who had come to take him out of the cell the night before had been surprised to find him wearing a small, insane smile. Insane was my addition. He wore it still, a slight curve of his mouth. Nynaeve had healed his bruises using the last of the Saidar in her belt. Yet the helmeted officer came into the road at the foot of the bridge. A stocky man with blunt features gave a start at the sight of him, as though his face was still swollen and purple. Codswain leaned from her saddle to speak a few quiet words, and hand the officer a folded paper. He frowned at her and began to read, then jerked his head up to stare in amazement at the men and women waiting patiently on their horses behind her. Staring again at the top of the page, he read, moving his lips silently, as if he wanted to be sure of every word. And small wonder. Signed and sealed by all 13 councils, the order said that there was to be no checking of peace bonds, no search of the pack horses. This party's names were to be blotted out completely in the record books, and the order itself burned. They had never come to Farmatting, no Aes Sedai, no Atha Anmier, none of them.
It's a dramatic exit.
And we never have to think about Farmatting ever again because it never matters in the slightest.
I mean, Rand almost decides to drop a nuke on it because the Borderlanders retreat to it at one point. But yeah, other than that, it doesn't matter. And it really only matters because it's a city, not because it's Farmatting.
Right. And well, and they could have gone to a steading or whatever, but yeah. Right.
I mean, the reason they go there is because he can't channel at it, and he's like, I could balefire it, and then he doesn't, so... Yeah, Farmatting is, Rand says that he's grateful to Farmatting because it gave him what he needed. I'm not sure that that's true. I certainly don't feel grateful to Farmatting. I don't think it added anything to the plot. So I guess Rand and I are going to just have to agree to disagree on that one.
I mean, I think it taught him that he might as well just go cleanse, that he's just stalling. I think is what it gave him, is just this time to stall, this time to maybe try and heal from the sickness that he was experiencing. He was afraid of that, but realizing none of that's going to get any better, he just needs to plow forward.
You think that's what it is? He just got the clarity of vision that he needed to do the sack
cleansing.
Up and do it?
Yeah, basically.
Pull up his sack and cleanse his taint? Yeah,
it's like, it's about time. It's been dirty. You know, you've been walking around with your cheeks clenched.
Your unwashed ass.
But, you know, now you're back out in the world and everyone can smell you. So it's time to cleanse that taint.
All right. Well, I wasn't sure what he had gotten out of that, but maybe enough awareness to realize that taking a shower is a good idea. Men will get locked in a prison cell before they go to therapy.
In this world, yeah, definitely. I did want to note that Nynaeve had enough power in her well to heal Lan's bruises and broken arm and do that before she healed Rand's bruises.
Yeah.
And also that the council didn't go apeshit when she continued to use the one power inside their little border. Because I assume that sent off the Finder again, right? Like...
I mean, I figured that once you hit a save point, all the NPCs' brains just blank out and they don't really respond anymore. So
the doorway opened up back to the entrance of the cave that they were able to just go through, so they didn't have to backtrack through the whole pathway.
Yeah,
got them
exactly,
there.
exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it really does. There's some video game aspects to this, especially. So they get out of the city and they go find Kalendor, which he buried.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There's a thin shaft that shone like a lantern rose to the damp mulch on the forest floor.
It's just the golden beam of light over your artifact.
It's
on
just
the map.
it's a save point. It's there. You go. It's literally the thing you run towards on your map. Yeah, absolutely.
Like hit X to resume game.
Right. Very much like, oh, okay, you did a side quest. It's time. We're back on the main quest line. You picked up Kalendor. And apparently Nynaeve just had the Terran for the Choden Call the whole time. She just has the
shoulder bag full of
the leather
stuff.
script.
Yeah.
So did she bring that with her into the city? She must have.
It's Her Royal Highness's matched luggage.
I guess. Jesus.
Yeah, you gotta wonder how much RJ got into video games in like the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of that. I think so.
Like at least a computer game, maybe not like a proper console video game, because like I've never gotten into console video games, but like computer games, hell yeah, which is basically the same thing.
Totally. I mean, a console is a computer. It's just a computer designed to do one thing.
Sure, yeah. I'd have a hard time imagining RJ like, right, left, down, X, Y, like... I just have a hard time imagining that. But I could totally see him, like just mouse controlling around through like it feels sometimes like he's bringing in video game elements, and it's like he at least enjoyed watching like other people play video games and got some visual ideas.
Yeah, that's one thing I'd love to actually ask Harriet is how, I don't think I've ever heard anyone ask, is like, how many did Robert Jordan ever play video games on his computer, or did he just use the computer for writing? Because it seems like he read so much that it would be hard for him to ever have time for video games. It really feels like he was either reading or writing, and like video games weren't something that he really took the time to experience.
But like I've done 99.9% of my computer gaming to audiobooks.
Right, but he didn't really have audiobooks back then. He was just reading.
There were audiobooks in the 90s. I was listening to them in the early 2000s, like books on tape. You remember these?
Yeah, they existed. They were expensive as hell and a pain in the ass.
Not at the library, they weren't.
Oh, yeah, the library.
You have any idea how much of the public library's audiobooks I went through? Like, no, RJ absolutely could have been listening to a Walkman and listening to books. Like, I don't know what the nonfiction audiobook world was like, I guess. I hadn't gotten into nonfiction audiobooks, but I would assume that nonfiction audiobooks have existed for like 40 years. So I would love to have someone actually ask it, because that would be a new question. I don't think I think that would be a truly fresh question to put into the queue. So someone ask that at an event somewhere.
That and how much audiobooks did Robert Jordan actually listen to?
Yes. Did he listen to audiobooks at all? And did he play video or computer games at all? Separate questions, also related.
Mm-hmm. Did he ever listen to audiobooks while playing video games?
Was he ADHD?
No, that man had the concentration of a god. He could sit and read a book in one sitting and never get distracted. So he was autistic? Probably, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you kidding me? Look at the amount of words that man put down on page.
Yeah. True.
So they're leaving Farmatting, as we all get to do in this wondrous day and age.
Hallelujah.
Goodbye to Farmatting. And the one power comes back. The women got it first. The men got it later. because just that's the way the various guardians work.
Right. We get a big old indrawn breath of descriptions about how channeling Saidin feels.
He gets all dizzy because he sees, that face of Morden when he seizes the one power again. So that's that very typical, the sickness that he's been trying to avoid, hit him full on, full blast. It didn't get any better. It's just something that he's dealing with.
Yeah. He thinks about how he wanted to send Min away, but now he can't because he has not yet reached Quendiar status.
Yeah, he's not hard enough. Which, again, if you want to get sexual with that, there's a certain amount of how hard can you get, Rand? Like, really?
If your hardness lasts more than 4 hours, speak to the nearest yellow sister.
Seriously, he's too hard at this point. It's gone on too long. He needs someone to talk him down off this edge.
Yeah. And we do get a fun dynamic with him and Cadsuane because he is taking her very first piece of advice, specifically because he doesn't want to drive her away, not because he thinks it's good advice. And I'm like, that's how she gets you. That's what she was trying to do this whole time, was to get you to take advice in the only way that she figured it would work, which would be to like make it be, or I'll leave, right? And her advice is very good. It's bring the sea folk along and don't break your word to them.
Which is like, it's like a no-brainer. Like, why does he keep, like, they're doing so much for him. Why not bring them along to honor his word? Like, he told, yes, he didn't make the deal, but the Aes Sedai made the deal in his name, and he blessed them with that power. Yeah. Why not honor your word? Right? Yeah. Like, that's one of those things that drove me nuts about Rand. Always, it was like, oh, I guess it's just, like, kind of teenage behavior of, like, I don't like that deal, so I'm going to ignore it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So, yes. So Cadsuane has a very low-hanging fruit that she can go for, and Rand is able to accept it relatively easily because, yeah, it's a no-duh proposition.
Mm-hmm. So they come to the save point in the forest, pull out Kalendor, and he announces, I am going to cleanse the taint from the male half of the Storse. And everyone kind of goes, okay.
Nassoon gasps.
Yeah. It's just there's definitely this like
the ripple passes through the Aes Sedai. It's pearl clutching.
There's a lot of skepticism, I think, of like, oh boy, he's really either A, he's gone insane, I think is the first reaction a lot of people have, or B, oh shit, he's going to try this and burn out doing it, or C, oh shit, he's going to try this and he might succeed, right? Like, or oh shit, we've just got to protect him.
Yeah, I think that probably the he might succeed is probably the least of their worries. I think they're mostly worried he's going to get everyone killed.
Right.
I want to imagine they're all pearl clutching at the idea of him cleansing the source, but realistically, it's probably more the thought that that's going to be very dangerous. But Cadsuane, because she has this very tenuous rapport with him, manages to keep it all inside and have no reaction. Because this whole interaction is about him convincing Cadsuane to go along with it and help him do it. And her whole deal is making sure that he trusts her enough to not push her away. And then she's like, oh, I get to protect you through this. That's going to do great for my reputation in your eyes. Mm-hmm. So that's good. But also, wow, starting out on a strong note.
And there's a bit of a powerhouse gathered in this one spot, right?
Oh,
in terms of powerful channelers, powerful Angreal, powerful Saw Angreal, right? They have a lot going for them. I don't know if you wanted to go through everybody. It's a little early to really go. I think we can go into who goes where maybe in the next section when they really go off and Cadsuane starts directing people to fight. This is more really about Rand and how he starts to cleanse the source.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I didn't look into any of the names for this one. I'm like, this not in this POV. When they come up in all the other POVs, then we'll get into their stories.
But just be aware that there's a lot of powerful male and female channelers with probably the biggest concentration of Angreal in one place that we've seen in a long, long time.
This is probably the greatest deployment of various Angreal and power in a single spot by a single group since the Age of Legends.
Right. Discounting the Chosen Call, which is, of course, going to top everything else.
Yes. But just all of his support staff are so powerful and so well kitted out that, like, this might be the most Aes Sedai moment that has happened since the breaking started.
So he kind of lays out his plans, which is basically, I'm going to use, Nynaeve's going to link with me. She's going to use the female half. We've got these Terangrial that link to the Sangreal. And of course, everyone's like, have you considered the possibility of failure? You might be able to crack this world like an egg. These things have been, of course, Lews Therin's like, they've never been tried. Right,
Lews Therin is on the side of the Aes Sedai with this one. He is a full-blown Aes Sedai. Like,
he's like, you're nuts. You're absolutely fucking nuts. I cannot believe you're doing this. You are crazy out of your, when the voice in your head that's insane is like yelling at you that you're insane. Yeah. Yeah, but again, this is where I think the inversion is happening, right? Like, I think Rand is putting all of his insanity into the voice in his head. That's where it's going. That's how he's separating it from it. All his fear, all of his, all the pressure of being the Dragon Reborn is sort of manifesting as this voice LTT. That's also the madness of the Taint.
Yeah, and it totally makes sense. The older, wiser part of him that is the memories and that is the wisdom of Aes Sedai is like, this is foolhardy. Only a 19-year-old desperately running away from his problems would think that this is a good solution. And the 19-year-old is like, good thing I'm the chosen one.
Right.
I guess he's 20 by now.
Yeah, he might even be older than that at this point.
But still, I mean, 18 through 24 is just basically a blur of bad decisions.
Canon-wise, he was 20 at the beginning of the series. Okay. So now he's like 21 or 22 because we're going on to maybe 3 years.
And so then he says, not only am I going to cleanse the source, I'm going to do it at Shadar Logoth. And he doesn't really explain why. He just sort of says he's doing it there, but we know that he's doing it to cancel out and get rid of Shadar Logoth too. I mean, he doesn't mean to get rid of Shadar Logoth, but he means to use Shadar Logoth in this process.
Although, why not? Right, let's get rid of both, right? Shadar Logoth is a source of evil as well.
Yeah, I don't think he anticipated that as an effect, but certainly it works.
But yeah, so, and this is where we sort of have to get into the mechanics of what's going on here. Because what he's doing is he's using essentially opposites attract and like repels to pull the taint off the top of Saidin.
Yes.
So, and a lot of times the taint is described as an oil slick on top of Saidin, right? It's this thing that you have to touch, you have to reach through to get to the power, right? So it's going to coat your hand, it's going to coat whatever you use to touch the power. But I also think of it as being something of a viscous fluid, right? It sticks to itself. That's why we see it sort of forming that thing over their brain when Nynaeve has to pull it off, right? It's this thing that has some viscosity to it. It's very sticky.
Yes.
So that's fact one. Fact two, the taint is attracted to the evil of Shadar Logoth, right? We've seen this a couple of times. Both sort of the pulsing and the alternating pulses of the wound in his side. We've seen that Mashadar is very much attracted to the Trollocs, right? It will attack them preferentially.
Yes. Seek them out.
It will seek them out.
It also was definitely attracted to Samael.
Right. Yeah, no, it definitely swept over him. The fact that the Dark Friends, who are super dark and, Millie Skane, the boy who Matt punched, they were able to detect Matt and follow
Pater.
him.
Yeah.
Pater, yeah. They were able to sense them and track them down because they were so deep in the dark.
Right. The dagger was sending off an evil bat signal.
Mm-hmm. A couple of other sort of evidence that the two basically, and just by the sense of where they came from, right? The evil of Shadar Logoth arose because it wanted to attack and kill the evil of the Dark One and was willing to do evil things to itself to be powerful enough to, but they hate each other. And so that hate attracts them to each other.
Right. And this also fits well with your thing that you were telling me about how the reason that the Dark One was able to touch the world wasn't actually because of the boar per se. It was because of the evil that men do. Mm-hmm. And that is the evil of Eridhall. Mm-hmm. So very much an opposite and equal and inverse canceling out. Like evil and entropy winding through each other, and like they're in opposition to the light, but they're also in opposition to each other because there's like pure evil and then there's like entropic evil, human evil, like very confusing philosophy places. Where's the white Aja? Help.
Okay, and then there's two other facts that I have to suppose going into this argument. Sidene is infinite. The taint on Sidene is finite.
Yes.
Okay.
The taint has to be finite in order for any of this to make sense.
Right, because basically the taint has to fit in the globe that surrounds Shadar Logoth and gets canceled out by it. Right? So that is a finite amount of taint. So what he does is he creates a conduit with the female half of the one power. Right? And that conduit connects Sidene to Shadar Logoth, because somehow you have to get Sidene, which is everywhere and nowhere and, metaphysical, and connect it to Shadar Logoth.
A physical three-dimensional
connection. And if you build that out of Sidene, as the taint leaches out of it, because the taint's all through it, it's going to shatter and explode. So you can't build it out of Sidene. Obviously, the true power is not an option, because that's not something he has at this point, and not part of the plan. And so what he has to do is he has to build the tunnel out of the female half of the power. And then through that tunnel, he creates a siphon, where he pumps a bunch of Sidene through it, and the Sidene starts flowing, and of course taint comes with it. Right? And then that taint starts becoming attracted to Shadar Logoth. And then you have a viscous, finite fluid that is being attracted to Shadar Logoth. And so what happens? That viscousness pulls more and more of the taint. And what Rand has to do is essentially start the siphon. And if you've ever started a siphon, you have to sometimes suck really hard to get enough of that fluid into the tube to get that sort of gravity effect flowing. And that gravity effect, instead of using gravity, he's using the attraction between Shadar Logoth and the taint, because there's no gravity in this situation. But essentially, by channeling all of this Sidene through the tube created with Sidar, he's creating a siphon effect to get... So he doesn't have to channel all of Sidene, just enough to start the siphon effect. And then the attraction between Shadar Logoth and the taint will pull all that taint off the top of Sidene, concentrate it into Shadar Logoth, and the two will fight it out and cancel out. And what's left is a big hole in the ground.
And him and Nynaeve have to hold the conduit, but they don't have to continue to put energy into pushing the power through the conduit once the cycle has started.
But it takes them all day to really get this siphon started, because we're dealing with all of the taint and a lot of Sidene. So Nynaeve's job is to hold the conduit. Rand's job is to channel Sidene through the conduit.
Okay, so you think that all the taint moves out at the end? It's not like over the course of hours? You think it just has to prime and prime and prime and then it happens?
It's a little bit of both. It's moving the entire time. Yeah, it's definitely
the dome building always seemed to me like
absolutely.
The taint is accumulating, like air filter, a vacuum like thing.
Yeah, and think of it as like Rand has to actively keep the siphon going, right?
Okay,
he can't stop the siphon, right?
You
he doesn't
keep
just
that
have to
crank
start it.
like going.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, it's more of a pump than a siphon, really. But he's depending on the attraction between Shadar Logoth and the taint to really get it all off of there. And the fact that it sort of, if you've ever like let glue dry on like metal and then peeled it all off, that's kind of what I imagine it's doing. Is, just like making it come off all in one piece.
So then what would have happened if there had been more taint than one city's worth of evil could counterbalance? Isn't it convenient that the taint is one city's worth of evil?
I mean, I think there's a possibility that, the world could have cracked. That's why he's like, I really could break the world with this. Like, if that could just kept growing and growing, if the evil is infinite, it's possible that dome of blackness could have enveloped the whole world. I think that was a very real possibility.
Wow. So it's almost like he was recreating the boar in some sort of weird inverse way.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
Just making it like far too real. Like, wow. Yeah, it's, do you have a way of explaining how he's able to connect the metaphysical power to the physical spot? Like what that kind of looks like?
And so that's where I think there's a line in here where the conduit did not form as he expected. He wove a conduit that touched the male half of the source at one end and the distantly seen city at the other. The conduit had to be of untainted Sidar, right? If this worked as he thought it would, the tube of Sidene might shatter when the taint began to leach out of it. He thought of it as a tube, at least, though it was not. The weave did not form at all as he expected to, right? So here's where the physical connection sort of is explained. As if Sidar had a mind of its own, the weaves took on convolutions and spirals that made him think of a flower. I think of polar coordinates. There was nothing to see, no grand weave sweeping down from the sky. The source lay at the heart of creation. The source was everywhere, even in Shadar Logoth. The conduit covered distance beyond his imagining and had no length at all. It had to be a conduit, no matter its appearance. So I'm thinking Fourier transforms, polar coordinates, cyclical solutions to problems. You've got a lot of stuff going on here mathematically that is really talking about how do you link everywhere to a location, right? Well, you've got to have some sort of pattern repetition. And the more you look at quantum mechanics and quantum physics and the fact that like basically everything is a wave, right? Essentially, the more we're finding out about molecules, we're really finding out that, molecules are just quanta of energy in a wave system, with some probability thrown in there, right? So, like, in a lot of ways, I think of him sort of taking a very small probability and very small thing and making it big. And this whole conduit is taking everywhere an infinite things and concentrating them down to a single point, which in mathematics, if you have the right math, you can do.
Yeah. Again, props to Everything Everywhere at Once for giving me the ability to try to visualize what you're saying.
So I'm thinking of a singularity, right? A singularity is like in a black hole, everything coming down to a single point. And sort of this is in a lot of ways the reverse of that. He's sort of pulling from a single point and going everywhere, but also, or he's funneling everything down into Shadar Logoth. You could think of it that way.
Take this huge universe and you put it inside a very tiny head and then you fold it. Just the psychedelic visuals in my head of the sky rippling in math patterns and then like the city glowing. And it's just, I hope that the show survives long enough to give us this scene. And I know that I'll hate it because it won't be nearly as spectacular as what the theater of my mind is producing. But also, this is our podcast art. This is the beginning of the moment that our podcast art is emblemizing.
Right. The growing ball of black that's going to form.
I thank you for that explanation. That was very, very fun. It's very good to have the white Aja on your side when trying to understand these things.
I've been reading and picturing and thinking about and trying to conceptualize this for a long time. And I think I know, I've headcanoned that I know what's going on a little bit.
You sound very confident. It holds water within your context, and I love it because it's obviously really relying on a lot of cool quantum spooky action at a distance, macro to micro scale, grand unified theory, God of the gaps space.
Right. And there's a lot of gaps in knowledge that we have there that he's filling in with magic,
Yes,
but that's
magic of the
that's
gaps.
What magic is. Yeah, that's what magic is. So, and also all within this metaphysical world that he created that is powered by Sidene and Sidar, and we can talk about how Sidene and Sidar are working together to do the cleansing, while the taint and the evil of Shadar Logoth are working against each other to create the cleansing. And that like evil always turns on itself, good can always help each other.
Oh, I like that.
Men and women working together is always going to overcome evil. I mean, there's so much going on in this cleansing. Not to mention, I mean, I have to talk about the fact that basically he's created a very vagina-like tunnel in the sky and thrust a very phallic-like shaft through it of power.
I mean,
into a city that very much feels like a dark, evil egg of a growing egg of darkness. It's just hard, like I have to talk about that aspect of it. This is a very violent sexual act at the same time. It is an act of cleansing.
To quote chat, he deflowered the taint using polar coordinates and physics.
Yes.
I need to stop the recording and go take a shower because I feel soiled by
and then we can go back to original sin, right? The original sin of the taint and what we talk about as what's the original sin of people? I mean, basically sex, right? This idea that to reproduce, we need to have sex and enjoy sex.
Exploration of enjoying yourself. To quote his Dark Materials. All Eve dared to do was experience things. But yeah, no, you're very right that there has to be a sexual component to reversing original sin, because how else would it be a good Christian allegory? I don't mean like good Christian, like in the sappy way. I just mean like it's a decent
good allegory that is of Christianity.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Because Rand is Jesus' figure in a lot of ways in this story. Yeah.
Also, when he's having to, control both the powers, I was like, non-binary Rand, because, he's handling both the powers at the same time. And then I was reminded of this long essay I read when Dune came out about how Paul really should have been a non-binary character. It really would have made so much more sense with the whole nature of the prophecies and what he was blending together. And so in my book, there's now a note that this is a non-binary Paul Althor. that is the moment we're in right now. Because he really is controlling both and undoing original sin and fixing this like cataclysmic polarization between men and women. Like he's not bringing the powers together and like finding the true power that everyone can use. It's not quite that, but he is removing this massive thing that has kept men and women from working together. He is taking that out of the equation. So it would be wrong for there to not be some phallic thrusting into a floral design.
And I sort of jumped over some of this middle stuff, some of the setup, before he started creating these grand
You were very
things.
excited.
I was very, very
part.
excited to get to that part. You're right. But did you want to go back and talk about any of the stuff, the setup or any of that?
I do want to give a shout out to Min because she does the absolutely most supportive thing ever. She just takes Rand's head in her hands, kisses him on the eyelids, and then silently walks off to be safe and secure and under guard with just the strong love and confidence coming through the bond. And it's like, sometimes that is the spousally correct thing to do. Not to offer words, not to offer cookies, you just give them a kiss, believe in them, and just take care of yourself. And she's such a wife. It's just she's like, I can't do anything. I'm a liability. You got this, babe. And then she goes off to be safe and not be in the way. And I love that for her. She knows what he needs. She's not demanding anything of him. She's not telling him he's foolish. She's not undermining him. She's just like, you have this. You have absolutely got this.
I like to point out Narishma has Kalendor. He's the one who initially got it from the Stone of Tyr. And in a lot of ways, he's the one who will follow after, whatever that means. I'm convinced
whatever the fuck that means.
Eventually will become, the Amerlin of the Black Tower, the Tamerlane or whatever.
Yeah, I like that he risked his life to get Kalendor and now he gets to use it. I feel like that is for him a good vindication of that whole arc.
And I think that is potentially a solution to the prophecy. He's the one who will, Rand used it, he attacked the Shan-Chan, and the one who's going to follow after and use it after him is going to be Narishma. He's the next one to use Kalendor.
Kind of going to be his artifact, like, moving forward, yeah.
Yeah. And, and that's fine. Like, that fulfills honestly. The prophecy enough to be done and over with, right? Like, a lot of these prophecies aren't big prophecies. They're just like, oh, yeah, he's the one that'll use Rand will use it, and then Narishma will use it, and then Rand will use it again. So he's the one who follows after Rand. He's the one who uses Kalendor after Rand. And he uses it here during this battle.
Yeah. And it's one of the most effective uses of Kalendor in the whole series. I mean, it does a lot of cool stuff, but this is like one of the times that it's the least scary and the most just like a normal Terangrial that kicks ass.
Well, because they've locked it down with the proper use of 2 women and a man.
Oh, right. Yeah. If you use it correctly, if you read the manual, then the tool operates better. That does make sense. Yeah.
You don't start it by sticking your hand into the starter, right? There's a button you can push.
Right. The other thing that I thought we should talk about is Olivia and Nynaeve's jewelry swap.
Yeah, right. Because Olivia is already incredibly powerful, right? Pretty much more powerful than Nynaeve.
Yeah, she's more powerful than any channeler by a healthy margin, including Nynaeve. But then she comes over to Nynaeve and is like, all of the jewelry, all the magic jewelry that you're wearing is all going to be literally useless. Wouldn't it make sense for that to be with someone who can use it? Also, Cadswain said so. And so Nynaeve hands over all this stuff. So then Olivia becomes like literally god tier. Absolutely invincible because she's kitted out with like a full paralysis net, basically.
Right. With the physical protection, the channeling protection, the boost, the channeling booster, the detection, all that kind of stuff.
All of it.
Well,
she didn't need any of it to be absolutely devastating. And then she gets turned into a walking one-woman invincible army. Because she's the only one of the defenders who doesn't go out in a pair. She goes out solo.
This is essentially putting Iron Man armor on the Hulk.
Right. Yeah. It's just like,
that
wow.
level of MCU, like, holy shit, we just took the most powerful armor and power booster and put it on our most powerful character. And let's see what happens. Let's see if a Forsaken, goes up against them. Like, no, she is a trained weapon for 400 years. The most powerful raw power channeler you're going to see. And put her in some tank armor and see what happens.
Yeah.
She's going to swat down some Forsaken like they are nothing.
It's incredible. And I love the interaction too, because Nynaeve is grumbling as she does because she feels out of control, and basically Side-Eye accuses Olivia of you better not take these permanently. And Olivia is like primly, it's like, I am not a thief. Like, I've committed war crimes for an imperial empire and I'm a walking nuke, but I don't steal things. Excuse me. And I like that about her, that she's prim about being accused of potentially being a thief.
I may be a murderous bitch, but I'm not a thief.
I have standards. I have a code.
There's a little bit with the linking of Rand and Nynaeve. It does feel like that Rand is able to grab control of the link without Nynaeve giving it to him, which I thought wasn't necessarily possible.
Yeah, it's a weird order of operations because Nynaeve is trying to guide him through it. And then he keeps jumping the gun on the steps. So it's very hard for me to tell, mechanically exactly how that works, because I think the idea is that Rand has to be channeling first.
He has to be on the edge of grab.
Right. And she
channeling.
Initiates the link.
Right.
But then
and she's in control.
Takes control from her in order for anything to happen.
Yeah, and I think she was going to give it to him. I think he just jumped the gun a little bit and took it before she was ready. But it was one of those things where she was getting ready to hand it to him.
Yeah.
So it's not like, yeah.
It's very quick and awkward, but it happens also, again, very quickly, and it does work.
Yeah, I love the contrast of hey, we're going to do something no one's ever done before, and we've never practiced linking before.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a bad call on their part. They probably should have tried that. At least once. But I mean, again, to return to the sexual analogy, your first time is kind of awkward.
That's true. You don't exactly know what you're doing. It's a little bit of fumbling.
I mean, it's weird to have, to be essentially sexually shipping Rand and Nynaeve, because that's not a common ship. There's too much of a teacher-student, parent-child dynamic.
Well, okay, here, can I interrupt and say, here's where I'm going with this. Nynaeve is a representative of the Lady of the Lakes. Rand is one with the land. There's a certain amount of Rand being one with the land and Nynaeve being sort of this mother life-giving force associated with the lakes of the land. And the fact that in the Arthurian legend, the Lady of the Lake gave the sword to Arthur, right? She like,
and her name is Nimue.
And her name is Nimue. She's basically Nynaeve, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, you're definitely right that in a lot of, pagan magic, like there is a symbolic high priest, high priestess coupling that may happen with objects, may happen with the bodies. But we are definitely healing the land at a big magical ritual level. So the sexual chemistry between the high priest and priestess is sort of irrelevant in face of what we're doing.
Right. And in a lot of ways, she's the water, he's the land. So, like, that's the world's coming together to heal itself, right? And in the way that she's representing Saidar and he's representing Saidin.
Right. And I mean, we describe Saidar as being like a river, and then Saidin as being like molten rock. He also says frozen water, but like that is technically a solid, not a liquid. So, like, the metaphor works. Yeah. But still, I mean, when you're going to do big, huge, world-changing magic, you should do a dress rehearsal.
Yeah. Yeah.
No time. The end of the world is nigh.
Right. But plenty of time to fuck around off in Farmatting for a couple of weeks, hunting down a couple of, bot flies compared to the Forsaken, right? Like, nothing.
Seriously.
Yeah. But no time to practice.
Seriously.
No time to practice channeling any Saidin or Saidar ever for Rand. He's like, this seems to be the first time he's ever channeled Saidar.
Yeah, he's never successfully linked with a woman. He's never attempted to do this. And like, but I mean, how appropriate is that for being, like a college student and like not studying for the exam, even though it's really important to your entire career? Like, that tracks with him being 20.
And I feel like I just want to read this whole process of him. Yeah, basically from him seizing Saidin and starting to channel it through the end of the chapter, which is a decent read.
Through the end of the POV. Yeah.
Yeah, through the end of the POV.
I love everything about how they contrast the powers. I love the writing. It's so lyrical. I completely agree that much like this chapter started with much like this episode started with a very long read because it was the first chapter, we're also going to have to end on a long read because this is just beautiful writing.
And keep in mind sort of my argument for what I think is going on as I read through this, because I think all the clues are in these, 6 paragraphs.
Yes, very much.
Alongside the turmoil of Saidin, Saidar was a tranquil river flowing smoothly. He dipped into that river, and suddenly he was struggling against currents that tried to pull him further in, swirling whirlpools that tried to yank him under. The harder he struggled, the stronger the shifting fluxes grew. Only an instant since he had tried to control Saidar, and already he felt as if he was drowning in it, being swept away into eternity. Nynaeve had warned him what he must do, but it seemed so foreign he had not truly believed until now. With an effort, he forced himself to stop fighting the currents, and as quickly as that, the river was tranquil once more. That was the first difficulty, to fight Saidin while surrendering to Saidar. The first difficulty and the first key to what he had to do. The male and female halves of the true source were alike and unalike, attracting and repelling, fighting against each other even as they worked together to drive the wheel of time. The taint on the male half had its opposite twin, too. The wound given to him by Ishamael throbbed in time with its taint, while the other, from Fane's blade, beat counterpoint in time with evil that had killed Eredhal. Awkwardly forcing himself to work gently, to use the unfamiliar Saidar's own immense strength to guide it as he wanted, he wove a conduit that touched the male half of the source at one end, and the distantly seen city at the other. The conduit had to be of untainted Saidar. If this worked as he hoped, a tube of Saidin might shatter when the taint began to leach out of it. He thought of it as a tube at least, though it was not. The weave did not form at all as he expected it to. As if Saidar had a mind of its own, the weave took on convulsions and spirals that made him think of a flower. There was nothing to see, no grand weaves sweeping down from the sky. The source lay at the heart of creation. The source was everywhere, even in Shadar Logoth. The conduit covered distance beyond his imagining, and had no length at all. It had to be a conduit, no matter its appearance. if it was not drawing on Saidin, fighting it, mastering it in the deadly dance he knew so well. He forced it into the flowery weave of Saidar, and it flowed through. Saidin and Saidar, like and unlike, could not mix. The flow of Saidin squeezed in on itself, away from the surrounding Saidar, and the Saidar pushed it from all sides, compressing it further, making it flow faster. Pure Saidin, pure, except for the taint, touched Shadar Logoth. Rand frowned. Had he been wrong? Nothing was happening, except the wounds in his side seemed to be throbbing faster. Amid the firestorm and icy fury of Saidin, it seemed that the foulness stirred and shifted. Just a slight movement that might have escaped notice had he not been straining to find anything. A slight stirring in the midst of chaos, but all in the same direction. Go on, Nynaeve urged. Her eyes were bright, as though just having Saidar flow in her was enough for joy. He drew more deeply on both halves of the source, strengthening the conduit as he forced more of Saidin into it. Drew on the power until nothing he did would bring more. He wanted to shout at how much was flowing into him. So much that it seemed he did not exist anymore. Only the one power. He heard Nynaeve groan, but the murderous struggle within Saidin consumed him.
Chat approves of that delivery.
Thank you. I had fun. Yes. Dramatic and more sexual than I had ever internalized. I agree. Yeah. No, that's like, I read that like a romance. Nynaeve groaned. Go on. Continue to thrust your Saidin through my Saidar. The murderous struggle. He couldn't control the beast inside of him as he... Yeah, no, I mean, it is... It is hot. That's all I'm going to say.
Throbbing.
Yeah, no, that's...
So much throbbing.
The flowery weaves. I mean, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, there's so much flow. There's just so much flowing.
He thought of it as a tube, but it was not.
Yeah, and you thrust the thing in, and then there's the squeezing around.
Which, and then it swells, which causes more pressure against the squeeze. Yeah, and then once it gets going, it just kind of keeps going. Right.
Once you get that rhythm established. Yeah. No, I mean, sometimes you just have to have magic sex to save the world. It's just a thing. Sometimes sex is how you save the world from evil. I mean, have we all seen The Fifth Element? I hope we've all seen The Fifth Element. Having sex saves the world.
But can we just say a little bit? There's a little bit of an Oedipus thing going on here, right? Because Nynaeve, in a lot of ways, raised Rand from a child. She was there when he was brought back. She swatted his butt when he was bad, right? In a lot of ways, she is a mother figure in his life.
Yeah, I mean, she chased after the children that were stolen from the village.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely uncomfortable how sexual it is, even though, for all the reasons we stated, like, it's not like that. But yeah, it's hard to not have your mind go to an Oedipus sort of story. Just a skosh. Just a skosh. Only because incest. I mean, there's really no other parallels.
No, but yeah, reading this, it's hard to avoid just how sexual that giant penis and vagina in the sky are.
Like, sometimes sex magic is how you beat back Satan.
Right. Yeah. Hey.
That's the tagline of the episode.
Right. Yeah.
The time we use sex magic to beat back Satan. That's some Aleister Crowley shit right there. Except in Aleister Crowley's case, it would be the time we use sex magic to summon Satan, technically.
Also, the whole, like, the way they link, the way he puts himself on the edge, right? He's edging and he's like, oh, it feels like forever until she completes that, like...
Yeah, the whole linking thing is just way too sexual, even when it's not, like, in a big, huge, dramatic magic thing. Just, like, it's always... It's always... it's very sexual. Every time that they describe a linking thing, it's got to be sexual.
Oh, and if you want to picture how I picture the taint, here's a little Action Lab video about viscous fluids and the self-siphoning thickness that I think helps me picture how I kind of see the taint getting sucked off the top of the fluid.
So you think the taint is a self-siphoning fluid?
Just because it's viscous enough that, like, if you get enough flowing, it's actually going to pull more behind it.
Huh. That makes sense. Because it's definitely how I've always envisioned it, is like once you start it moving, then it keeps moving. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit trippy to think that you can pull a finite contaminant out of an infinite pool. But yeah, it definitely does have the feel of like a gas siphon to it, the way he describes it. Or a self-siphoning fluid made out of polyethylene something.
Yeah, and I think next time we will definitely talk about the various circles, because the various circles form and go off the hill to start defending Rand. And so we'll have a chance to talk about all the support crew that are here on the hill with Rand.
Yeah, we've got a lot of different characters to dive into, but we're going to give them all their own space by investigating them during the POVs that they come up in specifically. Hi, welcome back. We're doing With the Chodong Call Part 2. For Chapter 2.
POV 2, Elza. So we've done the long bit of Matt, and here we have, about a page, slightly over a page of Elza?
Yeah, on my book, which is with the pretty big spacing, it's 2 facing pages, the vast majority of the 2 facing pages.
Okay. So, and just quick reminder, who is Elza?
Elza is a dark friend, Eyes Sedai. I actually forget her public affiliation, but she is a dark friend.
She's green.
She's green. But yeah, she's a dark friend, and she is going to be involved in Semirog's final escape attempt and demise. She actually gets killed by Rand in the collateral of being behind Semirog.
And she was compelled by Varen to support Rand, and that's where her motivation that she found in her own heart was he must make it to the last battle no matter what.
So that he can lose and die at the appropriate time, but he must be protected to get there. Yeah.
The Dark One has to be the one to kill the dragon in the final battle.
Right.
It's sort of her, like, dark friendery. So she's like a bad guy, but she's hell-bent on protecting Rand at all costs.
Yes.
Which kind of makes her a good guy. It's
temporarily.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, if Rand had gone the other way on Dragonmount during Veins of Gold, she would have been totally vindicated.
Right. And she would have been there to immediately be his Eyes to Die follower after he comes down as Dark Rand. Like, she would have been there, which would have been cool for her. That would have been very vindicating. But so yeah, that's the POV that we're in, and she is sort of surveying how Cadsuane distributes the forces of protection around Rand and Nynaeve, while also observing what Rand and Nynaeve look like here at the beginning once they've only just recently started channeling.
Which is, again, if you didn't catch my last segment, the cleansing of the source is very sexual. And again, Nynaeve's reaction is... again, a picture of someone who's being a very sexual person. Despite the cold, beads of sweat on her face, her lips were parted and her eyes wide, staring rapturously beyond the Dragon Reborn.
She could also be tripping on some really good drugs.
Yeah, that could be true. That could be happening as well. And it could be a combination of both, right? This idea that, like, there's magic intercourse in the sky on really good drugs. And embracing the one power has been described essentially as being on a really good drug many, many times. And the more power, the more high you get. And they are channeling the most power anybody has ever channeled ever, by far, for a long time.
This is like hippie flipping, but for channelers.
We get a statement from Codswain that everybody is going to feel that all around the world, maybe even in Tar-Valon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she says it will begin soon because the entire world is now aware of what's happening in this spot.
Including the Forsaken, although nobody from Tar-Valon shows up. Only the Forsaken do. We don't get any travelers. None of the, none of the Aes Sedai who have learned traveling. None of the Sea Folk. None of the Wise Ones. Nobody's dumb enough to show up and be like, what's all this power here? Let me go investigate. Not until it's over, anyway.
Sane people run and duck and cover when an orgy of this power comes ringing through the ether from the other side of the planet, right? Only the Forsaken are going to know that that means that their target is in a specific spot. Everyone else is terrified and doesn't creep in to see what happened until after the roaring, screaming sunburst is over. Mm-hmm. Though I imagine that the Dark Friends probably are the first to approach, because like Leandrin comes back to the tower from checking it out. Like that's the next we see her. Not Leandrin, Alviarin. All right, so let's talk about these circles.
Sure.
First one is Elza and Maurice and Jahar with Kalendor. That's the circle that Elza herself is in. So 3 people to handle, 4 people, right? No, it's 3 people.
No, 3.
Yeah, this is the Kalendor arrangement. This is how you drive Kalendor, is 2 women and 1 man. And so he who pulls it out shall follow after is getting to operate Kalendor according to the user manual and thus does not have issues.
Right. Isn't going insane. Right. And so he's staying behind. That circle is staying on the hill with Codswain and her circle.
Yes.
You also have Serene and Corell and Flynn is sort of the second circle.
Yes.
Then Nessun, Beldine, and Dagion with Hopwell.
So that's a quartet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's 4. And that's Nessun and Beldine. Why do I know those 2 names? Those tend to come together.
Nessun and Beldine.
Oh, they are in the group that had to swear fealty to Rand because of the Varen compulsion. So again, these are 2 more, right? Like a lot of the people here are the Aes Sedai who swore fealty to Rand because of Dumai's Wells and then Varen's subsequent compulsion to make them do it. So that's sort of an interesting there's a lot of Dark Friend support here. With Rand, between Elza and Varen doing her thing, and the various, it's a very interesting group that end up fighting for him.
The cleansing wouldn't have happened without multiple Dark Friends contributing. It really wouldn't have worked.
Evil turning on itself.
Rand even says later that it's ironic that the Dark One and the taint is what gives him access to the memories that allow him to win. It's also ironic in the same way how there are these Dark Friends who are so dedicated to getting Rand up to the last battle that they end up supporting him through making the last battle something worth fighting, because there will be like a life after without the tainted source.
Yeah. It's like good doesn't win, but evil defeats itself. I think that is a common theme in Magic, though, right? This idea that what makes evil evil is that it turns on itself. And what makes good good is that it brings itself up and supports itself. And I think that can be applied to office dynamics if you really stretch.
Yeah, and there's an element of, because evil is the snake eating its own tail kind of thing. And then goodness is just the concept of hope, basically, which does not die. In the worst, most direst of circumstances, hope will still just spontaneously generate itself because that's how people are. So,
which brings us back to the Horn of Valir and its origins. Where did it come from? Why do the heroes return? That's where we have to look at the creator taking an actual hand in things, which now that we know a little more about Nakomi and her origins, seems more likely to me that the creator is actually doing things to influence his world in a positive way. He has an avatar who comes down and influences things for the better. Why not create a horn and drop it in among the people to summon your greatest heroes? If that's what you are as the creator.
The Horn of Hope of Valir.
Yeah.
I don't
like it, but I agree that it fits with the meta we've been given.
I mean, where does the horn come from, right?
The Teleran Riyadh fart.
So here's kind of my headcanon for where it originally came from, is that someone dreamed up the idea of the horn in Teleran Riyadh and then was somehow ripped out physically. Because remember, Brigida took her arrow with her? Mm-hmm. Remember, what if you took the horn with you in the same way? And it was an imagined item that would never existed to begin with, but was somehow pulled out of Teleran Riyadh into the real world. And so it was linked to Teleran Riyadh and could pull the heroes out that way, but was also just like an imagined item that someone dreamed up and never existed to begin with.
I love that. I'll take that. That's good. That's good stuff.
What did that arrow end up being melted down into? Wasn't it something important?
It became the leashless Adom.
The leashless Adom, right. And what ended up happening to that after Moghedien escaped?
Egwene puts it in a random belt pouch and never thinks about it again.
Fair. Because that was Teleran Riyadh metal, which would have been cool if it had like a different property.
Right, but its only property was being one of Brigida's arrows.
Right.
So.
Well, I'll go back to the Lycanus trilogy. This is a trilogy you've heard me talk about a few times. Excellent trilogy, very complete, very clever. And one of the things it does is it has metal that is kind of special that resists time decay. And anyway, that sort of reminds me of that.
No, I like it.
If you want more fulfilling artifacts, I think Lycanus trilogy is a good way to go. There's a lot of artifacts that have meaning in that series.
Yeah, so I imagine that when nobody knows about this random silver bracelet and necklace and it gets lost in some random pile of junk and buried in a landfill, it'll probably just vanish one day back into Teleran Riyadh because there's no legends like anchoring it to the real world, which would never happen with the Horn of Valir because millions of people are putting their faith in it. Like, I do believe in fairies, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Varen and Chimera and Shallan. Shallan, the blackmailed bisexual.
Okay, she's just like super powerful and raw power, right?
I believe that that's who we've brought. Yeah, because she's the only one who gets to come along with Hareen. It's Hareen and her sister are like the only sea folk that get to come along. So yeah. And yeah, she is sister to this really important person. And she's not like Talon strength or anything, but she's Shallan strength because thank you, Jordan.
Oh, so this isn't Talon. This is Shallan. So, oh, wow.
She's a proper wave mistress. She's not an apprentice.
Right. She's okay. Okay.
They are very different characters in terms of their rank in the sea folk hierarchy.
And her sister is Hareen. And Hareen complained because she's actually the younger, but her older sister looks younger than her because she's channeling.
I don't recall her complaining about her looking younger, but Hareen does complain about how she has to be... No, Shallan complains about how she has to listen to her little sibling.
Right.
And take her orders, even though she had literally raised the kid. She's literally raised her youngest sibling with her own children. But now she has to take orders from her. And then Hareen is resentful in this situation because she's a liability, right? She can't actually be a combatant. So her and Min have to get like hidden behind a rock and guarded by Moad, basically. But Shallan actually gets to do something cool, which is be a battery. Like Varen and Chimera, I don't think they do anything. I mean, they kill someone at some point, but Shallan doesn't ever get to think about like the cool part she played, you know?
And the only thing I'll say is that Shallan was found in bed with Alil, who is now supporting Egwene because Codswain was blackmailing her is now supporting Elaine. So like that brings us back to the Elaine plot line where she's being supported by this noble because of their affair that Codswain found out about.
Yes, exactly. And then there's Olivia, who is a circle unto herself.
Right. Well, because she has Nynaeve's paralysis net. she has all of those Terran Grial that essentially makes her a one-man battle station, right? Because it disrupts weaves that come at her. It gives her a physical force field. She has a well. She has Matt's medallion. She has the thing that points out where people are channeling. You know, she's just, and then she is, of course, in and of herself, a incredibly highly trained battle fighter with the one power. And incredibly strong.
Yeah, and the most powerful channeler by a mile.
That we ever, I think, right? Isn't she the most powerful female channeler we encounter in the series, right?
Yeah, by orders of magnitude that make you figure she could probably give Rand a run for his money.
Like even stronger than Nynaeve. She's definitely stronger than Nynaeve. She's in that tier because there's 3 or 4 that are stronger than Nynaeve. But there's also that grandmother, and then there's the Sea Folk Finder, Talon. And you're saying she blows them out of the water as well?
I believe she does. And that's with her raw strength. Certainly now all powered up, she could take down 3 Forsaken with one hand tied behind her back.
Because there's definitely an Angreal in the Paralis net as well.
Oh, yeah. She's got amplifiers on top of all that protection. Yeah. So she doesn't need a circle. She's fine. She goes off all on her own. So they've got 4 groups, if you include Olivia as a group.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, actually, if you include Olivia.
Well, they've got 4 groups around the bottom of the hill, and then 1 group parked up at the top.
Oh, okay. Yes.
If you allow Olivia to be considered a group. And Cadsuane is not counted as a group because she's the commander of the entire forces, though she is also a defender herself.
Right, but she's mostly just pointing out where to use Kalendor.
Right. But she's holding a shield that's very sneaky overhead. And then at one point, she also lessens the shield briefly to give Nynaeve some healing.
Right. So I feel like she's activating various Terran Grial to give her all sorts of protective effects on the hill they're on, so they can't just be blown up from a distance.
Right. Yeah. She's the very last line of defense and also the brains of the operation. She's running multiple. She is the captain of this ship in every sense of the word. She is the coxswain of the cleansing.
And that's where the name comes from. Mm-hmm. Because Rand's essentially immobile. He's off doing his own thing. She's like, okay, you two you're going to be helpless. Rand and Nynaeve are going to be helpless, and we need to make sure that they don't die. And then, Elza asks to meld the flows, which will lead to her blowing a Forsaken out of the sky for the second and final time. Goodbye to Osingar.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
What's up with this whole, she wants to meld the flows and she was expecting to have to plead, but then Maurice allows her to meld the flows without protest. Why is that important?
Let me look up Maurice here for a second. I don't know enough about her to...
why does Elza want to do this, and why is Maurice unexpectedly okay with it? It feels like character development that I don't know why it exists.
Lilijen is pointing us towards the Bowl of the Winds scene.
Was Maurice part of that? Maurice wasn't part of that.
Because Maurice is an Aes Sedai.
Sea Folk Lady?
Yeah, Maurice is new.
Elza's the one that's asking.
We really only got Maurice in Winter's Heart at the last book when she bonds Narishma. She's sort of new in that scene.
Mm-hmm. So I guess maybe it's just a testament to how difficult it is to drive Saidin, and Maurice is happy to give up that struggle and hand it off to someone who's eager to try it. Maybe it's just that. It just seems like RJ is drawing a lot of attention to it, and I'm like, is it a nothing burger or not?
I've got nothing. I assume it's just because she's, an Aes Sedai, and Elsa's just a, former slave. So why would you give the ability? No?
They're both Aes Sedai. Elsa is an Aes Sedai.
Oh, sorry. I always mix her up with Olivia.
Yeah. Who we were just talking about, in fairness. But this is 2 Aes Sedai having a little interaction that I feel like RJ's trying to say something, and I don't see what it is, unless maybe it's just that, oh wow, Saidin's really difficult.
So I feel like we're at the end of this, but I still want to solve this puzzle. Maybe it's just relative power levels?
But Elza expects to have to plead, and then she gets an unexpected response. Why does she want to do that? Why does she make a request she thinks will be denied? And then why is it not denied? Does this matter, or am I just stretching this out for the sake of making the episode longer?
Yeah, I think it might be a bit of a stretch. I think honestly, it's just like of course, everybody wants to meld the flows because that's what you do in a circle. You want to be the person in charge, and she has control. So Elsa really shouldn't ask because, and I'm guessing whatever hierarchy they're on in terms of relative power in the White Tower, the reason that Marasi has control of the flows is that she is higher ranked. And just from whatever reason, whatever rank she's at. They're both green Aja. So there's a certain amount of being linked.
Okay, so then why does Elsa want to do it if she's low ranked? You're not supposed to want things above your rank.
Because she's a dark friend.
But then she doesn't do anything except kick ass.
Protect Rand. Right. That's what she wants to do, is protect Rand as best she can. And so you want something done right, do it yourself? Exactly.
Is maybe just kind of where she's at?
Yeah.
I could buy that. That she can't trust anyone to be as good at that as her, so she's going to reach for that.
Right.
Okay.
And Lila Jen's pointing out, it basically says Elsa was not particularly strong in the One Power, apparently, according to the wiki. In fact, she was so conscious of her strength that other Aes Sedai thought she thought too much about her place in the hierarchy. So this is probably why she thought she shouldn't ask, is because she is lower ranked, but because of the compulsion to protect Rand and support him, she feels like she needs to be in control because she can do the best job, even though technically she's of a lower rank than the person melding the flows. That's why she shouldn't ask. I don't know why Maurice gave it to her.
I think it's just because Sideen's a lot. It's a weak reason, but I think I don't know anything about Maurice that would make me think that there's anything more other than, oh, yeah, this is heavy. You can take it. That's fine. Huh. All right. Well, that was less thrilling than it could have been, but welcome to the circus.
Right. Welcome to the circus. Yeah. I'm trying to find anything on Maurice that gives me any background on her. She really just appears to just appear in this group she's one of the Aes Sedai that's in this group that bonds a bunch of Ashaman as warders, and that's the first time we see her. And Codswain trusts her more than any other Aes Sedai for some reason. We find that out in Winter's Heart. But yeah, I think she's just one of Codswain's lackeys for all intents and purposes. And she's in a lot of groups of Aes Sedai, but she doesn't do a lot on her own, as far as I can tell.
So yeah, maybe she's just chiller than Elsa was expecting.
That's my best guess.
The audiobook timestamp for this, for Barmelon's perspective, is 29:36.
Should I just read the whole thing?
Yeah. Why don't you read it and then we'll talk about it.
Riding his cart down the snowy road to Tremoncine, Barmelon wondered whether the old... Jesus, you're just killing me with an answer. Give me a second. Riding his cart down the snowy road to Tremoncine, Barmelon wondered whether old Maglin, whether old Maglin at the Nine Rings would pay what he wanted for the plum brandy in the cart behind him. He was not sanguine. She was tight with silver, Maglin was. The brandy was not very good, and this late in the winter, she might be willing to wait until spring to get better. Suddenly he realized that the day seemed very bright, almost like summer noon instead of a winter morning. Strongest of all, the glow seemed to be coming from the huge pit beside the road, where workmen from the city had been digging away until the previous year. There was supposed to be a monstrous statue down there, but he had never been interested enough to actually look for himself. Now, almost against his will, he reined in his stout mare and climbed down into the snow to trudge to the brink of the pit. It was 100 paces deep and 10 times as far across, and he had to put his hands in front of his face against the blinding glare that came from the bottom. Squinting through his fingers, he could make out a glowing ball like a second sun. Abruptly, it came to him that this must be the One Power. With a strangled yell, he lumbered back through the snow to his cart and scrambled up, flailing Nissa with the reins to get her moving, even as he was trying to jerk her head around back to his farm. He was going to stay in his own house and drink that brandy himself. All of it.
All of it.
All of it. It's a lot of brandy. That's one way to die.
I mean,
this is like this is full of callbacks, right?
Oh my god, yes.
So, the Nine Rings, right? First of all, obviously the Lord of the Rings reference, right, to the Nine Rings.
Yes.
But this is one we've seen before because in The Great Hunt, Rand and Matt stay at the Nine Rings and they meet Barmelin, you know.
Wait, they actually meet Barmelin at the Nine Rings? I remember the Nine Rings is mentioned, but...
Hold on. I was looking it up earlier, and I thought it did say they had met them.
Like, I could totally believe it. I did not do my research on this. I was like, oh yeah, I know what happened there. And I'm like, wait, did I miss something? I might have missed something. Because Tremontien is the town that they approach after when Celine leaves them. Celine is with them.
No, you're right. They have
Tremontien.
not met him yet. No, you're right. They have not met him before. They did, however, meet Manglin.
They did meet the bartender of the Nine Rings.
They did meet the bartender of the Nine Rings, right? They stayed at the Nine Rings,
right? They pick it because it's one of Rand's favorite stories. And he's like, oh, that gives me a good fuzzy feeling. Yeah.
So, you know, just to reference, Magan welcomes Rand, Loyal, Huron, and Celine to the Nine Rings and gives them a meal.
Oh, she's the one who's like, you gotta go fuck your lady. You gotta go be nice to her so that way you can get laid.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot.
She's originally from Lugard.
Yes.
Baron left her the inn when he died. So she tells a story about Baron and how she got left the inn and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so this guy is one of her suppliers. Just the way Tam brings brandy down to the wine spring, this guy brings brandy down to the Nine Rings, to this bartender who we saw literally one time and made a very awkward situation even more awkward.
Right. And so I don't think there's any mention of Barmelin in that chapter, but he's mentioning someone who we have.
Yes, he is calling us back to that whole experience. And then, of course, also the more obvious callback is he's taking us to look at the Cho'odon Call, which is buried in a pit outside of Kyrian that Rand had a early experience with the power when he was looking at it.
Right. And that was the whole, he nearly got sucked into it, and Celine like stopped him from getting sucked in, right, and called his name. And of course, where workmen from the city have been digging away until the previous year. Why did they stop digging? Because the digging was a project of Barthanas, right?
Galdrian?
Or the king?
It was Galdrian.
Which one was it? It was the king.
Because they went to go see Barthanas, who's the rival of the guy who's doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the two.
And then Tom went in there and killed him and started a civil war.
Right.
Because Rand got in there and made other people kill his girlfriend because they wanted him to do things. It's very complicated.
It's very complicated. But essentially, yes, the reason they stopped digging is because the person who was funding the dig is dead because Tom killed him.
Yes. And so now it's just still sitting there being a weird pit with a man's face and a hand holding a ball coming out of it. And now the ball is glowing to the eyes of anyone. It's not only to people who can channel the power. It is lit up like a floodlight. Anyone can see that.
There's so much of the one power going through it. Luminescence is just a side effect.
Right. Exactly. It's illuminating from just the sheer volume of power that's passing through it.
Because these are the Saw Angreal that are being used. The keys that Rand is holding just gives him access to this statue. This is the one that's actually doing it. And we'll actually see. And this is the male, by the way. This is the one that Rand is channeling through.
Yes.
The female version we'll see
next week.
Next episode, yes. Where we get a very similar reaction, or a very different reaction to a very similar circumstance.
Yeah, the next one we'll see the same phenomena for the other statue. But yeah, and it's funny too, because I think Celine says that you can't even channel into the Cho'odon Call directly. You have to go through the access keys. It's like a step up, like Transformer sort of thing. But yeah, this is the actual power plant as opposed to the key.
I think of a transformer as a great way to think about that, to be like, hey, you see those big power lines outside? If you plug any of your electronics into it, it will fry it. You cannot use that directly. You need a transformer to step that down to a power level that you can access. And yeah, it'll provide way more power than you can use as much as you need. But without that transformer, anything you use is just going to burn you out in an instant.
Yeah, that is what the access keys are, in addition to being a more portable way of utilizing the Chodan call because they aren't very portable.
A giant statue. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and then this guy makes the very reasonable decision, much like the Aes Sedai, that if there's that much power being wielded that you can tell at a distance and that you shouldn't be able to tell, then the reasonable conclusion is to hide under the bed and get blackout drunk.
So here's a question. Do you think this man has the ability to channel? Do you think that's one of the reasons why this draws him, right? Or do you think it's just the sun light shining that he can't resist because he has to know what it is? The curiosity killed the cat thing.
I mean, I like the idea that he's being tugged on because he's a learner who just, it's so powerful that even a closeted, for lack of a better word, in denial kind of learner.
Latent ability.
Yeah, someone with a latent ability would be vibing with it, just like illuminating, basically. Like their ability for that would also be coming to a higher vibration just by proximity. I like that. I think it is any reasonable person would be drawn to look at it because it is bright. Is it giving off light? Am I making it up that it's giving off light, or is it only giving off light to people who can channel? And this is how he learns that he can channel.
No, because, and again, the spoilers for next time, but the illumination of the female one, right? That's the fulfillment of prophecy and the end of illusion. That sphere is shining like a glorious sun.
Okay, so yeah, it has to be a very real illumination.
Yeah, I think there's every indication that that's a very real light, that it's not just appearing in channelers, although that would be cool. But he doesn't describe it as the light of the one power or anything like that. It's just a bright light shining like the noonday sun.
Right. But the whole like being drawn against your will to look at something scary is like, that's a very human experience.
True. Although that is kind of what happened to Rand, though, is he was drawn to this Chodan call. So that's why it's a very similar sort of verbiage in terms of Rand was drawn to it because he could channel.
I mean, I'm perfectly okay headcanoning that he's a latent learner.
I think that's a fine headcanon without a lot of evidence, but I think it's a fine headcanon.
That's good. That's fun. Yeah, so that is what is happening with the cleansing. The cleansing is currently raging and scaring people across the length and breadth of the land. That is where we're at. That
basically the light. We saw Rand start to channel, and now we're seeing the Chodan call light up, right? So, like, I feel like we're still in the startup sequence of this thing.
Yeah, we've kind of like they've done the necessary like acceleration to get up to cruising speed, and the world is like, wait, are we at cruising speed? What? We are cruising towards what? Because like, I mean, I'm assuming at this point, like the taint is starting to move. He's starting to feel that motion, and like they're just at the beginning. They've just barely started that, like the first beads of sweat. Only the first few beads of sweat.
Jolene has just started to sense the channeling just a few minutes ago and sent for Matt, right? Like we're in and I like the way these chapters are balancing out. The POVs and the chapters are working really nicely for, all of this stuff is happening concurrently. It's just really nice the way the 20 POVs and the 20 chapters comes together.
Yeah, it's Taviran. The wheel is weaving for us.
The wheel has woven, yeah. So obviously we have a third voice on us with us, and you'll probably recognize it from many past episodes, and that's Morgan from Podcast of the Dragon.
Welcome back.
Always excited to have you back.
Hi, how are you guys?
I'm good. I'm good. Spring is springing. We got a lot of rain here. It has been very, very rainy. Over an inch of rain in my rain gauge this morning. So spring is being quite spring-like, which is nice.
I can look up and see blue skies and rain right now. So, yes, it's definitely spring.
The sun break turned off. Now it's gray out again. So
not only blue skies, hail and blue skies right now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can hear that. Yep. But it's currently, wow. My God, that's like giant chunks of hail coming down right now. Yeah.
That is what that... okay, I hear it vaguely in the background. Isn't living in Oregon fun?
I got to turn that gain up for a second just to see if you can get it.
Yeah, Oregon spring weather. So yeah, that's just kind of where my mind is at. It's just like, wow, the season's turning and everything is spiffy.
Well, awesome sauce.
It's raise season, so I'm either about to be very happy or very disappointed, depending on what my boss decides to tell me in about a month.
Well, fingers crossed.
Yeah, so should we dig into Crossroads of Twilight, Chapter 4, A Tale of a Doll with the Shan-Chan symbol at the top?
Or did you want to knock out the little chunk of Winter's Heart that we were going to do? Because it's barely a paragraph, and it sort of dovetails off of the one we did at the end of last episode. I think it would go well at the beginning of this episode.
I vote for that.
I actually do vote for that as well. That does make a lot of sense. Let's change gears. Switch
Opening a different book. Quick, pull out the other book.
Let me
Okay,
let's
and
swap this
that
Kindle.
audiobook timestamp is for, in that chapter, minute 30, second 51. It's the Timna perspective.
Oh, and I actually have it here because I read it second when I was doing my notes last night and was like, I don't think I have any notes for this. Beyond the fact that this person sounds sanctimonious about the
Well, based on what's about to happen.
Yeah. Like sanctimonious cult leader does sound about right.
like not quite Jim Jonesy, but you know.
Not.
Not. It's not divided.
I mean, it's over multiple generations, so it's a
Right.
little different. But like at the end of the day, there is Kool-Aid. So sorry, it wasn't Kool-Aid. That's anachronistic. Sorry.
Yeah, dude, it was Flavor Aid.
Yes, I know.
Cheap,
I'm sorry.
cheap Flavor Aid. Okay. Strolling lost in thought, Timna barely saw the fallow fields that covered all the hillsides but one around her. Tremalking was a large island, and this far from the sea the wind carried no hint of salt, yet it was the Athan Mier that troubled her. They refused the waterway, yet Timna was one of the guides chosen to protect them from themselves if possible. That was very difficult now, with them all in an uproar over this cormer of theirs. Very few remained on the island. Even the governors, always fretting at being away from the sea as the Athan Mier did, had set sail to search for him at any craft they could find. Suddenly the one unplowed hill caught her eye. A great stone hand stuck out of the ground, clasping a clear sphere as large as a house, and that sphere was shining like a glorious summer sun. All thoughts of Athan Mier gone, Timna gathered her cloak and sat down on the ground, smiling to think that she might see the fulfillment of prophecy and the end of illusion. Hooray!
Definitely sanctimonious.
Sanctimonious and a smidge crazy, but you know.
It's a weird thing when a culture has a tradition that we're all going to kill ourselves at some point in several centuries.
I mean, it is kind of what the Christian religion believes. I mean, it's God's going to come down and do it.
Don't remind me about how. Please don't remind me about that.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't.
Thanks.
I won't bring it up. I won't say a thing about it.
Thank you.
So interestingly, because you got to imagine, so they have prophecies and everything, but like how many of these people actually sign on to it? So it's sort of like how many people did they force to drink the poison Kool-Aid? Because if you've listened to the Jim Jonesy tapes, which are deeply disturbing, it's sort of like a lot of people weren't on board with it but they had kidnapped them and basically taken them away to South America. So it's just sort of like, yeah, it's yeah, creepy. Anything where you have to, be like, okay, we're all gonna, accelerate shuffling off this mortal coil by, drinking poison because it's the end of illusion. I can't imagine everybody was like, oh, okay, that's a great idea.
But also, like, how much more powerful is it in a world where magic is real, rebirth has been proven? Like, there's a bunch of stuff in this world that makes it much easier, I think, to brainwash the masses, because you have all this provable crazy stuff that kind of proves that there is something beyond this life.
True.
Scienceable magic would change the equation radically.
It would be much easier to get comfortable with the idea of death with rebirth guaranteed.
Right.
That's one of the reasons why the Dark One and the power over death that he has is so horrifying, because it's just sort of like, the fact that you could be snatched from death and basically that he has a guaranteed portal to quote-unquote hell or the capacity to create a hell is really awful.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of the major religions of the world are focused on what happens after death. They have empirical evidence that it's basically only bad things. Like, that's a very different calculus to go living your life through.
See, I'd be willing to believe that the Dark One only has domain over people who swear to him.
Yeah.
That's why they say deny the Dark One and he can't get you, right? Is that like he can't snatch you and put you in a new body or torture your soul. Which brings me back to Rand and Carrie Althor. Mm-hmm. And if that was a real person, or is that evidence that Carrie Althor was actually a Dark Friend?
I think Rand was in Teleron Riyadh, so they weren't real people at all.
Yeah, third option.
Yeah.
I like that one best. But it always made me like, wonder. But yeah, like that's the only afterlife that they have any empirical evidence of. There's like rebirth and literal hell. Like, when you consider how all of our religions are like, there's this binary of like a good or a bad or nothing and rebirth. Like,
there is no concept of a heaven.
Different.
There's no other place that people go to.
Yeah.
There's a purgatory, right? Teleron Riyadh, where people are waiting, but there's no better place to go to. Rand doesn't get up on the mountain and go, why do we live again? So we can earn heaven. No, it's so we can do better this next time around, because the best thing we get is just another life.
There's no higher dimension. There's no next level. There's just like...
Not even any fear of being reborn as an ant or something, like...
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so...
Yeah, it's an interesting world building that he chose to go with that.
But specifically about the book, I did I do like to talk about it every once in a while. The Waterway, I think, is the Way of the Leaf with a different name, right? That's
Agreed.
just these are a group of Tuatha'an, Aiel, whatever you want to call them, who split off with the Atha Mier. The sea and went across the sea and maintained that culture, but renamed it the Waterway, and also somehow got this belief that there is, through, I'm assuming, prophecy of some sort, right? Because this is a prophesized event, which is the end of evolution, which is the end of the era when the taint is on the. It's like, isn't that a good thing? Like, why do you want to kill yourself at the end of that?
It's like almost like how the Ogier are going to open the Book of Translation. They have to leave in order to come again. It's like that, but it's not that. I feel like it's a corruption.
Yeah, that seems like a corruption. What I find interesting is it's sort of like they feel like it's their responsibility to take care of the Athan Mier and save them from themselves. And then in the next book, when the Athan Mier learn what happened, they're like, it was our responsibility to take care of them. So you have these two people have this mutual sense of responsibility, but neither of them really appreciates the other's, like, sanctimonious sense of care. So,
Which is a great mirror of the Gen Aiel and the rest of the Aiel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the Gen Aiel felt like they had a responsibility for these warrior people who they'd created, and the warrior people and shunned, and the warrior people felt like they had a responsibility to protect them from the dangers around them, and that's why there were some left.
But also looked down on them. Oh my God, it's literally the same thing.
And one people follow the way of the leaf and the other ones don't, right? Like, yeah, it's absolutely like, it's just Jordan. He loves to mirror the sea folk and the Aiel, like pages of a book around the central cast.
Yeah, it's like, but in here we have the Aiel that shows, like, you know, violence and tribalism, and the sea folk shows capitalism. And so it's just sort of...
Which makes the Aiel way much more civilized.
Yes, in a lot of ways.
And I mean, if you think about it, I mean, water flows in a way that would lend itself very well to the same analogies as like the way that leaves fall, and like water doesn't push itself uphill. Water goes where it needs to go. Like, there's all kinds of ways I can see the analogies working the same way. And it makes sense, right? That like the world is splitting apart. The Aiel are going in every direction. They're interacting with every people. It makes sense that the boat people would have an Aiel contingent with them, and that they would end up in a much more symbiotic relationship than, say, what happened like with the mainlanders and the Cairhienin, and how the Aiel end up doing this whole like lost tribes of Israel wandering around sort of thing. Like with the boat people, like you either are going to get along or you're going to do a mutual extermination thing. Like you can't have the level of antagonism. And then they get dropped off on this big ass island and left there. Like only the only the Atha Mier are the boat people now. Like the Aiel that have become the Tremalking people, they don't do boats. They just live on Tremalking. Like there is a cultural split still. It's like they were on the boats for the breaking and then got dropped off because they were not boaty.
They even have 12 clans. Well, there's the 12 clans of the Aiel and the 12 main clans of the Athan Mier, the 12 ruling clans or whatever. So there's all of the parallels he gave us.
So that's Winter's Heart. That was a very short POV.
Yeah. So what's happening there is the lighting up across the continents that we were talking about in the end of our last episode, where, you want to imagine lots of little light bulbs lighting up across the continent, but there's only 2. So it's a little underwhelming visually, but like.
And that's the female half is the one that's lighting up there. The male half was the one that we saw. This is why it mirrors the last POV, is that the last one was the male half lighting up. This is the female half lighting up. And they just happen to be in different places across the globe. And sort of we're seeing the POV of the person who's standing there going, what the?
Yeah. And with Barmelon in the last one, he comes across it having already lit up, whereas Timna is seeing it as it lights up.
Mm-hmm.
Or no?
Or she just looks up and it's lighting.
She just looks up. No, she's walking along and sees it. So they actually both are having the same experience. Neither of them actually see it light up. They both come across it having lit up at some point in the past. And I'm going to assume that that's the same moment in time, that both of these POVs are more or less simultaneous.
I think it would be instantly noticeable that it lit up, though, because we're in Winter's Heart, so it's like all of a sudden the sun is out. I would think that would be something you would take notice of.
She does mention it's like a summer sun. So it's probably within minutes or less of when they light up.
You're like, what's that sunrise over there? Because the sun's up ahead.
Yeah. How is there a sun rising in the north? And why does it look like summer?
Somebody turn the light on.
Click.
Weather's been shitty forever. Yeah.
All right, so question. How does the Choden Call turn on? Does it like flicker like a bad fluorescent bulb? Is it like a slow rise, like one of those sodium lamps? Is it like instant on? What do you think?
I like the sodium lamp idea, that there's a little spark in the middle and then it warms up and glows up. I like that.
And the total brightness just gets brighter and brighter and brighter.
Well, eventually it like plateaus.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I never really imagined it. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't see it as on like a light bulb. So I suppose it's like some kind of, gradual, but like gradual quickly, maybe over the course of like a second. So you get some kind of gradation, but it's a quick one.
Follow-up question. What shape are gateways?
I always saw them as square.
Okay.
Thank you. You round gateway people are wrong. So.
Yeah. Back away. Because, okay. Because people are always like, well, what about the rotating? And it's like, well, yeah.
Yeah, but it's rotating on a line.
Yeah, into a square. Yeah.
It's going from one dimension to 2 dimensions. Like, my math and science is really shit. Like, I realized I did a terrible math problem in one of my episodes, like with percentages, where I was like, if half of the Aiel women, half of the Aiel are women, then you would think that 50% of the warriors are women. And then afterwards I lifted it over and I'm like, Morgan, your math sucks. But oh well. But sometimes I can do things,
Dimensions are a thing.
Yeah. Also, it's really hard to stay in as a woman warrior in the Aiel society, because if you get married, you have to drop out. The men can stay. If you have a baby, you have to, you can choose to drop out, right? Like
that was before I was listing all the reasons why you would drop out and the notions of opting out versus opting in. Like, I'm like men opt out versus women opting in and, everything. So, and then narrowing down, trying to figure out percentages. Anyway, but yeah, I did bad math and then was like afterwards, like, that's just bad. But it's not my strong suit.
I mean, the math was fine. You divided 100 by 2 and got 50. The math was perfect.
That's the engineer talking.
So listen, sine of theta is theta for small theta. Just go with it. It's fine.
But related to the book, I do feel like I want to just mention that Tremalking is described as being big enough that it doesn't smell like the ocean in the middle of the island. And this is also where like all the good tea comes from. So, like, how big is this island? Because I'm thinking it's like Madagascar sized.
Maybe Britain sized. I don't think it's Britain sized.
I don't think it's Britain sized.
Ireland sized, maybe.
Maybe.
I'd say bigger than that.
Because I, for some reason in my mind, I was like Hawaii at first, but like I'm pretty sure that you can always tell that you're on an ocean, like you're near the ocean in Hawaii.
See, I'm thinking like one of the islands in Indonesia, like Papua New Guinea, or like I'm looking at.
Yeah, I've never been somewhere like that. I don't know how far inland you have to go before it doesn't smell like ocean.
That is a good question. Not super far.
Not super far. Does it smell like ocean where you live?
No.
And we're only 60 miles in?
I'm about 40 miles in, and sometimes the afternoon breeze can smell quite oceanic, but that's only very specific times in the late summer.
Like we're about 60 miles in, 65, and it doesn't ever smell like ocean, but sometimes we'll get the seagulls come in when it's real stormy at the coast, and then it like smells real fresh. Mm-hmm. So, but not super oceany.
Yeah, and I also just like don't know like that much about how to grow tea. But it grows really well in China, which is kind of like here, so I'm assuming it's like if it rains, tea is okay, and it doesn't freeze too much, then tea is okay.
Yeah, but don't they grow it up in the mountains where like the weather's a little bit different?
Well, yeah, but like, I just like how far inland do you have to go to make tea? To get the weather to make tea, to get away from the salt to make tea. How much does tea? I guess if you're up in the mountains, you don't have to worry so much about like estuary flooding and like salt in the soil, even if you are kind of close to the ocean. These are not important questions, but they're also the most important questions.
Sounds like a wiki rabbit hole. My wife.
Yeah, no, I was like, oh, this is gonna be bad.
She asks the question. I'm like, let's see. And the next thing you know, we've spent an hour learning and talking about all kinds of different shit.
Now, in fairness, tea is a subject that is near and dear to the Wheel of Time, but I think we should maybe start on Chapter 4, The Tale of a Doll in Crossroads of Twilight.
Works for me.
Fun. I'll go on a rabbit hole on my own time.
I'm just gonna grab your legs and pull you head first out of the rabbit hole. Nope.
Rude, but fine. I understand. We have a job to do.
Our symbol is a Sean Chan helmet face, because this is a Sean Chan talking to a Sean Chan. Yeah, let's get into it. So this is the return of Lanfear, right? I mean,
Sindane.
She's been around.
Get it right.
Sorry. Oh my god.
She's not allowed to use that name anymore.
Last chance. I'm sorry I dead named her. You're right, Sindane. But she calls herself Lanfear in most of the rest of the books. She unlike Llewellyn, Shipless, or even some of the other Forsaken when they're brought back, they embrace the new name they're given. Mm-hmm. Lanfear's like, no, fuck you, Dark One, I'm still Lanfear.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm not Sindane Chance, which, if the newly revealed Lanfear lives information is correct, which we kind of have to assume it is coming from the mouth of the author, she defied the Dark One and got away with it.
Well, I do approve of defying Satan. Broadly speaking, like when incarnate evil tells you that you can't have something and then you have it anyway, I am broadly in support of that. But also...
Do you want to read the whole POV chunk?
I mean, I guess so. They're all just so short.
Right. Well, I kind of like the idea of that if you listen to all these episodes, you can actually get almost the entire cleansing read out loud to you.
Ooh, I could do that as a compilation after.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we read all of the Rand POV in the beginning because that was a long one.
We didn't.
Yeah.
But I could put this together as a compilation once we're done. At least for patrons.
Oh, that'd be a good. Yeah, that would be a good Patreon reward.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. So basically, we are going to join Sindane as she discovers, as the cleansing starts. She feels the cleansing kick off and immediately responds to it, and that is where we're hopping in. If you are truly one of the chosen, I will serve you, the bearded man in front of Sindane said doubtfully, but she did not hear what else he had to say. She could feel it. That much of Saidar being drawn to one spot was a beacon that any woman in the world who could channel would feel and locate. So he had found a woman to use the other access key. She would have faced the great Lord, faced the Creator with him. She would have shared the power with him, let him rule the world at her side. And he had spurned her love, spurned her. The fool babbling at her was an important man as such things were accounted here and now. But she did not have time to make certain of his trustworthiness, and without that, she could not leave him to babble, not when she could feel Moradin's hand caressing the corsuvra that held her soul. A razor-thin flow of air sliced the fellow's beard in two as it took off his head. Another flow shoved the body backward so the blood fountaining from the stub of his neck did not spot her dress. Before body or head hit the stone floor, she had spun her gateway. A beacon she could point to, beckoning her. As she stepped into rolling forest where scattered carpets of snow littered the ground beneath stark branches bare save for the thick ropes of drooping brown vines, she wondered where the beacon had drawn her. It did not matter. South of her, that beacon shone, enough Saidar to lay waste to a continent in one blow. He would be there, him and whoever the woman was he had betrayed her with. Carefully, she drew on the power to spin a web for his death.
Oh, she's so mean. I love her.
Oh yeah, that slicing of the beard to get to the neck was always an image that stuck with me in these books, right? That method of killing was so very Lanfear, and then just like pushing the body away so she doesn't get any blood on her, just like ew.
That's the part that stuck with me. Was the part where she immediately flings up a wall to keep it from getting on her dress. That was always the part that just was like, oh boy, she's cold.
The very cold. Very cold. Just slice and dice, and for no reason other than, you know, he was new and she wasn't sure of his loyalty yet, and he was inconvenient at the time.
Yeah, it would take too much time to wrap up this loose end, so she would rather kill him. It's just like, this is why you shouldn't sell yourself over to the Forsaken, is because they do not care about you at all. The Dark One doesn't care in the slightest.
No. And you think he's going to resurrect your ass just because you got in Lanfear's way? No.
No.
One of the things I was thinking about while you're reading that is, what do you think the people in Shara are thinking
I was
right
thinking
now,
that
right?
too as I was reading it. I'm like, why do the Sharans never show up? You'd think they would send some, like, you know, sentenced to death channelers or something to, like, check it out, or some scientists, like...
Maybe they just don't have gateways yet. The Demandred is the only one who has the gateway, and that's how they appear in the last battle.
That must be it. The gateways only exist with Rand and the Forsaken. That's a weak sauce argument. Gateways should exist. They shouldn't have been lost. I don't understand how gateways could possibly have gotten lost. That seems like way too useful of a weave. But whatever. That's got to be it. That's got to be the reason.
People on the road traveling every day never settle down long enough to use it, forget how.
Oh,
that's my theory.
That's actually a really good point with the way the surface of the world was warping.
Like, if you never can, like, you can't open a gateway to anywhere because nowhere exists that you've ever been because it's all been destroyed. How do you know where to go? How do you know where something is if it's changing faster than you can learn it?
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Okay, all right. I guess that is good world building.
Also, unexpected death and teachers. Like, you just sort of expect weird things to get lost because everyone who knew it happened to die in the same avalanche at the same time. And you're just like, oh, well, now we don't know gateways anymore. Fuck. You know, like, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
How does knowledge get lost? So fucking easily.
Very true. Yeah, way too easily. Disturbingly easily. So, I wanted to ask, between this POV and the next, do we think that this is the same instance of a woman channeling that gets attacked? Because she says that south of her, the beacon shines. And if I'm not completely confused, which I usually am about geography, is Shadar Logoth north of the spot they're sitting?
Oh gosh, I believe so, but I would have to go check the exact geography of exactly where they set up next to Shadar Logoth. I think it's in the beginning of the chapter. If we go back and read Rand's POV, he's like to the south or of.
That's what I thought. I need to know because The gateway he wove was to a thinly wooded, uneven hilltop a few miles to the north.
Can I say we found that almost at the identical moment?
Nerds. We are on the same wavelength. We were both thinking about Shara. We both got to the same spot at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, we may have been doing this for a while. Speaking of which, we had our 6-year anniversary.
We did. Happy 6th birthday to us.
Right, that's in the past now for those of you who are listening to this, but recent history for us, which is very exciting.
Yeah, we're recording this on the 25th, and that was on the 21st. So, yeah.
19th. Right?
20th? 21st?
No, 21st, you're right. Timber's birthday is the 19th. That's what's on the 19th. Yeah.
Happy birthday to Timber.
Yeah, he's 8 now. For those of you who have been listening, right? Because he was 3 when the podcast started. So he was barely out of his puppy phase, and now he is solidly into middle age. But he's still my puppy, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's excellent. So yeah, springtime, a time of birthdays. So when she shows up, she's looking south of her, and they are north of the city. So she's farther north of them?
Yes. So the city is the southernmost point. Then north of them is Rand, and then north of them is Lanfear. Basically, she's coming in outside the bullseye.
Okay.
And coming in on foot, yeah.
So the thing that Cadswain feels then is not Lanfear. In the next POV, she feels something and points towards Shadar Logoth and directs her next bolt that direction. And I assumed it was Lanfear, and that's why I wanted to get this geography right, because it's not.
No, it doesn't appear to be.
And honestly, that makes sense, because Lanfear arrives in the forest, not in a city.
Yeah.
So.
And this also seems like Sidene, not Sidar.
Oh, does her Shrike only do...
Yeah, that's my understanding.
She also points to the north earlier in that section. So that might be Lanfear. There's a thing at the end that's what I was interested in, but now I'm like literally reading ahead. And as soon as the word left her mouth, a fountain of flame erupted in the forest to the north.
So she pointed north, which is the way Lanfear was.
And that's with the golden bird, the swallow.
Yes.
And then the swallow also turns towards Shadar Logoth. So the swallow must detect both, or detects a woman in Shadar Logoth.
I thought the swallow just detected men channeling. Oh, no, it says, or whether by a man or a woman. So that would, it can detect either, certainly.
Okay. So it's entirely possible that she does, in fact, notice Lanfear and then notice somebody else.
I mean, they're getting surrounded and attacked by multiple Forsaken.
Oh, and I'm looking ahead. So the next POV after Cadswain is Rand, but then the one after that is Demon Dread, and he does arrive in Shadar Logoth. So the one that we're reading today, the first one is pointed at the POV we're reading today, and then the second one is pointed at the POV we're reading in 2 weeks. No, in 1 week, because we're doing 2 back-to-back doubleheaders. So
I will also read a note about the Golden Swallow that's on Encyclopedia Watt. And it says, it cites the Glimmers Q&A. There's a link there. The Golden Swallow was made during the breaking to detect a man channeling alone. Since a man linked to a woman was by definition safe, it does not detect Sidene linked to Sidar. However, that doesn't specify whether it detects Sidar by itself or not. It just says it. So that's why it's not basically turning around and detecting the allies that are channeling, I think, is what he was trying to say.
That makes sense.
Because they're linked.
That makes sense.
Just an interesting note I found there. And feel free to follow up with that. But it sounds like it's from just a Q&A with Robert Jordan.
But yeah, I think it's important for us to, as we do this thing, is to keep in mind, that bullseye you were talking about. Where in the bullseye are various Forsaken showing up and existing? If the center of the bullseye is Shadar Logoth and the first ring out is our crew, where else is everyone showing up? And our crew is more or less due north of Shadar Logoth-ish. So
12 o'clock on the...
Right. And so Lanfear has arrived even farther north, more or less on the same line.
That's a good way of thinking about it and giving us a little battle map.
I just am really bad with the spatiality of my fantasy books, and podcasting makes me want to be good at it. So that's all I have to say about that POV. And do you want to move on to the next one?
Oh, just that I think this is he who shall follow after right here, right? Kalendor shone like a flame in young Jahar hands. This is Narishma using Kalendor after Rand has used it.
Okay. This is...
I think that you can make a really good argument that this is the fulfillment of that prophecy.
I mean, he does admirably well with Kalendor. He really makes Kalendor awesome and work for him.
And he uses it correctly, linked with two women, right? That's what makes it possible. So, you know, I think there's a really good argument to be made that this is where that happens. And that's a totally valid, like, he uses the most powerful, well, not the most powerful, but the craziest, most important Sangreal, put it that way, of the age. And that could be enough. Because nobody else, as far as we know, uses it.
Yeah. Yeah. I just also want to point out that we are at the early stages of the battle as far as like that confident phase in the battle when you're like, oh, my shields are like, that was a big hit, but like, I'm holding, you know, like Cadspan's kind of measuring the strength of her tools and realizing she's already needing her artifacts in order to withstand the onslaught, but they're doing good. She's like pointing and things are blasting. She's got the shield, like, her hair is not disheveled yet, you know? Everyone's still cool. The ship is still operating smoothly.
It's just the morning. They also don't know exactly how long they have to do this for.
Right.
And so this is like, okay, for hour one, let's go. We're in a fight. People are popping up. There's someone popped up to the north of us. Someone's popping up in the city. All right, let's send some fire out to harass them, you know, which we see is pretty effective later.
Very, yeah. We see the Forsaken being quite irritated by having to run away from fire every time they land somewhere. But yeah, it's just they're very confident. We're like, okay, good. Rand walked into this battle correctly prepared in terms of allies. The allies are able to do their job. And like there's some weird warder Aes Sedai dynamic stuff that I don't really care about. But battle-wise, that's the stage that we're at.
And that takes us out of Winter's Heart for today.
Indeed.
And back.
Forward
to
and
a
back.
Crossroads of Twilight. Forward and back. Forward and back.
The way back will come, but
what
every
is that
week.
from? Right. From
Forward and back is the glass columns.
Right. Of course.
Yeah. All right, so with that, are we done with this book and ready to switch gears over to the cleansing?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, it's time to have dessert, because I don't think there's anything left in that chapter. Yeah. We've eaten our meat, and now we can have our pudding.
Yes. So this is the real reason why I've been so excited coming on, because it's absolutely my favorite part of the whole story. Uh-huh. And when you first talked about how that you may readjust a chapter, I immediately got on Discord and sent Radia a text and said, I want to be a part of this at whatever way I can be, because I love the cleansing. And I think the way you're breaking it out is just sheer genius.
Thank you. So
good job, Aradia. Good job, Seth.
Well, I'm glad I could produce this to order.
Because we can match this up and be like, oh, this is Perrin's just sensing, and the people around Perrin are sensing the battle. And this is Rand in the first moments of channeling, maybe seconds later. Right? Like,
no, I think we're an hour in or more.
Do you think we're an hour in?
Point, because Rand could not see Nynaeve any longer. I feel like the sweat is starting to soak through the shirt. I feel like we're in the mid plateau of the experience at this point, but we're still flashing forward from Perrin's POV. That's how I've always read this.
Right. We're definitely okay. Fair enough, but not very far is what I'm saying.
Sure.
Right, because I feel like it's almost like Perrin's POV is reminding us the scene you guys just did, where they start, and then what we're about to do in Winter's Heart is naturally what comes after Perrin's vision.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So you somehow we're actually almost in chronological order. Those chapters happen first. Rand sits down, does the thing you talked about last week, and now we're ready for him to do the next thing. So
yeah,
It's amazing how well it works to just smear the 20 POVs across the 20 chapters, right? Like, we just matched them up 1-to-1. We're not doing anything fancy, but, you know, just the way the writing works. Both of them, time is moving forward, and they both kind of start at the same moment, right? And so those first 20 chapters are occurring over the course of these 20 POVs, which are both occurring basically chronologically.
Yeah. Yeah. But he's right now in the grind of the taint is moving, but he has no idea how long the time has gone by. So we have hours left to go in the process.
Many hours, yes. Sure. Rand could not see Nynaeve any longer. He could not see anything, feel anything. He swam in surging seas of flame, scrambled across collapsing mountains of ice. The taint flowed like an ocean tide, trying to sweep him away. If he lost control for an instant, it would strip away everything that was him and carry that down the conduit too. As bad, or maybe worse, despite the tide of filth flooding through that odd flower, the taint on the male half of the source seemed no less. It was like oil floating on water in a coating so thin you could not notice till you touched the surface. Yet coating the vastness of the male half, it was an ocean in itself. He had to hold on. He had to. But for how long? How long could he hold on?
Several hours, apparently.
I love that.
The thing that I really want to talk about here is competing infinities or different levels of infinities, right? Because the taint on one level is infinite, but it's infinite on a two-dimensional plane, right? It's very thin, but infinitely wide. The true power, the one power, the true source.
One power, yeah.
The one power, the true source, sorry.
Robert Jordan.
Yeah, damn you. At least it's not the Stru or whatever. It doesn't start with an S.
Yes.
So, but
Saidin and Saidar.
The one power, Saidin and Saidar. Oh my God, it does start with an S. That rat bastard. Fuck
that was
him.
Great. Great timing.
So
anyway,
Saidin and Saidar are both infinite in two dimensions in terms of a plane, but also infinitely deep. And so you have this, you know, infinity that's a much larger infinity than the one that is the Dark One's power. And that's how you're able to sort of drain it off, right? Because think of it like a Taylor series, right? For those of you who are in math, right? You can either have one that converges or one that diverges. And so you can have an infinite series of numbers adding up, but you know they converge to a finite number. And that's a series that converges, right? And so I think in a lot of ways, the taint on the Dark One's on the one power converges. It might be infinitely big, but it is a finite amount of taint, versus the one power, which is divergent.
I'm sorry, I'm a junior high child. The Dark One's taint being so wide and not very deep. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just all, it's total locker room humor.
No, it's fine.
Great job, Seth. You brought such a gravitas to the Dark One's taint.
Whenever I can really get serious about the Dark One's taint and focus in on the center of the issue, I like to really, give it the old stink eye and try and break it down in a way that I think everybody can enjoy. Because I know for some people it's a sensitive topic. So you want to approach it with a lot of delicacy and lube.
I am deceased. I was not expecting that. Done. Totally done. Great. Okay, so competing infinities.
Yeah, no, I think I'm done. That was all I had to say about that. Is just I think there's a lot of fun in metaphysics in Robert Jordan's description of the cleansing of the one power.
I really like that because I've always found the contradiction of two competing infinities to be quite annoying, but to see it as a two-dimensional versus three-dimensional infinity kind of helps me wrap my head around the apparent contradiction.
Mm-hmm. That you can cleanse all of Saidin without channeling all of Saidin.
Right. This makes it make sense. And I appreciate that. because it's weird.
I still love that it was such a genius way of approaching the tank and trying to give some physical, principles to it. And again, it's one thing I really love about Robert Jordan's writing and his magic system is how he does try to give it very solid, clear rules and tries not to break them. So, and I like that with the taint, he's using it like a siphon and kind of using it like you guys described in the previous, conversations about how it actually functions. And that Rand at this point, I think, is so full of the power. All he is feeling and seeing, he doesn't even know if he's actually doing a good job. It's just like he's in the middle of it and he has to continue. And it's like, it's too big to let go. It's too big to, it's too big to fail. You got to just ride it out at this point for good or bad, and he also is, trying to stay aware because channeling that much of the one power must be, like a drug, it's such a high, and he's also trying to stay aware, make sure he's being effective and make sure he doesn't die. And I love that it's just in this middle of this thing where it's like, and it's Demandred. I always say his name wrong. Demandred, who notices the darkness is growing. I think even before we see it from Rand's point of view, right?
Yeah, totally.
So speaking of Demandred,
Chell Vannon rides up.
Chell
Vannon.
Yeah.
Well, what is he doing right now? We don't get a POV from Matt and the band.
It's true.
Right?
It's true.
Vannon very much could slip away easily and be taking place in this scene, right? Like,
well, he does gateways.
Yeah.
And we've never seen Demandred and Chell Vannon together.
It's true. It's true. He shows up in the city. He drops into the city, right?
Yeah, he shows up in the city, which I always took to meant like right there at the gates as opposed to the hills surrounding it. But I didn't take it. I never took it as he was literally in the city because I thought Arid Hall would be completely off limits even now. But
oh no, he definitely, one look at the rubble-strewn street changed his mind about altering anything, though. Beside him rose a half-pale dome, its shattered top 200 feet or more above the street. He's in the city, next to rubble. There's a dome, one of those dome buildings right above him. He gateways right into the center of Shadar Logoth.
But then fire erupts in the forest and comes marching at him. So I was with Chad thinking it seems like he's at the gate rather than in the middle. It's very confusing.
Sure. I will give you at the gate of Shadar Logoth, but still inside the gate of Shadar Logoth. Sure. And though the fire starts in the forest, it's coming at him.
Because it's not like Ruidian levels of off limits. It's just maybe really strategically difficult to make sure you don't slice a building down on top of your head or something.
And also, don't go in at night, right? It's still daytime. This is still, they started at dawn. We're an hour or so in.
But yeah, he shows up and then immediately has to bounce to another location, which is actually in the forest. He shows up in the city, looks around, and then the fire starts to come for him. So he has to gateway out and does end up in the forest running around there for his most of his arc.
Which actually he runs right into the source of the fire and everything else that he's doing without meaning to.
Well, I think that Cadsuane throws the first fire at him because at the end of her POV, she points towards the ruins of Shadar Logoth. So I think that she's pointing at him landing.
Oh, okay. Yes, that would make sense.
Right. She's not the one using Kalendor, but it's Narishma, right? Who's throwing the fire. She's pointing
where the fire needs to go. Yes. It is actually Narishma doing the fire. That's true.
But yeah, so as he's either in the gates or whatever, from the broken rim of the ruin down to the street, though, the air was dark with shadows, as if the night were already falling. The city quivered. He could feel it through his boots. So I assume that's the beginning of the taint, forming that dark sphere that we see later. Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't really crested the skyline of the city yet, but if you're in the city, you can see it starting to fill up the streets and the alleys.
Isn't that also, and again, you got the scientist, but isn't there some sort of physical principle that when you pour something out, it takes a while for it to actually form into obviously liquid takes the shape of its container, but isn't there something about when you form, eventually everything becomes a circle or a dome, but when it first starts, it doesn't need that natural structure yet. Am I making something up? I may be talking way out of my ass. I am not a scientist. I'm an elementary school teacher, but I thought I remember something about like when you, like a viscous liquid, viscous substances, that they will not take a form, but if you keep adding enough, they will form a like circle or a dome or a sphere or something. I don't know. Maybe I'd literally maybe making that up, but I thought I think you guys would know.
I mean, I feel like surface tension naturally brings liquids together into a sphere, especially in a lack of gravity, right? If it's not falling, if you look in space, like you see the astronauts have liquid on the space shuttle and they're just perfect spheres, right? That's just sitting there. So, if there's no reason for this, I kind of assume the dome is surrounding Shadar Logoth and growing kind of like an egg inside of it. Like it's like this little ball that gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and engulfs more and more of the city. And it's sort of like, go ahead.
I always figured it was kind of like a mist that like rose up from the ground, Mashadar-like, and then once it got like above at least the first story, it started to like come together and like, I don't know, kind of be a very slowly growing like a mushroom fruiting body kind of thing, like coming out of the city, I guess. But I don't know what the physics of evil fog are.
I mean,
I imagine it as a slow motion explosion, right? So it's a sphere,
Like a mushroom cloud?
no, almost more like a shockwave.
Okay.
Moving slowly, right? That's half in the ground, right? So it starts, if you think of Shadar Logoth having a gravitational center, that's where all the taint is being channeled into, right? And so as that has taint channeling into it, it swells bigger and bigger and bigger, and you get this black sphere that you see described. Everyone describes it as a dome because it's half underground, right? But it's a sphere.
And we know that because the crater afterward goes deep into the ground. Yeah.
Because the crater afterwards is the bottom, right? Of the sphere. So we know it's a sphere. And it's and I imagine it starting as a small sphere in the center of the city that gets bigger and bigger over time. And we see it like bubbling up and boiling at various points and it's swelling, getting bigger. And basically that's the gravity of the evil of Shadar Logoth is attracting the gravity of the taint. And once he opens that conduit, have you seen those ones where they take a chain in a cup and they fling it over the edge and the gravity causes it to fall out?
Yes. That's what I was trying to say.
So there's a point, yeah. So there's this physics trick where you can do, if you take a chain and you have it in a cup and you hold it up, if you get enough of it coming out of the cup, the weight of the chain will force more to come out and follow it. And I think that's what Rand is doing, is he has to pump enough Sidene through the cup that is Sidar, right? If chain is Sidene and the cup Sidar, he has to get enough weight going that it starts pulling itself, and the gravity is the evil of Shadar Logoth. And then all of a sudden, the evil of Shadar Logoth pulls on that chain, and I guess the chain really is tainted Sidene, and it pulls on that taint, and the taint is separated. Sidene just keeps cycling because it's, an infinite cycle, but the chain of taint gets pulled off the top of it and onto Shadar Logoth. And I think one of the reasons it's so scary is what if there's enough taint, that black ball could keep growing and growing and growing and growing, and what if it gets bigger than the Earth? Then what's left?
Right. And because that was actually Rand's concern. And it's funny because you guys were talking about, I kind of had a blending, I guess, of both of you, except I always thought of the taint, and I probably took it way too literal, as being oily or being viscous. And so to me, it was almost like syrup. And so I kind of imagined it kind of piling up and pressing down and then slowly overflowing. And the mass of it created its own self-sustaining shape, the sphere kind of going on. That's how I always kind of saw it. But I love the point you just made, though. I think that was really, really good.
I'm curious what you guys think about Demon Dread's choice to switch. When he sees this black ball, he decides to not mess with what Rand is doing. And I was wondering what you guys thought about him showing up, intending to disrupt the process, seeing the ball, and then deciding, nah, this is fine. What's he thinking?
I'm thinking he thinks he has to go create a storyline of the Bow, and he jumps off to Shara. He's like, oh shit, I gotta have my own prophecies.
I assumed he was already doing that at this point.
Obviously just playing, but I think, to me, I think it was all about, again, the selfish nature of evil is one of the underlying tropes of Jordan's writing. And to me, this was such a big unknown to him that he had to, he's like, I'm going to remove myself from the situation and see what's going to happen. Because I think he also could have had the same thoughts Rand did. How big is this going to get? Where does this end? What's going to happen? And I think it was a decision to preserve and be there to fight in the next battle, is what I kind of always took it as.
So I don't read it the same way necessarily as Demandred retreating from the battle and deciding to leave it alone, right? Because he says here he's retreating. Sooner or later, the old man would get tired, and then he could take care of killing Althor. He's just involved in a fight, right? Because he gets in a fight with Dahmer Flynn, right? And so he's just sort of retreating a little bit temporarily to let Dahmer Flynn wear himself out, and then he thinks he can defeat Dahmer Flynn and go in and take out Rand. Right? He's not giving up the fight entirely. Okay. He's not retreating entirely. He's just I'm in this guy is way more powerful than I expected because he's in a circle and he probably has some Angreal. And Demandred's just there. He hasn't gotten his Angreal yet. He's, and in a lot of ways, the Demandred that we get here is not the Demandred that Sanderson writes.
Correct. Which I think is a superior Demandred.
Which one?
The one Sanderson writes.
Well, that's one that's evolved. That's one that's changed. It's one who's fallen back in love. In a lot of ways, he's become less of a Forsaken and more of a human. He's given up some of his inhumane quest for power.
Well, that's yeah. Okay, so then the pause was really just about the fight with Flynn and the circle. It wasn't about him recognizing that what's going on and removing himself from the entire situation.
That was my thought.
Because he wants to kill Rand either way, but at the very beginning, he's like, well, if he can undo what Rand has done at the source, then he might be able to kill him that way. And then he looks at the dome and says, never mind, but I still want to kill him. And I don't understand why looking at the dome makes him change his priorities.
Where does he say never mind? I guess I'm not seeing that part.
The second paragraph. One look at the rubble-strewn street changed his mind about altering anything. He doesn't change his plans to kill Rand. He just changes his plans about undoing what Althor had done at the source.
Right, because he thought at first he could use this to his advantage in taking out Althor, right?
Yeah, and then he changes his mind about that, and I'm just like, why? Because he still wants to kill Rand. He's just like, clearly this process isn't worth monkey wrenching. It's just that first paragraph. It's just very confusing.
I think it's the way he's responding, the way the air is dark with shadows, the city quivered. He's like, oh crap, I can't undo this.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's just a simple matter of, this is bigger than I thought.
Too much of the chain is already out of the cup.
Okay. Okay. All right. Cool.
Okay. I like that.
But he still is very determined. He's going to kill Rand. He's going to break the damn cup, even if the chain is out of here. He can still break. Well, the cup holder, I guess, is actually who he's going for in this analogy.
Right.
And yeah, he basically gets stuck in a holding pattern with Flynn's circle for the duration of the battle, I think. They just kind of spar the whole time.
Right, because they're using... Cadsuane's using her Terangriel to figure out where he is, and they're channeling him and following him, correct?
Right.
Or is that his opinion of what's happening?
Well, he's now met up with people in the woods. So Cadsuane is in the center, right? And she pointed it hey, someone's out there. And so now he's running around, and now he's run into an outer ring of defenders. And now they're battling line of sight with him.
Gotcha.
So, presumably Cadsuane's leaving them alone.
And this is the only POV we get from him. We don't see him again from his POV.
Yeah, so he gets stuck here. This team of 3 does their job so well that they keep Demandred tied up.
And who is this team of 3?
Dahmer Flynn and whoever he circled with.
Yeah,
earlier.
I forget who that is, but it's Two Eyes to Die. Somewhere back.
I remember reading this when I read this in real time. But like, I love the fact that it gives the perspective that he's just walking through and he's like, who are these random people in the woods? And I feel like that's something that is continuously about the cleansing that makes it so interesting is like, he literally did not, was he literally like wondering who these random people are? He didn't think they were there because of Althor. Like, he didn't even expect them to be any sort of even, sentries or, guards or something, much less people who actually could attack him. He's like, who are these random people wandering in the woods outside of this abandoned city? And what are they doing here during this, catastrophic event? And it just made it very interesting to me to how the Aes Sedai and even Ashaman are seen, like, despite their own opinion of themselves with the power in their world, from his point of view, they're still like peasants,
Yeah. And the two Aes Sedai that Flynn is with is Serene and Corell. Those are the two Aes Sedai that are with him.
Okay.
I found that in Cat Swain's POV.
Yeah, and they, let's see, they do drive him off, so they talk about that later.
Yeah. Abruptly, the old man stopped, thrusting one of his hands straight toward Dumindred, and Dumindred found himself frenetically fending off a net of Sidene that struck his warding much harder than it should have, as hard as his own spinning wood. So, like, I love that realization of what exactly the power he's literally encountering. And he's like, okay, for the first, like, he's actually finding these three people, these random people are also a rival to him when it comes to level of power, because he's like, he was not expecting that level of power to bounce off his own Sidene netting.
Right. It's like, these peasants know how to throw a thesaurus at me. What?
Right. And then they're basically, what does Sherman do to the south, where you just burn everything and kill it?
Yeah, I mean, this is March to the Sea.
Yeah, March to the Sea, but I forget there's a name for that style of warfare, and I forget the name of it. Basically,
Scorched Earth?
Scorched Earth, thank you. Yeah, Scorched Earth. And that's literally what they're doing. They're doing a Scorched Earth policy and just burning everything in an attempt to kill anyone that they can, because they're rightfully, or well, maybe not rightfully, luckily rightfully assuming that anyone that shows up is going to be someone who's going to try and stop Rand, which is actually probably a good thing Nora didn't show up, because what if she would have showed up? Or, ooh, this is interesting. What if Seth, she actually is a dark friend, and her attempt to try and get them to go see what was going on was really her trying to fulfill her responsibility of being there. I don't like that because I like Nora, but I'm just throwing shit against the wall.
It fits with the red herring. It fits with the idea that she's a very well constructed red herring. Yeah. I also love Demondred being like, I'm so brilliant, I'm a great general, but generals aren't supposed to fight in the mud. This is so undignified. Like, tactical retreat to the rear.
Right.
Like,
and that's why the Demondred we get in the last battle is different, because that Demondred fights. He is not worried about being a troop. He is absolutely a fighter. He's like, come on, challenge me. Let's go one-on-one. Like, I've got no problem. Like, yes, he's surrounded by his troops, but he also, is that one-on-one fighter. And I feel like he really is a different character to me. He feels like a different character. And that's a shame, because I really wanted to find out what happened with this Demondred.
Yeah.
And I feel like we never really get a good resolution on him, because, he's Vannon.
Yeah. Basically. But with that, I think we have closed out our recording, our chapter for the day. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, Chad, for coming back as a guest.
Especially thank you, Chad, for your great input. Really helped us get through these chapters.
This has been fun. This was less sloggy.
Hey, it's my pleasure. I love these books. I love being on here with you guys. And again, I was telling Rady, I've had a lot happen this year, and you guys, like, definitely, like, from the very beginning when I found you and Patrick back last January, and then all the changes, you guys have been there through everything, and it's been amazing and wonderful, and I'm grateful to just be able to talk to you guys in real time. So I love being here, and would love to come back anytime.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate it.
All right. Winter's Heart with the Cho'Adan Call. Perspective from Sindane. This is Sindane 2 of 3. I counted them up. There are 3 Sindane POVs, and this is the second.
And the first one's her coming through the gateway. This is the second one. What's the third?
The third one is when she confronts Olivia and is battling to get closer and confronts Olivia solo and is like, what? Why is she so strong?
And we learn she gets driven away, right? Like,
Yeah,
she doesn't get
yeah.
close. Yeah.
Yeah, but she tries very, very hard. And that's her third POV, is getting driven back by Olivia being an absolute one-woman badass army. But for now, skirts hiked to her knees, cursing. Sindane ran from her third gateway as soon as she was through. She could hear the explosions marching toward the site, but this time she had realized why they came straight for her. Tripping on vines hidden in the snow, bumping into tree trunks, she ran. She hated forests. At least some of the others were here. She had seen those fountaining fires speed elsewhere than at her. She could feel Saidar being spun at more than one place, spun with fury. But she prayed to the great Lord that she would reach Lews Therin first. She wanted to see him die, she realized. And for that, she would have to get closer.
So yeah, Sindane, obviously Lanfear. She's calling him Lews Therin. She wants to see him. She wants to kill him, which is where she was, when she was finally convinced that Lews Therin could never be hers. She changed from wanting him to be hers to wanting him dead.
Right. If you are not mine, then you are dead is in full effect at this point. And we are now at least an hour into the battle, I would think.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much everybody's arrived, all the contenders have fanned out. They've all seen the fire go flying at them. So now everybody's sneaking through the forest without using power as best as possible. Because if they use the one power, call them a fire.
Right, exactly. There's sort of these phases to the battle. The battle gets initiated and everyone gets alerted to the fact. Everyone arrives and gets to have their surprise round. And now we're settling into like the combat that in game only takes 3 minutes. But like in the game, players where like the DM and everyone is managing the battle, it's like the entire 5-hour gaming session.
Right. But except this is this is actually like 5-6 hours long of people sneaking around, maybe even 12 hours long of people sneaking around in the forest trying to get closer, and either getting scared away or killed.
Yeah, I imagine it's closer to 6 hours. I feel like they get there in the early morning and take off before sunset, or in the late morning, early afternoon, and like leave before it gets dark. But I'm not positive about that. But yeah, everyone knows what their role in the battle is now. There's not a lot of real surprises left. Now it's the grinding trading of blows over hours while Rand and Nynaeve do their thing.
For some reason, I thought they started near dawn. He who comes with the dawn.
Oh, they did ride out of the city at dawn.
Yeah.
So I sort of assumed that like it took a few hours to go from riding out of the city to actually hitting go on the Chodan call, but I don't know. That's just me taking forever to transition between tasks and always assuming it's going to take like a few hours to get from one space to another. That might just be me.
I kind of imagine Rand just being like, all right, let's get started. And Kotsui being, okay, everybody, he's starting. Let's get together. Hold on. Circles, quick, before he really starts pulling in power.
Yeah. How long do these things take, right? It's like we don't get descriptions of the arm waving. We also don't get descriptions of like, and then they took 20 minutes to argue about who gets the north or whatever.
Right. But that was an incredibly short little bit with not a whole lot in it from Sindane.
I think it's there mainly to remind us of the fact that she's Lanfear and what her motivations are, and also to let us know that, yes, many of the other Chosen are there, just in case we'd missed that at this point. But yeah, not a lot of plot development, just sort of a status report.
But I'm glad we managed to get through that episode, that chapter. That was more, actually, than I thought we were going to get out of it, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I didn't think there was going to be a lot in it, but I kept highlighting all these different character things, and yeah, I don't know.
We'll see what that edits down to. Because it's just under at 150 in the raw. I'm going to hit stop.
Yeah, let's start with Tashiva.
Okay, just to get that out of the way.
I enjoyed this one. This is one of my more favorite of the POVs.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the few times where we're really getting. There's a little plot line that goes through Dashiva's POVs as well as a few other people's POVs, right? Because we're with Dashiva and he's slinking along thinking like, maybe I'll be the hero, which I'd like to talk about that for a little while. And then Codswain is using as like lessening the shield in that moment to sort of help Nynaeve. And this is in later POVs, right? And then, so I think Dashiva had a moment where he had an opportunity to actually take the whole thing down.
In this POV?
No.
Oh,
later on as we go, as he's creeping up to that, right?
Gotcha.
Like, so I really do think, and we see that through 3 or 4 different POVs, and I'm not entirely sure I'm right about that. There's some issue with the timing, but I did read through those today and go, there's a moment where Codswain's shield was down. He was creeping up. He was overlooking Rand and that group. And if he hadn't been, vaporized in a ball of fire, he probably actually had the opportunity to take them out.
I love how close this whole encounter is. Like, it's down to the wire on the defenders versus the attackers. It's really fun.
Especially because he was taken out by a dark friend. It's just always
because
fun.
of another dark friend who's not really a dark friend.
Right,
It's so
because of
good.
Baron.
It's so good.
It's dark friends all the way down.
Yes.
Crouching behind a fallen log, Osengar panted from the exertion of running. Those months masquerading as Corlin Dashiva had not made him any fonder of exercise. The explosions that had almost killed him died away, then started up again somewhere in the distance, and he cautiously raised himself enough to peek over the log. Not that he supposed a piece of wood was very much protection. He had never been a soldier, not really. His talents, his genius, lay elsewhere. The Trollocs were his making, and thus the Murdral that had sprung from them, and many other creatures that had rocked the world and made his name famous. The access key blazed with Saidin, but he could feel lesser amounts being wielded too, in various directions. He had expected others of the Chosen to be there ahead of him, had hoped they might have finished the task before he arrived, but plainly they had not. Plainly, Althor had brought along some of those Ashaman, and by the amount of Saidin that had gone into the eruptions that targeted him, Kalendor as well, and maybe some of his tame, so-called Aes Sedai. Crouching, he bit his lip. The forest was a very dangerous place, more so than he had expected, and nowhere for a genius. But the fact remained that Moradin terrified him. The man had always terrified him. From the very beginning. He had been mad with power before they were sealed into the bore, and since they had been freed, he seemed to think he was the Great Lord. Moradin would find out somehow if he fled, and kill him. Worse, if Althor succeeded, the Great Lord might decide to kill both of them, and Osengar as well. He did not care whether they died, but he did very much about himself. He was not good at judging time by the sun, but it was obviously still short of noon. Hauling himself from the ground, he dabbed at the dirt on his clothes, then gave up in disgust and began to skulk from tree to tree in what he imagined was a stealthy manner. It was towards the key that he skulked. Perhaps one of the others would finish the man before he got close to it. But if not, perhaps he would find the chance to be a hero. Carefully, of course.
It was good attitude for him.
Thanks. That was fun.
There's no place for a genius. Dabbing at his clothes, clutching at his pearls.
Oh, God. Look at that dirt I got on my silk. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a fop.
I can't, every time when I read that line, perhaps he would have a chance to be hero, I can't help but think of the Egwene line. Right?
Like, bitch, please sit down.
Can't others get to be a hero too, Rand? Or that one?
Some of us, yes, but not
yes,
you.
Not
no,
you.
not you.
No. You're working with a bad guy. You don't get to be a hero.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he wants to be a hero for the dark side.
Right. Which makes you not a hero. That makes you the bad guy. I'm just saying. The hero might not be the appropriate word. Do they? Yes, they do. That's why we use them.
Is there a there? So this is the POV where we get unequivocal, even I can't screw it up proof
Right.
Osengar is Agenor.
Is Corlin Deshiva.
Is Corlin Deshiva. Deshiva, Agenor, Osengar
Right.
are the same person.
The same person.
This is the POV where even I can't get confused about it.
This is one of the few times where I think Jordan finally went, fine, I'll tell you.
Right. And for that, we thank you, RJ.
Yeah, right. Because it was getting real confusing there for a little while. But, there's a lot of clues in here. Moradin from the beginning, he used to think he was the Dark One. I mean, that helps us pinpoint that Moradin is a Shamael, right? Like, there's just so much information dropping about the Forsaken in this one POV. Things that were implied many, many times throughout the series, but here we have real solid evidence that these things are true. And, we've, as the Spoilers podcast, have gone through this whole series knowing this fact and knowing these facts. But, it's always nice to be like, yeah, and there's the proof right there. See?
Right.
That's what we're basing.
We've been referencing.
Right.
We've hit the citation.
Right. Citation no longer needed.
Yeah, it's a citation in situ. Yeah, I really like the part about how Moradin had terrified him from the beginning. It's one of the few times we get a sense for how the Forsaken interacted before the war, because we only think of them as being mythic figures from the end of the war and who they are now. This is referring to like centuries of drama that had been building between these two people long before the war even broke out. And like, I find that to be a really fun bit of filling in that, cosmic microwave background radiation of our world building.
Well, and also really finding out, like, why is this guy, this coward, this terrible warrior Forsaken? The Trollocs were his making, and thus the Murdral, right? And the Murdral is what literally gives the Dark One a foothold in this world. He inhabits the body of a corrupted Murdral. That's what Shadar Haran is. So, like, obviously, like, there's a lot of credit that goes to, well, Deshiva, I guess I'll call him. What name do you want to pick? From the beginning, because he sort of created this corruption. And what is essentially the armies of the Dark One. He can't lead them. He can't control them. He can't feed them. He can't do the logistics. But he is the origin. And for that, he gets to be Forsaken. Now, how useful is a scientist on the battlefield? Not very.
Well, in a war where there's scientists on the other side, it could be handy. But if you only have one scientist in the entire medieval mess, then... Right,
yeah, he doesn't have his tools. We talked about this before with him, where he just, it's like if you know how to use CRISPR, but you don't have the machine that does CRISPR, you're not much of a geneticist.
Right, yeah. Maybe you can help people rediscover animal husbandry in the aftermath of the world, but like that's about it and not super useful in war. Yeah, it makes sense that he was a Forsaken once, but you'd think that the Dark One would just drop him like a hot potato. Once
the first time he got killed?
Like floor. Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, you're no good. Like literally.
I mean, clearly he doesn't come back a second time, right? I mean, the first time I can see the Dark One being like, okay, it was a fluke. You had just popped out. You encountered, you attempted to play tug of war with Rand and, burned yourself out. Like that's, you went up against the Dragon Reborn and lost. Fine. At least you were fighting the Dragon Reborn. I'll give you a second chance. But this, like, you got fireballed by someone who's on our side. Really, man? No, you're done. That's it. Cut off. Right.
Yeah, you're done. And I mean, like everything about him is just like you. I mean, what he imagined was a sneaky fashion is just one of my favorite lines because that is his entire personality.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just whatever he's doing, he's imagining that he's doing it really well, and everyone else is looking at him like, dude, no. Mm-mm. No, which is like literally what happened in his lab. That was how all of his ethics panels committee reviews went. That's how like every time he unveiled his like latest new pet project, like that was literally the response every time was, what the fuck, bro?
Well, and I love that he gets absolutely spotted, right? Like,
yeah, just by someone with their eyeballs, not with magic, not with a special tool, just by paying attention. You were not sneaky enough to avoid someone paying attention.
I mean, Elsa is not noted for being particularly good at woodscraft or Aiel or anything. You know, she's just some random city girl dark friend.
It was as clear to her as Sidene made the face of the man trying to hide on that hill while peeking around a tree trunk.
Okay, fine. I guess a little magic was involved.
But yes, the whole like him like peeking around the tree trunk and her just being like, I see you. He's hiding like a toddler. You know, with the feet sticking out from underneath the curtain. And it's like, yeah, we can see you just fine. You're not doing a very good job of it.
Yeah. And I mean, and to his credit, much like Moghedien, he stays against his better inclination as a survivor through this. Like Moghedien also is like, I don't want to be here and I don't want to do this, but I know I can't leave, so I'm going to hang out. Like both of the cowards do show up and attempt to do something. Moghedien just attempts to survive and does. Osengar tries to be a hero, quote unquote, carefully. And that ends badly.
And who doesn't show up?
Morden.
True. There is one other Forsaken that doesn't show up there. She's punished for it later.
Grandal, right?
I think
No, Grandal shows up. Sende shows up.
Messana.
Oh, Messana. Wait. Semirog. Semirog doesn't show up. Messana doesn't show up.
I think Messana is given an excuse or something.
Semirog,
sorry. Yeah, I think Semirog is given an excuse.
Because she's, like, deeply involved in the recent
like probably deep undercover, yeah, something like that. I don't remember.
The entire Shanshan royal family. Huh. Yeah, because there are a handful of Forsaken that don't arrive. But yeah, Messana does Messana get punished for that? Is that one of the things she gets punished for?
Yeah, totally. She's punished in Knife of Dreams.
Yeah, I would like to see the note that Semirog gave to Shardar Haran to get out of that one.
I'm sick.
right, exactly.
Because, yeah, we get Moghedien. Someone does show up in color-changing dress.
I would assume that's Grandal.
But I think that's Grandal, yeah.
So Messana and Semirog are the only ones that don't arrive, and only one of them gets punished.
Let me look that up.
Well, Joberlin, Moghedien shows up. She just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Moghedien shows up and hides, but she's there.
Yeah, she just sits within the zone of shit happening. And then she gets, like, sucked in by the negative air pressure. It's very cool. I don't know. It's weird. I don't see why Messana should get punished in particular. Maybe it's just a matter of not proving that she didn't hide the whole time. Like, only we know that.
I got nothing. I can't figure out where Semirog was during the cleansing.
Yeah, how does Morden know that Messana didn't show up then?
Because it's not like he's got a Kosuvra on her or anything.
Yeah, there's no, like, roll call at the beginning of the event to be like, who showed up.
I kind of think it's more mundane that he just has spies around each of the Forsaken.
Oh, that would make sense, having someone who can report in some capacity about their activity. That's the simplest explanation.
Quick follow-up to Winter's Heart. Semirog does actually appear.
Oh.
She does show up.
We just don't get a POV from her?
We don't get a POV from her. Sorry, I'm reading The Great Blight, and it says, in Winter's Heart, Semirog misses another meeting of the Forsaken. She does, however, report to the cleansing of Sidene at Shadar Logoth. She battles there against those defending Rand al'Thor, but she's unsuccessful at stopping the cleansing. But I don't see any evidence of that in the chapter itself.
Yeah.
I think that might just be one of those things that gets retconned later, that she was there. We just never saw her in any of the POVs that we happened to be with. Because, I mean, it is a whole day and it does bounce around. And we're only with like we're only with these characters for like a few minutes at a time, and they're fighting all day. So, sure.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think, like, did I miss fighting someone and I missed it? That like, there's some POV here where, like, you know, Eben Hopwell is taking her out, but Varen's fighting Grendal, Eben Hopwell's fighting Arengar, and then you got Moghedien, and the battle's over.
I mean, it is entirely possible that it's a retcon that doesn't break the original canon, because we totally could be missing things, right? Like, Fog of War, there are entire theaters of the war that you might miss because you're too enmeshed in what you're doing. Like, that's not out of bounds, but I can't recall any evidence on the page for where she was, so you have to retcon it with headcanon. I think. I mean, we're going through it with the finest tooth comb possible. So.
Yeah. And from what I can tell, there's no reference of her being in Winter's Heart, she's other than in chapter 13. So I think maybe that's just an assumption because she wasn't punished, that she was there.
Yeah. Which, I mean, fine. Unsatisfying, but not like in a really annoying way.
All right. So Tor website Q&A. I think I might have. So it does look like that was referenced in more. Someone probably asked the question, why wasn't Semirog punished for not being at the last battle? And it looks like Robert Jordan basically responded, and I'm not reading the actual quote, but pretty much responded with, she was there, we just didn't see her. That's the only thing I can think of that would justify her being included like that, based on a Q&A.
I'll take it. It's a cop-out, but he built it for himself, so. It's not like some bullshit like Bella's retired.
I'm 100% on board with the horse that Noel's riding, even though it doesn't look like Bella, is the spirit of Bella, just how she would look in pure spirit form.
I mean, Brigida doesn't always look exactly the same in life to life. Like, there's no reason to think that Bella was expressing, like, her truest form in this particular lifetime as a heroic horse. It's probably just, like, the shagginess or something, so, like the braid with Brigida. Like, Bella's got, like, a feature that stays the same. But Noel absolutely 100% rides to Oliver's aid on Bella. That is how that works.
I mean, she saved the world.
Right. And also, much like Brigida, she just died at that spot.
Right. Exactly.
Like, it is literally like Brigida. Bella and Brigida are basically like parallels, human and horse. Yeah. But seriously, they die and then they come back basically over their own bodies to save the person who is heartbroken at their loss.
Right.
Like, that's, yes, it is Bella. And no one will ever convince me otherwise. And like, this is one of those chapters where also Robert Jordan is wrong about a thing. And I'm wrong about that too.
We'll talk about that thing because I think there's a way to interpret it that is entirely in line with what you think.
Okay, cool.
Do we want to dig into the books?
I suppose.
We did want to do a short little bit from Winter's Heart. Did you explain the Winter's Heart Dune Bongle that we're doing?
I don't know if I did very well. Yeah, so I told you we're doing the Varen POV.
Yes.
From the cleansing. Yes. So yeah, that's what we've been doing this whole book. Is just doing one POV from the cleansing for each chapter as we get through. Because you know how, like, they're all looking up and going, oh, the cleansing's happening, and they're just reacting to it?
Yes.
So we expressed our issues with the editing choices of the original publishers, and we're smearing that chapter out across the book where all those reactions are happening.
Oh, that's interesting.
So there's about 20 POVs in the last chapter of Winter's Heart, and there's about 20... So did I say 35? There's 20 POVs in about 20 chapters where they're reacting. So it worked out to be almost exactly one POV per chapter. So we just, we're just spreading that out. I say we just read the whole thing. It's 10 sentences.
It's short, long. Yeah.
Yeah. Aradia, do you want to go for it?
Sure. I am going to do a supercut of all of our sections.
I think that would be great. Yeah, because that would be the chapter 35 episode. Would just be one episode of all the little episodes that we talked about it. Yeah, I think that'll be great.
But yeah, for now, we're going to do the Varen POV from Winter's Heart with the Chodon Call. Varen frowned at the apparition making its way through the trees off to her left. She could think of no other term for a woman walking through the forest in gems and a gown that shifted through every color from black to white and sometimes even turned transparent. She was not hurrying, but she was heading toward the hill where Rand was. And unless Varen was very much mistaken, she was one of the Forsaken. Are we just going to watch her? Shallan whispered furiously. She had been upset that she was not the one to meld the flows, as if a wilder's strength counted with Aes Sedai, and hours tramping through the woods had not improved her temper. We must do something, Chimera said softly, and Varen nodded. I was just deciding what. A shield, she decided. A captive Forsaken might prove very useful. Using the full strength of her circle, she wove her shield and watched aghast as it rebounded. The woman was already embracing Saidar, though no light shone around her, and she was immensely strong.
Then she had no time for thought of anything as the golden-haired woman spun around and began channeling. Varen could not see the weaves, but she knew when she was fighting off an attack on her life, and she had come too far to die here. Varen is such a badass! And it's like, we get so little of her, and then she's just punching a Forsaken in the face.
And that Forsaken is Grendel, right?
Yeah.
Yes. The changing color dress and the golden hair.
The sometimes transparent, that, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not explicitly stated, and I had a moment where I was thinking maybe it was Messaana, because we were trying to figure out where Messaana showed up at one point, or where Semrog showed up, but yeah, Grendel is what makes sense to me as well.
Yeah. I like that we've got a timestamp, so we know it's been hours since the cleansing started. When we switch over to our Crossroads of Twilight chapter, we're going to be, you know,
It's like at the same time.
we're going to be
Yeah.
hours.
It is.
Yeah,
It
no.
works out. Like I said, it works out remarkably
It's
well.
literally hours later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is happening more or less at the exact same time as Elaine and Navi end up bitching about goat's milk and all of that. Goodness.
Literally.
And she can't sense. She doesn't see the light around her or anything like that. So she must have put the weave on herself that hides her ability to channel. Like, I don't think she's using the true power, right? Which is the only other option. Yeah.
No.
She doesn't use the
No.
true power.
I think she thinks about how she deliberately chooses never to use it. Like way, way later, she's like, "Oh no, that shit's way too addictive. I'm a psychologist, and I understand that that's going to be a problem."
Isn't that like when she goes with Natrum's barrow scene when she's using the pigeon?
Yeah, it's exactly the scene that happens in. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there she says something to the effect of like, "I would never touch that."
Except she's using it in that scene, though, right?
Is she?
Yeah, that's how she sees through the eyes of the
She
pigeon.
is. Yeah. Well, she thinks about how much she doesn't like it.
Right.
So.
Right. That it is addicting. It's like I only use it because I have to.
Right. It is the equivalent of like another leveling up of Sidar, right? Like if normal life is normal and Sidar is addictive, like the true power is like
the true
that
power
again.
is like crack on steroids.
right. If you've only ever like smoked some like really
Right.
someone's like have some crack. You're like,
Yeah, Sidene and Sidar is weed. It feels addictive, but you're told not to abuse it. And you're like, okay, I'm cool. I'll only use it when I need to, which is every day.
Right.
But still, I only need, but still, but then,
I'm in control.
but I don't, if I have a meeting or something, I'm good. But then, you get this like dose of crack or just totally addictive as hell. Almost more like cigarettes, if you want to talk about addictive. Ooh. And deadly. And the way the taint builds up. Ooh, I like the analogy.
Don't touch the taint in your lungs.
That's actually where it's building up. I know Nynaeve sees it in his brain, but it's actually just like that layer of tar in his lungs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like that Varen thinks she can capture Forsaken. I like her confidence there.
And she was very calm about it too. Like, you know what? I'll just capture this Forsaken.
And this is not the first Black Ajah and Forsaken violence we're seeing, right? Like this, because we've got
Elsa and Osangar.
Yeah, Elsa takes out Osangar, and here we got Varen of the Black Ajah taking out another Forsaken, which I love to see. Like half the people on the side of Rand are actually Black Ajah.
Yeah, and also like we know how bad it goes when you have a captured Forsaken because of the whole Saladar Mogedian thing. So it's like as much as Varen thinks that that's a good idea, it's like Varen, let me just pro tip.
Let me just put you on the game. Then you may not want to do that.
This will end badly.
I feel like it's also a bit of Jordan throwing some disinformation there. What Dark Friend would think of captured Forsaken would be useful, right? Like
because we don't at this point we don't yet know. We may suspect, but we don't yet know about Varen.
And I feel like at this point the debate was thriving about who she was, right? Because we've got that early lie where she's like, Moraine sent me. Right.
Yeah, right.
But that's a bit of an eye of the worldism. Maybe he just threw that out there. Maybe he forgot about it. But no, that was
great hunt.
Great hunt. Yeah, that was great hunt. Yeah.
Yeah, opening of Great Hunt. Yeah.
But yeah.
And then she does the compulsion thing, and you're like, maybe she's dark. And then she thinks about capturing a Forsaken. And you're like, maybe she's not. Like, but also it's like only a Dark Friend would be that calm about considering capturing one of them, right?
And then normally when we're in a Dark Friend's point of view, it's they're obviously Dark Friends.
They're evil thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't get that.
Which makes sense because she's not evil.
Right. She doesn't think of her as the chosen. Right? She thinks
No,
of her
that's a
as the
good point.
Forsaken.
Yeah. This is actually really good proof that Varen's not a dark friend, right? Like, this POV to me feels like you could point to this and be like, clearly not a dark friend. A dark friend would have said chosen in their head. And, you know? And so, yeah, the debate was alive and well at this point.
And Jordan was like, yes, feed me your tears.
Oh, you think he didn't know about it? He knew about the debates.
He knew.
Absolutely.
This is the only... We don't get Varen or Grendel again in this battle, right? This is the only scene where we see...
It doesn't go back to them.
No. No, it just makes sense because Grendel just gets rebuffed and leaves. She doesn't get captured or injured or killed. She just doesn't succeed. So we never even see that.
A few singed Forsaken.
Yeah. She had to like run a little bit at one point. Oh no. I also love the just ending of Varen's line of like she had come too far to die here because, you know, again, like in the compulsion scene, you know, she thinks it had been like 76 years since she'd last made a major mistake. This is another one of those like she's come too far. And it's like, Varen, what have you been up to for the last 3/4 of a century? Like,
because if she dies here, that's it for her list of dark friend Aes Sedai.
Yeah, no one would ever know any of the work she did. She's like, absolutely not dying here, not now. Oh yeah, we've also got, I want to point this out. As if a wilder's strength counted with Aes Sedai. That line is in here, and when we switch over to Crossroads of Twilight, there's like umpteen pages of Elaine thinking about how strength and the power is how Aes Sedai order themselves. And how it's kind of dumb, but it also gives her an advantage because she's the most powerful. And it's funny to pair that with this, where it's like, strength counts with Aes Sedai, but only with Aes Sedai. And it's such a stupid hypocrisy of their hierarchy that's just like, this Wilder absolutely should be in your hierarchy, but no, she doesn't have like her Ivy League diploma, so screw her, I guess.
Right.
I was going to say, it reminds me of PhDs, right? They don't read anything not written by other PhDs.
Right.
Which, I get it, you need to go through school and everything, but yeah.
No, given Robert Jordan's critiques of the Ivory Tower, I think that's probably exactly what he's referencing.
Higher education problematic? Nah.
Definitely not.
I was like, oh, we're done.
Quite.
Nope. We have a winner's heart POV that I completely forgot about.
This is the third of the 3 Sindane POVs. Where we've got 3 times that she shows up and tries to get there to kill Luce Theron. This is the 3rd time, and this is when she gets rebuffed by Olivia, which is a fun battle. Sindane slowed at the sight of the woman standing among the trees 100 paces ahead of her. A tall, yellow-haired woman who simply watched her come closer. The feel of battles being fought with the power in other places made her wary at the same time it gave her hope. The woman was dressed plainly in wool, but incongruously decked with gems as if she were a great lady. With Saidar in her, Sindane could see the faint lines at the corners of the woman's eyes. Not one of those who called themselves Aes Sedai, then. But who? And why did she stand there as if she would bar Sindane's way? It did not really matter. Channeling now would give her away, but she had time. The key still shone as a beacon of the power. Luce Theron still lived. No matter how fierce the other woman's eyes, a knife would do for her, if she really thought she could be a bar. And just in case she proved to be what they called a wilder, Sindane prepared a small present for her, a reversed web she would not even see until it was too late. Abruptly the light of Saidar appeared around the woman, but the ready ball of fire streaked from Sindane's hand, small enough to escape detection, she hoped, but enough to burn a hole through the woman who... Just as it reached the woman, almost close enough to singe her garments, the web of fire unraveled. The woman did not do anything. The net simply came apart. Sindane had never heard of a Terangrial that would break a web, but it must be that. Then the woman struck back at her, and she suffered her second shock. She was stronger than Sindane had been before the Aelfin and the Eolfin held her. That was impossible. No woman could be stronger. She must have an Angreal, too. Shock lasted only the time it took her to slice the other woman's flows. She did not know how to reverse them. Maybe that would be enough advantage. She would see Luce Theron die. The taller woman jerked as her cut flows snapped back into her, but even as she shifted her feet with the blow, she channeled again.
Snarling, Sindane fought back, and the earth heaved beneath their feet. She would see him die. She would. No, she won't. Spoilers for the end of the book. She will never see him die.
No, because she dies at the end of the series when Perrin breaks her neck, and I will not be discussing any alternative storylines.
I don't know why you would bring up the concept of other storylines.
No, because clearly she dies in that moment.
But for now, she's fighting with a lady who doesn't have Botox. Wow.
Oh, no. Right, so this is Olivia, who, they don't mention her name, but she is the Sean Chan Damani who was freed 400 years old, probably the most powerful channeler that we encounter, or at least on that tier of the even above Forsaken tier. I think in which there are like 2 or 3 people.
And she's also got Angreal on top of that. I believe she is in fact amplified above her own natural capacity.
Yes, she has the bracelet and rings as well as all the jewelry that Nynaeve had. So she is supercharged. She's got Codswain's physical barrier, Matt's Angreal that unravels the weaves. She's super powerful. Like, I'm surprised, honestly, that Lanfear made it out of there.
It is very impressive that she survived the encounter. Yeah, you'd think Olivia would have just destroyed her, given that she's a weapon.
And Lanfear doesn't have an Angreal at all.
Not in the slightest. She's got diminished power and no toys. How does she survive this encounter? Clearly because she's more interested in running away than in killing Olivia.
That would be my assumption, yeah, as she runs.
And Olivia is probably more interested in defending the perimeter than killing anyone who is willing to stay on the other side of the line. Mm-hmm. And this is the confirmation for any of the readers who hadn't decided that she was Lanfear yet. Jordan decided to just say, yes, this is Lanfear.
This is Lanfear. She was stronger than Sindane had been before the Aelfin and the Eelfin held her. Right? So unless it's Moraine,
right,
who's the only other person, which we know it's not.
And she's been talking like Lanfear this whole time, and the only reason that we thought she wasn't Lanfear was because her power level was different. And here is the line that lets us know that the Aelfin and Eelfin can literally change the amount of power you can access. They can eat the ability out of you. We didn't know that was an option before this.
No. And later we do find out that they've been doing that to Moraine quite a bit.
That's why Moraine is now a really, really low-ranked sister, unless she's got that particular Angreal on her wrist.
One of the things I really like about this Winter Hearts chapter is we get so many Forsaken POVs. A lot of our theories are confirmed in chapter 35 of Winter's Heart. Like a lot of little nuggets of information are dropped that because it's from a Forsaken POV, it's either been speculation or one of several options up to this point that we're able to eliminate all the other options and really, a lot of things that we've been talking about in this series, we can point to this chapter and be like, look, we know for sure that this is Lanfear.
Mm-hmm. This is where we know. This is when we learn for sure. Yeah, that's all I got for that.
Sindane, not as important for the ending as I thought she would be, but still important.
I mean, she's been a bogeyman since the very beginning.
Right. How much she was involved with Rand from the beginning as an independent contractor is just like, wow. Like when you go back and realize the entirety of the Great Hunt is Lanfear doing stuff almost entirely, right? Like she is the bad guy of the Great Hunt, the second book.
Yeah.
More so than who you think it would be, which is Ishamael at the time.
Yeah, she's doing the classic bad guy stuff of being ahead and behind. You never know which face you're talking to might actually be her in disguise. She's manipulating people really subtly. She's playing games within games. She's playing the whole game. She's every side of it. She's showing up in the middle of the night in a spotless white dress. She's vanishing between one step and the next. She's an old woman. She's in the wind as you open the letters, right? Like she's
Else Grinwell.
She's so classic bad guy and everything you would expect from the Forsaken back then. And the Aelfin eat a lot of her plot potential along with her ability to channel.
And I think with that, my voice has reached its limit.
with that note, I just want to remind everyone that we're going to start just having a list of affiliate links in our episode descriptions, as well as any books that we talked about in the episode. You can always find those in the episode description. You can support us on Patreon. You can find us on social media. You can find lots and lots and lots of podcasts about the Wheel of Time on the internet, and I encourage you to do that. And otherwise, you should drink water and not get sick like Seth. Go pet your dog if you have one.
And so if your girlfriend gets sick, just don't take care of her. Just totally abandon her. Walk away. It's the only way to avoid being sick, I swear.
But speaking of how hard podcasting is, do you want to start this podcast an hour late?
Yeah, well, we did have some technical issues, so that wasn't entirely.
We did, but we've been recording for half an hour now, so you want to move past the announcements and into the content?
Yeah. Okay. So we are. I got to start with the Winter's Heart segment today.
Yeah. Mogadeen.
Also, because the Crossroads of Twilight segment ends the cleansing. So.
Yeah, we are into the weird spot where the cleansing ends on the one track, but we're going to continue on with it for a few more chapters. The misalignment has finally arrived.
But, we're jumping back in time and seeing everyone's perspective as they watch the entire cleansing. So it's hard. There's no one ending point that we can get to because it ends in multiple people's POVs.
Yeah.
So, but, and we'll see here that we are approaching the end of it in Winter's Heart as well.
This is our first of two Moghedian perspectives from the cleansing. The high hilltop was not very near to the access key, but even so, the key shone so brightly on Moghedian's head that she hungered for just a sip at that immense flow of Saidar. To hold so much, the 1,000th part of so much, would be ecstasy. She hungered, but this wooded vantage was as near as she intended going. Only the threat of Moradin's hands caressing her corsuvra had driven her to travel here at all, and she had delayed coming, prayed that it would be over before she was forced to. Always she had worked in secrecy, but she had had to flee an attack as soon as she arrived, and in widely separated places in the forest spread out before her, lightnings and fires woven of Saidar and others that must have been Saidin flashed and flared beneath the mid-afternoon sun. Black smoke rose in plumes from burning clumps of trees, and thunderous explosions rolled through the air. Who fought, who lived, who died were all matters of indifference to her, except that it would be pleasant if Sindain or Grandal perished. Or both. Moghedian would not thrashing about in the middle of a battle. And if that were not bad enough, there was what stood beyond the shining key, an immense flattened dome of black in the forest, as though night had turned to stone. She flinched as a ripple passed across the dark surface, and the dome heaved perceptibly higher. Madness to go any closer to that, whatever it was. Moradin would not know what she did here, or did not do. Retreating to the back of the hilltop, away from the shining key and the strange dome, she sat down to do what she had done so often in the past. Watch from the shadows, and survive.
Two things I think are important. The timestamp and the dome.
Yes.
And obviously Moghedian being like a coward, right? We know that, but like...
She's a survivor, thank you.
She's a survivor.
She does survive. I mean,
yes.
Literally. All the way to being trapped by an Adom at the end.
Adom and a Corsuvra. Interesting combo.
Yeah, she doesn't actually get rid of the Corsuvra, so...
Yeah, because you know that'll be interesting when the Shan-Chan discover the Corsuvra around her neck. So yeah, we've got this giant black dome, which is obviously what I think is obviously the manifestation of the taint that the Dark One placed on Saidin. And it's being, there's a center of gravity that is the evil of Shadar Logoth, and the taint that is being removed from Saidin is piling up in that spot. And over time, you're seeing these bubbles as it flows and gets bigger and bigger and swells, very much like a black hole.
Yeah. And it has a weird warping effect on the air, kind of like an event horizon, the way light bends around that impossibility and all that. Yeah.
And that's sort of like, imagine that he's creating a tiny little black hole right there, right? And then it eventually shrinks down into nothing because it's a small black hole.
Yeah, it just does some Hawking radiation and vanishes.
And they would do that on that time.
Evaporates.
On that time scale, that's probably about what would happen. It would. Now the explosion would rip the planet in half, so I can see where everybody's concerned about that.
Minor concern.
Yeah, no, but that combined with the whole time warping around the Dark One during the last battle makes me think that there's a lot of black hole analogy, especially with Robert Jordan's physics degree, black hole analogy going into the Dark One and the Taint.
Yeah.
And sort of the end of the universe and the end of everything, and it sucks in everything. And
yeah. And in so many ways, I mean, the Dark One is very much like entropy, right? It's the unmaking of order. It's the unmaking of things. And so, yeah, having the Taint manifest physically as a black hole seems incredibly perfect, even though it's not described as a black hole to the men channeling. It's described as insanity. But like, how do you express insanity visually? Like, a black hole of nothingness makes way more sense, given that the Dark One exists outside of time, almost.
Right. And we know once, they scout this area, what's left is essentially a scooped out, perfect semicircle.
Yeah.
Right? So everything within that sphere vanished and is gone. The event horizon. You're either inside of it or you're outside of it, right?
Right, yeah, and all that matter is gone, consumed in the
right.
Everything that was that massive gravity. It's just gone. Like Shadar Logoth is gone, and if Mashadar had been completely contained there, Mashadar would be gone. But no, Fane is out roaming around looking for a new spot to exist. So Mashadar still exists, but if he wasn't out there, it would be gone. It would have also been removed from the world at this. Also, hello, Ken in chat, who's apparently was just listening to episode 58 and is now in live recording for episode 470 something. Welcome to the Time Warp, I guess.
There are 400 episodes between there and now. And yet, we're still using the same mic.
I am. Yeah. We are using these mics. And thanks for joining our Patreon at only episode 58. That's awesome.
So that's it for Winter's Heart.
Yeah, that's really all I've got too. It's fun. I like being in Moghedian's head. She's one of my favorite, most entertaining Forsaken. And this is how she survives. This is why she is entertaining.
The selfishness and the cowardice, right? Like, it really makes her one of the most human Forsaken.
Relatable.
Right.
Very relatable.
Right.
You're like, ooh, I could see myself making that decision. I'm not proud of it, but I can see myself doing it.
Me being a coward? No. I just am going to hide over here in the corner until danger goes away. It's fine.
Yeah. Not a physically brave person.
No, that's, I think the funny part is like, oh, and you read these stories and you imagine yourself the hero, and it's like, no, I'd be the Shan Chan servant cowering in the corner, please, hoping I don't get my head chopped off, right? Like, that's the level of society we are currently at, and if we're being realistic.
Yeah, most of us are absolute cowards. There's so few brave people, and they stand out because they're so unique. So joining us today is Morgan.
Hi, Morgan.
Podcast of the Dragon is in the house. Welcome back. So glad to have you.
As always.
Hi. How's it going?
Well, we've got you on the podcast, so it is a good day.
Yeah, so we're
audience
excited.
Is happy. We're happy. It's all good.
Hopefully my audio is better this time. If it's not, I'll know that I definitely need to get a new microphone.
It sounds pretty choppy on Zoom.
Oh, great. Sorry about that.
Just FYI. But yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, other fun news. This is one day after the first episode of Hot Nuance went live.
Yes. All right. Tell me about Hot Nuance.
So Hot Nuance is a podcast where a screenwriter, a novelist, and a podcaster walk into a book, delving into its craft and impact on their lives and all of the nuance therein. And the podcaster in question is myself, the screenwriter is Allie from Wheel Takes, and the novelist is Bree of Kit Rosha. And we're reading Exiles, The Ruins of Ombre by Melanie Ron, which was published in 1994, and we are contrasting it with our experiences of fantasy literature in general and Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time in particular. And you can find us at Hot Nuance Book Club on any podcast or at our awesome website that Brie built. And yeah, our logo is very purple, so you can't miss it.
That sounds dope.
It does. It sounds like an awesome time.
It's very fun. Our first episode dropped yesterday, and we've already recorded 3. And we'll be recording our 4th one tomorrow on Wednesday, so we should be able to maintain a nice steady output right from the get-go. Brie has a great marketing mind, so between my organization and her experience, we're managing to get this thing going. So yeah, hope everyone can come check it out and see if they like it, because, it's very fun to record.
The expansion of the Fox and Raven Media podcast empire continues.
I'm trying. Fox and Raven Media is a thing that's happening. I'm attempting to figure out how one builds a website, but that is currently just how one engenders a panic attack. That's as far as I've gotten. So stay tuned for that.
Do not go to foxandravenmedia.com. It's not ready yet. Unless you're listening to this in the future. And then, maybe check it out. And if it still says under construction, yeah, sorry.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. At some point, you will be listening to this from far enough away from the recording of it that, yeah, my panic attacks will be a thing of the past. But for now, they are very real.
Hey, I've got a new drug that'll knock you out if you start having panic attacks. Knock me out.
I have podcasts to record. I hear these drugs are bad for that.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great. Yeah, we definitely missed an episode because of those.
Yeah. Oh, that episode comes out in 2 days. No one else knows what we're talking about.
It's like trazodone.
I'd have to go look at the name of it. I don't even remember. It's but it's an elephant tranquilizer.
Yeah.
At least that's what it felt like.
I had a doctor offer me that. I was like, I've had it once, and it felt like being dragged through a knothole backwards into sleep. It was terrible, effective but terrible.
That's an accurate description. Yes, yeah. It's like, okay, well, bye. See you all later. All right, so we have a long ass chapter to get into. Let's see if we can start only half an hour late instead of the full hour that we usually do.
Yeah, today we're covering Elenia Sorand as well as David Hanlon. So, yeah, everyone make sure you've got a water bottle that's fully stocked and a nice blankie, because we're going to be here for a while.
Well, there's a lot of text in this chapter, and certainly a lot of characters. I'm not sure how much there is, not how much it is, but how deep we want to get into some of these characters and where they end up and stuff like that.
There wasn't actually a lot that I found in my research. Okay. So,
Okay.
I don't know. Are we going to read the intro and then, go into it, or?
Oh, right. We're getting near the end of the cleansing, and I mean, this chapter in Winter's Heart is the end of the cleansing. Again, it's the end of that day. But you are right. We should return to the cleansing.
Shall we return to Winter's Heart?
This is going to be a long enough recording. We should get this out of the way while we still have brain cells.
I think that's better.
Yeah, agreed.
Tidal waves of taint. That's what this section is.
Ew.
Thanks for that, Jedi Pants. In addition to the episode artwork, we also have that lovely line.
Oh, God. Inside his head, Rand was screaming. He was sure that he was screaming, that Lewis Theron was screaming, but he could not hear either voice in the roar. The foul ocean of the taint was flooding through him, howling with its speed. Tidal waves of vileness crashed over him. Raging gales of filth ripped at him. The only reason he knew that he still held the power was the taint. Saidin could be shifting, flaring, about to kill him, and he would never know. The putrid flood overwhelmed everything else, and he hung on by his fingernails to keep from being swept away on it. The taint was moving. That was all that counted now. He had to hold on. So, the taint was moving. Yeah, I gotta hold on. It's, he got down in there in the Dark One's taint. It's
undulating.
Yeah,
Undulating taint. Something happens when you're like riding a horse. Is like your taint undulates.
Indeed.
Only if you're holding the one power. The male one power. So in the actual canon of the series, right? So what's happening here, right? He's been holding on to this all day, and he's basically been starting a siphon. And finally, he's not just holding on to Sidene. The taint itself is actually being pulled into Shadar Logoth, right? The gravity of Shadar Logoth is causing the taint to move by itself, right? Mogadine, didn't she just see the big bubbles as it swelled up even more? Like,
yes.
You've got this black dome, which is actually a black sphere, right? The dome is halfway underground, or the sphere is halfway underground, so all you see is the dome. And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and being attracted to the evil of Shadar Logoth. And all Rand is doing right now is essentially holding on to the structure he's created, and the siphon effect is pulling the taint off of Sidene.
Right. The siphon has kicked in at long last.
That's sort of what I get out of this. Also, pain, agony, suffering, all the things that Rand gets to do on a regular basis.
Don't forget woe.
This is also the part where he's taking on a lot more insanity. This is where the taint is running through his soul to such a degree that he is actively increasing in insanity points, like second by second during this part of the process. When he comes out worse the other side, this is the part where worse is being applied.
This is where Robert Jordan was like, how explicitly can I make him insane? Right? Like,
people aren't understanding that he is insane. He is not stressed. He is insane. Also stressed.
Inside of his head has become a pretty busy place at this point. I mean, you've got Lewis Theron, you've got Moradin. They're all sharing that space equally. And now he's bonded all three of the women plus Alana. So that's 4, 5, 6, And then you've got Moradin, who's technically bonded to Moghedien and Lanfear, but that's a whole nother.
How many of us don't scream in our heads occasionally in frustration, or is that just me?
I mean, I would quibble with occasionally.
Right.
Do you not? I don't know. I've been frustrated sometimes lately, and I'm just sitting on my sofa in my head, but I just don't do it for real because it would alarm the cats and my wife and the neighbors and, But yeah, I feel like there are a number of instances throughout the series where RJ has Rand do tremendous channeling events where he, swallows a lot of taint, or he's, experiences a great deal of the taint. And then it always seems like he's noticeably crazier afterwards. Like the battle for Cairhien in book 5, there's a noticeable shifting insanity after he channels so much of the power during that battle, or fighting the Shawshan and using Kalendor and, zapping everybody. He seems to have slipped further. And this is definitely one of those. And I think probably the biggest one, because he's definitely far more facing the taint here than anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, the volume of power he is processing. He never uses the access key before or after, right? This is the biggest he ever opens up himself to the power.
Doesn't he use it to balefire Natrum's barrow?
Oh, shit. Right. Yeah, of course. That. But also, that is for, 5 minutes? This is for 8 hours.
He uses half of it to destroy Roydian with Asmodean, but not for very long.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is the over the duration and the intensity and the scale of Sa'angreal, this is the most he ever channels.
Well, and also he has siphoning all of the taint, all the taint's going through him, all of it. This isn't just a little touch. This isn't him sticking his hand through. This isn't him pulling some through. All the taint he is going through his funnel. And so, yeah, he's just trying. The putrid flood overwhelmed everything else, and he hung on by his fingernails to keep from being swept away by it.
Right. He is at this point not in control or even able to bring it to a halt. At this point, he just has to wait it out. It's like when you take too many drugs and you realize that, like, okay, I guess that's what I'm doing for the next 6 hours. I just got to ride this out, hold on to the tree and just be here. Like, that's where he's at this point. He's way too high. He is way too high.
I sort of imagine a dam draining and you are holding like closed one section that if it opens up, it'll sweep away the whole hillside. And so you just have to stand there while the whole dam drains.
Exactly. At some point, he'll be able to let go, but like no time soon.
No. and he's not in control of when he lets go. He can no longer shape what he's holding on to. It's just hold on and hope to God you don't run out of energy.
I mean, the description of he can't even tell that Sayadine is there because the taint has completely overwhelmed all of the sense that experiences channeling. Like, that is terrifying when you consider how much attention it has to be paid to handling Sayadine. The fact that he is now just blindly flying, like he's flying an airplane through a storm blindfolded. It is... You can't do that, Rand. What is happening? Like, you're very concerned for him at this point, despite the fact that you know there are more books. Like, it's very concerning.
Yeah, and you get into book 10, and he's kind of fucked up. Like, he doesn't seem like he's doing so great in this book. When we do see him, we don't see him very much in book 10.
No, a little bit at the end of it. Yeah.
Yeah. He's aging rapidly through here. He's taking at least a decade off of his life in one day. Just sheer, like, wearing his body out.
But, you know, one of the reasons we're also doing Crossroads of Twilight at the same time as the cleansing is because of the overlap in time periods, right? Like, we are going to see, you know, the end of the day from David Hanlon's perspective, right? So, yeah. I've been really enjoying this spreading out of the final chapter. I think it's really been nice to sort of know that as we go through these chapters, we're sort of seeing the event happen minute by minute.
It's been very fun.
I think it's been a very clever way to go through it and make, you know, because the narrative choice he made with writing Crossroads wasn't particularly well thought out, and I know he regretted doing it that way, so I felt like it was a good way to like make the best use of that narrative choice to draw meaning out of it. So it was a good way to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I would love to do a re-edit of these books, like definitely Winter's Heart and Crossroads, maybe even the one before that, and just cut a bunch of it and reorganize it and make it like, this is what you should read if you can't deal with the slog. This has everything in it that you need. Nothing that you don't. Cut. The essential cut of the slog.
So like the Winter Dragon edit?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because that was good. You know, you can take the content that's there, convey the message in a more succinct way, and make it actually quite good. Because there's good stuff here. It's just repetitive and long and out of order.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like I understand very much the desire to show the same thing from other people's perspectives, because it's like you really want to get in there and it can be so worthy, but it's like if you're trying to tell a story that's not necessarily compelling in a narrative sense, even if it is compelling from an individual writing sense, or if you can show things just from a writing perspective, but it's like one is a writing exercise and the other is a story.
And we're having these POVs that last 4, 5, 6 chapters, and a lot of that can be cut down to a single chapter, right? Like you're really maybe 2, depending on how long these perspectives are. But like, there's a lot in there that can be reduced and cut out to a reasonable size, and you get the same effect, only you're going to read 10 chapters instead of 50 or 60. And then you can move those around in interesting ways. So they happen before the cleansing, so you can, or like during the cleansing, and you can have sort of the cleansing itself spread out a little bit so it doesn't just happen all at the end. You know, Jordan did this really well in his earlier books where you were bouncing between different perspectives during a final battle, and it stretched it out a little bit and made it much more interesting. And I feel like he lost that in, then he just has these final battles that take up the last half of the last chapter. And you're like, whoa, that was fast. But it's the same battle. It's just the way he's spreading it out. Speaking of which.
Yeah, speaking of, we're like criticizing how he should have edited it. We still take 2 hours to get through each one of these chapters. So, we are hypocrites.
Uh-huh.
We do recognize that, but also we're right. We contain multitudes.
We do.
Yeah. Oh, this is the chapter where the subject of negotiations is talking with the White Tower. Like that's like where the chapter title comes from. And yeah. So this is when the negotiations open, and those stay open for a very long time, all the way through the reconciliation, basically.
Yeah, I mean, because they're a delaying tactic.
Right. Yeah, because nobody's doing it seriously except for like 1 or 2 of the Greys.
Yeah.
Everyone else is doing it ironically.
Bayanin is about the only one who's convinced it's a good idea.
Well, and Bayanin is Elida's plant. So.
Oh, okay. I missed that. I always forget that she's a plant.
Yeah, well, it's because I'm listening forward, and I love her portrayal. I was so shocked when it happened that, like, every time she comes up, I'm like, you sneaky son of a bitch.
That's right, yeah. Oh, good call. Yeah, okay. That changes a little bit about that section.
This is going to be a fun chapter. But should we start with the cleansing, as we have been lately?
Let's start with the cleansing, yes. Because the one thing about that chapter is it does happen after the cleansing.
Yes,
this whole
by
chunk,
days.
by days, happens a little bit after the cleansing. So we're getting close to the end of the cleansing. We have, 1, 2, 3, 4... Really 4 and the, epilogue, which I think we should just roll into the 4th one. Because it's 2 sentences.
No, it needs its own separate section.
Okay, 5. We have 5 sections left, including the one we're doing today.
Oh, God.
Or after the one we do today. So, these 5 sections line up with Egwene in these 5 days afterwards. I know technically we wanted to have the cleansing done to match up with the other book, Crossroads of Twilight. But,
the error has accumulated.
they're still talking about the cleansing. Yeah. Yeah. And the next 5 sections are basically all about how Osengar almost took out the Dragon Reborn.
Yeah, I'm fine with the timeline getting a little bit out of lag at this point because we've mostly made it through. But yeah, for now, we're going to go to Winter's Heart, section Cadswain.
Cadswain. Section Cadswain.
Section Cadswain. We're rejoining Cadswain. We've been alluding to this one for quite a bit. We've been talking about what goes down in this particular POV a lot as we've been covering this chapter. So here we are. And this is where Cadswain is asking Min how things are going. And the sentence that's really important in the opening is, holding that shield through most of a day was enough to tire anyone. So we are most of a day through at this point. And she's asking Min, hey, that statue over there, how does it feel? How's he doing?
Right, because he hasn't moved for the entire day. He's basically been physically motionless, which is a feat in and of itself. But, he's got the endurance of a warder. I do think that is one of the reasons he's able to keep going when Nynaeve here is begging for a release.
Yeah, because she has no, she doesn't even have the Aes Sedai end of the warder bond yet. She just has the attitude of it. Right. Yeah. Nynaeve doesn't have anything of the warder bond. Rand has 2 different warder bonds on him. So yeah, it's okay that he's enduring better than she is at this point. But yeah, he's just sitting there absolutely soaked in sweat, but otherwise unmoving. They say that there hasn't been an attack on the hilltop for some time. Elsa is pacing an endless circle around the hill, but there's nothing for her to do at the moment. Give her a couple of POVs, and she will be frying a Forsaken off the top of a hill. But for now, she's just pacing around looking for something to hit.
Okay, so that timing does work out, right? So I didn't realize she fried Osengar from the hill itself. I thought she was behind him.
No, she's up on one hill and spies across to another hilltop.
Okay. But the hilltop she's on is the same one that Rand is on.
Yes.
Okay. So the timing of this works. So essentially, Cadswain, she is lowering the shield a little bit because she notices, or at least lowering the strength of the shield, because she notices just how exhausted Nynaeve is. So do we want to read this whole section, or do you just It's a little long.
It's long. I just want to go through the important highlights.
Okay. So I'm doing it a bit out of order. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. The next thing I've got is checking in with the dome, right? Because the dome has been building up for hours at this point, and it is now immense at a distance of miles. So, it started out that the air sort of gets dark in the city, and then there's like a little lip of black poking up, and now there's this just massive, huge dome that is much bigger and taller and more imposing than Arid Hall ever was.
Right. 1,000 feet tall, right?
It's huge.
Huge.
That is. And
that's half a mile.
It's so big.
More than half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. Yeah. And this thing probably is a sphere, right? So we're imagining if it's half a mile tall, well, that's radius. So it's going to be a mile across. Which is taking out a big chunk of the city. Now, the fact that the city's completely gone, actually, I do want to talk about that a little bit, because I don't think the Black Dome gets that big.
Really? Because the hole in the end is described as being 3 miles in diameter.
Okay, so I guess it's still getting bigger even at this point?
I think so. I think it is getting bigger right up until the moment when it winks out of existence.
Okay.
And I imagine that it has a very menacing hum. If you get close enough to it, there's just a sort of like hum in the air that's just like sucks your soul out.
I mean, it's the evils collide, right? This is the Mashadar is being eaten by and fighting the taint of the Dark One.
It's like a stream of like fire and ice like hitting each other and like just hitting in the middle, and there's just like a cloud of steam, and this black dome is the steam that's coming out of that collision.
But what's interesting, though, is like nothing is escaping the dome. There's no eruptions out of it. There's no explosions. The only bubbling is as it gets slightly bigger every time, right? It's not, it's not having mass coronal ejections. It's not having these issues where, evil is spurting out and being flung around, right? This thing is such a black hole that, again, nothing seems to be able to escape it.
Yeah.
And yet it still somehow ends up evaporating at the end. That, I think, is the most interesting part, right? That this black dome isn't just there now, right? There's this cancellation with Shadar Logoth where the two do fight and destroy each other.
Right. Like, what is it that makes the ending of dumping the taint into it that changes the chemical reaction to one of vanishing rather than one of making a big black dome? Yeah, it's very difficult to explain how that just perfectly happened. Yeah.
I almost think it's the context, right? That maybe you have this, what we call the Hawking radiation, right? That you have what's essentially a black hole. And because it's this neutral ball, it ends up giving off some sort of radiation or energy that evaporates. And it evaporates very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it evaporates so quickly that you end up with a colossal wind dragging everything into the void because it just vanishes in a nanosecond. And yeah, I mean, Mogadine gets like picked up and flung across the surface of the earth because the wind rush is so great.
Okay, so then I guess it's not really radiating out, it's so much sucking in. So now I'm just thinking about star formation, right? You've got to have some outward pressure that's holding it out and open. So maybe that's the Shadar Logoth, and then eventually when you have more darkness than Shadar Logoth, it collapses in on itself. Or maybe when you're done, maybe the pouring of the taint into the ball is what's holding it open. And once Rand shuts off the inward pressure of the taint going in, it collapses in on itself.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's like the dome is sort of representative of like the aperture of the space that he's like passing all this evil to. And then once he's done it closes or something.
Interesting. So now we're talking in 4 dimensions, right? Because this is a 3-dimensional sphere. But if the 3-dimensional sphere is a gateway that he's passing the evil into, maybe he's passing it into a 4-dimensional space, into the Dark One's prison?
I mean, you got to put it back so that way the Dark One has a taint to like put onto the power again at some point when the wheel turns.
Right. Otherwise, the Dark One's going to slowly fade away, right?
Right. I don't know. But
or evil is an infinite resource is another possibility.
Yeah, because I mean, entropy and human nature say that evil will always be around.
Right.
But But yeah, we get to Nynaeve, like physically losing her, yoga posture, losing her seated statue posture and like collapsing to the ground, being like, no more, I can't take it, no more. Which like, again, to return to the power as a drug, like Rand is still stuck in that, like you're just staring, watching the trees melt. Like Nynaeve has hit the point where it's like, I just want to see a normal tree. I just want them to stop melting.
No more drugs. No more drugs for that woman.
And then Cadsuane thinks to herself, as we've been referencing this whole time, that like although Nynaeve can't burn out, she could physically wear out and die, and that would be bad for Nynaeve, but also probably bad for Rand, right? If he was left holding this thing with a dead partner on the other end,
flower would collapse, right?
Yeah,
like his whole the second half of the structure would be gone.
Right. So Cadsuane lowers the amount of power in her shield just long enough to like make another weave to do one of the like Eye of the World exhaustion wash away weaves. And that we know is enough for Nynaeve to make it through with only the need to sleep for like 30 hours after.
Only, yeah.
I do wonder though if this is near the point when the globe is melting. Because we know that statuette gets damaged and the big statue gets melted, and presumably it doesn't finish being broken until after the event is over, because obviously
that's the order in which the events are told, right? That essentially there's the death of Osengar, then Moghedien sees the ball implode, and then Cadsuane lowers the statue to the ground, all busted up and broken. So if those are told in the right order, the cleansing ends, and the ending is what destroys the statue.
Right. But I'm imagining at this point there's like those little like hair spider cracks like going across the globe.
Sure.
Right. And like it's starting to glow maybe a little too brightly.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're reaching critical mass. I don't know. Like all the engineers are like,
right.
You're overdriving it.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time until it's going to explode, right? It's already reached past the point where, like, if it cools off, the thing will shatter, right?
Right, yeah. This is the last time it's getting used at this point.
Right. And the only question is how much longer can you use it before it completely collapses on you?
Right. Cadsuane is able to shore up the human channeler, but she can't do the same thing for the ter'angreal.
So a question we can talk about more when we get to it, but why does the female half statue melt and the male half does not?
I don't know, but I'm mad already.
And it is just the key, right? I think the Choden Call themselves are not destroyed.
I can't remember what the exact description is in the scene when we hear about the Amayar's death, but I thought that the globe cracking was part of the description, but I might be wrong about that because I can't recall it right now. It's just that one scene. That's the one time we get it.
Okay. It does look like the Choden Call itself melted during the cleansing.
Yeah, because I thought that there was an echo between the little one and the big one because they're like quantum entangled or whatever.
See, now I'm reading that it was they saw the glowing female statue's orb, right? So glowing is the key. Oh, wow, that's rough without reading the actual section.
But can you make another access key? And if not, then the thing's unusable either way because you can't connect to it directly.
I mean, the idea was there were multiple access keys, right? There was never just the one. Now, these are the only ones that have been found, right? They're the ones who the Tinkers... Or sorry, not the Tinkers. The Aiel took away from the breaking and brought to Rhuidean.
Right, and the Forsaken at one point are talking about it, and they say, one of them says, I thought they were all destroyed.
Right.
And it's like, well, no, one pair was left. So if this one broke, does that mean that was the last one?
That's a good question. Could Elaine figure out a way to connect them?
I mean, Elaine might be able to. Okay, Jedi Pants is saying it's just glowing. And the rest of chat is agreeing with that. Per the wiki. All right.
Yeah. That's why the wiki is... Because the wiki also says it was destroyed during the cleansing. The big statue. So that's why I'm like, I think they might be confusing the big statue with the little statue as well.
It would be easy for me to believe that the access key could break, but not have that go with the big... If there were several access keys, right, which we know there were, it would make sense that breaking one wouldn't break the parent figure.
And Zul's pointing out we did see a Saidar key in Tenchiko that was broken.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So, we
did.
have seen other keys busted. We've never seen one that's working, but we've
Okay.
seen busted ones.
Okay. And yeah, I believe that if the male Chodan call could stand up to it, then the female one could too. Just maybe the access key wasn't quite up for it. But the big statue should be.
That's what I imagine is the access key just wasn't designed to deal with quite that volume of power and sort of melted. Well, we do tend to repeat ourselves sometimes.
Sometimes.
Okay. Knife of Dreams, chapter 22.
To make an anchor weep.
Right. Almost 3 weeks ago, the MAR on Tremalking began requesting passage to other islands held by the Shanchan. The Great Hand melted, and the MAR took this as a sign that the time of illusions has ended. Yeah.
Yeah, the Great Hand melted. Okay, yeah, so it did break.
Yes. So as well as the access key is actually mirroring the statue itself. They both melted and broke.
Okay. So presumably the access key melted and broke because the big one melted and broke. Presumably all the access keys left in the world were we're done.
We're done. Yeah. I imagine if you had one that was intact, it would have been melted.
Right, you would have woken up the
Yeah.
next day and been like, what the fuck? And that would have been it. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's actually a good point, that maybe the female access key, because it was exposed this whole time, right, the hand was always sticking out, as opposed to the male access key, which was buried and just recently got unearthed. Maybe the female one weathered more, and the only issue with that is power-wrought things just don't weather.
Yeah, I mean, magic stuff is supposed to not weather, but also Poseidon is a powerful force.
Right. Salt water is...
Yeah. It's brutal stuff.
It's brutal stuff, yeah.
And it wasn't like the tool was being maintained and used all that time. Presumably if you light it up every now and then, the salt scaling gets knocked off just by letting it glow. But if you don't power it up for 3,000 years, there's going to be some corrosion. Yeah.
A little rusty joints, yeah.
Yeah. Or just Taviran.
Taviran, yeah, he needed it for later for the Dragon Mount thing. So he needed the temptation to overcome it, I guess.
I'm sighing. That's just meh.
Shall we switch to Crossroads?
Yes. Let us switch to Egwene being clever.
I guess the only thing I want to point out is that Codswain helping out Nynaeve does lessen the protection, which does give Osengar the opening to attack.
Is that why Osengar attacks?
That's my assumption, is that because she slightly lowers the shield, he attacks. It's not clear from his POV. Or let me rephrase that. That's why his attack is an actual threat.
Okay. I could go with that for the timing. That he notices that one Aes Sedai bending down to the other and is like, this is my moment. And then only Elsa the Dark Friend saves the day.
Taviran, that's true Taviran, right? Manipulating the Dark Friend to save the life of the hero.
That's not Taviran, it's Varen.
Like I said, that's the Varen. Taviran.
Yeah, Taviran.
Yeah, Taviran.
Taviran, Taviran.
So we decided that these two chapters were enough of a continuation of each other, as well as sort of touching on the same subjects, that we're doing a two for today. Chapter 17, Secrets, and Chapter 18, A Chat with Suan.
Awesome. And we're doing we're getting to the end of our cleansing POVs, but we are doing Elsa and Osengar having their little encounter détente thing.
Yes.
And that will those two go together very, very well.
They go
for these
extremely
POVs.
well.
So
yeah.
that's a fun treat that I think we should start with.
Okay, excellent. So I will bring up... I had Crossroads out. I had to pull up Winter's Heart.
So I think you should just read Osengar and then I should just read Elsa. Because they're both short and then we can actually get that little trade-off narrator experience. It'll be fun.
Getting to the right spot.
How dare you not be prepared? What do I pay you for?
You don't.
That would explain it then, doesn't it?
Scrambling to the top of the hill, Osengard dropped to the ground on his belly and smiled as he crabbed sideways to shelter behind a tree. From here, with Saidin in him, he could see the next crest clearly and the people on it. Not as many as he had expected. One woman was making a slow circuit around the crest, peering into the trees, but everyone else was still. Narishma sitting with Kalendor glowing in his hands, and a woman's head on his knee. There were two other women that Osengar could see, one kneeling over the other, but they were obscured by a man's back. He did not need to see the man's face to know Althor. The key lying on the ground at his side named him. To Osengar's eyes, it shone brightly. In his head, it overwhelmed the sun. 1,000 suns. What he could do with that. A pity it had to be destroyed along with Althor. But still, he could take Kalendor after Althor was dead. No one else among the Chosen possessed so much as an Angreal. Even Moradin would quail before him once he had that crystal sword. Nabliss? Osengar would be named Nabliss after he destroyed Althor and undid all that he had done here. Laughing softly, he wove balefire. Who would have thought that he would turn out to be the hero of the day?
Walking slowly, studying the forested hills around them, Elsa suddenly stopped as a flicker of movement caught the corner of her eye. She turned her head slowly, and not as far as the hill where she had seen that flash. The day had been very difficult for her. In her captivity among the Aiel tents at Kyrian, it had come to her that it was paramount for the Dragon Reborn to reach the last battle. It had suddenly become so blindingly obvious that it astounded her she had not seen it before. Now it was clear to her, as clear as Saidar made the face of the man trying to hide on that hill while peeking around a tree trunk. Today she had been forced to fight the Chosen. Surely the Great Lord would understand if she had actually killed any of them, but Corlin Deshiva was only one of those Ashaman. Deshiva raised his hand slowly toward the hill where she stood, and she drew as hard as she could on Kalendor and Jahar's hands. Saidin seemed well suited to destruction, to her. A huge ball of coruscating fire surrounded the other hilltop, red and gold and blue. When it was gone, that other hill ended in a smooth surface 50 feet lower than the old crest.
End of Osengar.
Exit stage fireball.
Right.
It's like exit pursued by absolute incineration instead of pursued by a bear.
And you can just see the Dark One rolling his eyes and being like, nah, I'm letting that one go this time. Like, it's just like, dumbass.
Yeah, and this is definitely where I learned the word coruscating. Thanks, RJ.
Oh, okay.
Thesaurus of a moment. Love that word.
Would you care to define that for the rest of us who weren't paying attention?
I mean, it's in context, it's a flaming, shimmering, falling over. I'm assuming it's kind of like a cascade, right? Because it says a coruscating fire, a huge ball of coruscating fire. So I'm imagining like a shimmery, rippling, cascading kind of thing. I have no idea if that's what it means, but if it means something else, the fuck is it doing in that sentence?
Well, let's see. Because my book has a lookup function. Adjective, flashing, sparkling, a coruscating kaleidoscope of colors. Brilliant or striking in content or style. To flash or to sparkle.
Yeah. I'd say I approximated that.
Yeah, we got there. Context is great. That's how we learn most of our words, right?
That is how I have such a large vocabulary, is because I just use words as I've seen them used before. And every now and then I get called on my shit because I took the wrong context cues from how I learned a word. But most of the time people go, wow, you have a really big vocabulary. It's like, because I read books.
Or you pronounce the words wrong because you've only ever read them, but you're using them correctly. You just pronounce them incorrectly.
That's not the same. That's a different kind of getting called on my shit. That's more just getting called out on my learning style. You know what's cool though is my great grandfather wrote his memoirs, and in that he describes literally doing something similar when he was in college. Just like in the course of writing his memoirs, he found old cards that he had written words that he didn't know and their definitions on, just like as he was reading books. He's like, here's some fun notes from my 40 years ago. I think I'll include that as a little sidebar in my memoir. So
And also what I got when I was loaning these books out to a friend recently and getting them back, I've been going through the books I'm podcasting through right now. Every now and then I'll find a sticky note with a word written on it and its definition. Because as she was reading the books, she came across a word she didn't know, and she actually wrote down a sticky note and just left it in the book as she was going through, exactly like my great-grandfather. So
That's adorable.
I am not the only one. I'm sure 90% of the audience is nodding to some degree.
Yeah, I think I just go through on rereads and I'll investigate from context clues a little bit more. But I never really did a lot of looking up of words. But just through rereads and reading lots and lots of books, I feel like I've picked up a lot of vocabulary. Because looking up words never did it for me, right? They'd always be like, look it up. And I'd be like, well, I don't know how it's spelled. And they'd be like, well, how do you think it's spelled? And I'd tell them, and they'd be like, no, that's wrong. And I'd be like, well, that's why I was asking in the first place. I got really frustrated with the way teachers would try and approach that, possibly because I different neurotypical abilities.
Different neurotype.
Neurotype, yes, thank you. That's the word. Yeah, just because I couldn't come up with letters. I'm like, I don't know. The English language has no rules. They make up letters all the time.
Super valid.
Right? They teach me these rules, and I'd be like, well, here's the rule. And then, they'd break it, the next word. And I'd be like, well, then why do we even learn the rule? What's the point?
Absolutely.
Just give me a list of words that follow the rules.
So an ebook where you could just long press a word and a dictionary thesaurus function just arrives, you're happy to look words up. This is fine.
Sure.
But
yeah, that's fine.
yeah, that nonsense is dictionaries are a challenge for me because I'll just get sucked into reading the whole thing and none of it will stick. I'll be reading it and it will be going in one eye and out the other. Right,
because there's no context for those words. They're just raw definitions.
But I get lost in just reading them, being like, there's a lot of words, even within the context of the definitions. And I'll remember the most random things and get completely distracted from whatever I was trying to look up. So
speaking of completely distracted from what we were trying to do.
Right. Big bada boom. Coruscating fire. Focus.
Which, I think, so remember we talked about earlier how Cadsuane had sort of taken a little power away from her shield to try and heal Nynaeve of her exhaustion. And so in that moment, they were vulnerable. So I think there is a argument to be made that in that moment, Osengar had a real chance of taking out the dragon.
Yeah. I wasn't sure about the timing of that when you pointed it out before, but it is rather overwhelmingly evident here that the moment that Cadsuane is feeling nervous about lessening the power over her head, she is extremely correct to be feeling that way. And only Elsa, the compulsed dark friend, because yes, compulsed is a word. Everyone who doesn't like it can bite me.
Right.
That is the only reason why Cadsuane's apprehension feels like a red herring. No. She's super right that she's in danger, and this could have been the end, but Elsa comes through for us.
Which is funny. So again, because I was listening to this part of the book, so I may be a little off, but there's a part where Egwene is thinking that she's caught Rand having compelled sisters. And I think what she's actually done is caught Varen doing the compelling.
Agreed. I caught that reference as well and was like, you're correct about the compulsion. And you're almost correct about it being Rand, because Varen is doing it explicitly for him in ways that she thinks he should be doing it, more or less, according to Varen's master plan for the world. You're almost there, but you just got to account for a triple agent sister, which is hard to account for. So
the purple Aja.
You know. But yeah, she's definitely picking up on the fact that compulsion is part of the equation. She's just blaming the wrong person.
But yeah, we are getting very much to the end of the cleansing, right? Because I think the next little bit is basically the wrap up.
We have 2 more POVs. We've got the Mogedian POV and then the omnipresent POV. We are basically done. We have hit the climax as far as the timeline is concerned. There's just a moment of wrap up with one POV and then the Omni POV, but it really is the aftermath vibe for these last 2 chapters that we're going to get through.
And here where we have Halima popping into this next chapter, that's clearly after the battle. She's recovered. She's back from the cleansing. She hasn't died or anything like that, right? We don't get a lot of resolution in the cleansing from all the characters' perspectives, but we see them later just going about their business. So they've obviously survived and traveled away. You know, that's, I guess, when the day's over and the cleansing is done, they all just opened gateways and booked it out of there.
Yeah. I guess so. Because lots of the channelers didn't get tapped out in the course of the battle because they were just sitting back as batteries. So for them to be able to weave a gateway to get out is not a huge stretch.
And I feel like it was a pretty sparse battle, right? Because you had the 7 or 8 Forsaken that showed up and are still alive at the most. And then you had, the 4 or 5 or 6 little groups that got sent out.
Well, they get into gun battles all day. They're in little firefights across the day.
Little firefights are going on, but that's, you're talking a grand total of, 50 people on the battlefield.
It's small compared to Dumai's Wells. I will grant you that.
Yeah. And pretty much any other major battle. But the amount of power being slung is almost massively outsized compared to any other battle we've seen. I would say there's much more power being flung around than at Dumai's Wells. Because you got Kalimdor being used. You've got all the Forsaken who are extremely powerful. You don't have the numbers of channelers, but the raw power is out of this world.
Yeah, it's comparable to how much power everyone's afraid could get used in battle when they think about the 3 O's. And they're like, we're sure glad that's not happening. This is exceeding that scale of power, even though, it's just a battle between channelers, so they don't need entire walls of people running into meat grinders like a traditional army. It's just the high-powered channelers.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of Angreal.
A lot of Angreal, which makes me think of a question I had about this. Osengar thinks that no one else among the Chosen possessed so much as an Angreal, and that's empirically false.
Yeah, because we know Grendal's got the little golden ring.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm not entirely sure where Demandred is in his journey, but he should be claiming his chalice relatively soon, his Sangreal.
Mm-hmm. And wasn't there a stash of Terangreal that multiple of them have rifled through? There's magic artifacts floating around among the Chosen. I don't know what this line is of being nobody else has any cool toys from the Age of Legends. It's dude, what?
Artifacts, lots of Terangreal, but no Angreal. It's been this weird running thing that all these caches that our main characters keep stumbling upon, the Forsaken are looking for but never find, right? All these situations where the Forsaken are looking for Terangreal. And usually the Supergirls get to them first, which is why they have all these Angreal in stores. And the people who do, Lanfear and Asmodean were the 2 who may have seen the Angreal in the Waste, but they're both dead or out of the picture.
Right, yeah.
They've picked up this... I think Moradin picked up the stasis box, right? And that was full of interesting toys. None of them Angreal.
I suppose so.
So as far as I know, the only Angreal that any of the Forsaken have right now is the little golden ring that Grendal carries.
Huh. That seems... That's just so hard to believe with all of our main cast just having them coming out of their damn ears.
We've talked about it, especially with why can you not just send a Black Sister? Why does Mesa-Ana not have the ivory rod? Right.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
It seems so crazy to me that the Forsaken haven't been able to put their hands on any of them. And we've talked about this in the past. It does seem just a little bit of a
cool.
maybe Taviran twisting, pattern twisting. How do we give our main characters a chance? Well, the Forsaken were able to get their hands on these Angreal, they'd be toast. So...
All right.
It is definitely, I think, one of the bigger plot holes that Jordan kind of just plugged with. They just didn't find it.
All right. Author's prerogative.
But yeah, it's the White Tower storeroom should be raided by the Black Aja, should be given to the Forsaken.
All right. Well, there it is then.
I mean, if Fane could break in by killing one, novice.
Oh my God, seriously. Yeah, I said I need to get with the 90s.
Well, you know what they say, the dream of the 90s is alive in Portland.
They do say that.
And they're referring to Teleron Riyadh when they say that.
Clearly.
The dream, capital D. Yeah.
Definitely exactly what they meant. No question.
But before we have to eat our gelatinous gooey dinner, we have a tasty, tasty dessert.
Yes. So this is my favorite POV of the entire Winter's Heart Chapter 35 cleansing chapter. This POV is my favorite. Moghedien at the end. It's just so tasty.
It's also one of the most information-heavy POVs about the cleansing. Like, we learn a lot about how it ends, basically. Like, what... This has been the big question, right? If Rand starts cleansing the source, if he starts dumping the taint into a real-world position on the surface of the planet, how big is that ball of taint going to get, and will it crack the planet open?
Yeah, it's the particle accelerator of its day. Is it going to make a black hole?
I was going to say it's the Oppenheimer of the day. Like, is it going to set the atmosphere on fire, right? Like,
yeah, okay, that's actually a more relevant comparison, given what just happened in the real world movie people existence.
Is Moghedien the Barbie of the Barbie Oppenheimer? You know, like...
Yeah, we can. I have not seen either movie yet, though. I was being told in vehement terms that I definitely need to see Barbie. And I have every plan to see Barbie. I just haven't gotten around to it because I'll get to it. No,
and this classic line, she thought if she survived this, she would never feel fear again. From Moghedien, the spider, the one who feels the most fear. We've been in her head with Nynaeve, feeling that ball of fear. And just like this is what breaks her?
Yeah.
Kind of impressive.
It's amazing. I love it so much. I agree with you, Zool, in chat. Moghedien is not my favorite Forsaken, but I completely love reading her. She is maybe the most fun to read of the Forsaken, although she is, like, on the whole, not my favorite of the 13, if that makes sense.
So I'll say something controversial. One of the reasons Nynaeve is so popular is because of her antithesis with Moghedien. She has a Forsaken that she fights with on a regular basis that they keep coming back. And this is more of a bad guys make the good guys. A good bad guy really, like, who do we remember in the best hero movies? The bad guys, right? And Moghedien is Nynaeve's nemesis in a way that not many other characters in this series really, like, you can say the Golem is Mats or maybe Demandred, but it's just not consistent enough, you know? Perrin's got Grendel after him for a while. I mean, you can kind of say Randon Ishii.
Oh, Perrin is Slayer.
Yeah, Perrin is Slayer, sure.
Perrin and Slayer, but it's such a slow burn that... And then Randon Ishii, but yeah, I think you're right. I don't think that's a controversial take at all, because Moghedien is the most, like, human and long arc of all of those comparisons we just made. She's around for a really long time, right, and she has a lot of very human elements, and she interacts with Nynaeve in this, like, very personal thing where, like, all kinds of fun, like, you know, enemies to lovers fanfic has been created about it, and, like, it's a really cool relationship. And yeah, I think you're right, it enhances both of their standings as characters.
Do you want to read the whole thing?
Yeah. It's not that long. And it's, like I said, I think it's a really, really awesome POV, not just as a Moghedien POV, but in terms of, like you said, getting information about the cleansing, and just, it's some of RJ's good writing, where he's able to really pack an incredible number of punches into very few words. Moghedien was not sure why she had remained this long. There could not be more than 2 hours of daylight left, and the forest was quiet. Except for the key, she could not feel Saidar being channeled anywhere. That was not to say that someone was not using small amounts somewhere, but nothing like the fury that had raged earlier. The battle was over, the other chosen dead or flying in defeat. Plainly defeat, since the key still blazed in her head. Amazing that the Chodan Kal had survived continuous use for this long, at this level. Lying on her belly atop her high vantage point with her chin in her hands, she was watching the great dome. Black no longer seemed to describe it. There was no term for it, now, but black was a pale color by comparison. It was half a ball now, rearing like a mountain 2 miles or more into the sky. A thick layer of shadow lay around it, as though it were sucking the last light out of the air. She could not understand why she was not afraid.
That thing might grow until it enveloped the entire world, or perhaps shatter the world, as Arangar had said it might. But if that happened, there was no safe place, no shadows for the spider to hide in. Suddenly something writhed up from that dark, smooth surface, like a flame if flames were blacker than black, then another, until the dome boiled with Stygian fire. The roar of 10,000 thunders made her clap her hands over her ears and shriek, soundlessly in that crash, and the dome collapsed in on itself in the space of a heartbeat, to a pinpoint, to nothing. It was wind that howled then, rushing toward the vanished dome, dragging her along the stony ground no matter how desperately she clawed for purchase, tumbling her against trees, lifting her into the air. Strangely, she still felt no fear. She thought if she survived this, she would never feel fear again.
There is something about Stygian flames that always stuck in my head. Those sort of demonic... actually, what is the definition of Stygian? Or Stygian?
I have no idea, but it sounds demonic, and that's always been how I binned it.
You know where I know that word from? Diablo 2. Where is that word? Stygian fire. Oh, it's a reference to the god Styx. Probably.
Oh. So the G is a little deceiving. Should be more like Styxian fire. Stygian fire makes more sense, I guess, but...
Stygian, relating to the river Styx, or dark black, pitch black. So it's more of a dark, dingy flame.
Okay.
Right, well, of course, it's a dark flame, right? It's pitch black.
That makes sense, right? So it's like fire, except that fire gives off light, and this very much does not.
Right. Sort of a black on black, ultraviolet type fire.
Yeah, totally.
For those of you who are reading the Cosmere, anti-void light, if you catch that reference.
I love how it echoes the drilling of the bore.
Mm-hmm.
There's this sphere, and then it starts to shatter and fall apart. Like in this case, there's a sphere, and it sort of boils away. It's different, but the same, you know?
Again, I go to my black hole analogy. To me, it's a collapsing black hole, right? It's reached that point where the internal pressures aren't holding it up anymore, and that internal gravity, essentially the attraction between Shadar Logoth and the Taint, I think, as they're canceling each other out. You sort of, I imagine that Stygian flames bursting out as sort of the last gasp of Shadar Logoth trying to escape, and then the Taint just collapses down in on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then that, because it's, you know, incinerating and voiding out all of Shadar Logoth, it's also voiding out all of the air and all of the earth and making that huge dome, which then creates a rather large void that is that massive thunderclap that, you know, it shatters the air around her, and then she gets drug in because air is rushing in to fill that massive space. So, like, she's lucky she doesn't get ripped right off the edge of a cliff and thrown out into a void and chucked into a newly formed lake.
I mean, so I did a little bit of math, and assuming a 2-mile radius, right? She says it's 2 miles in the air. I'm assuming now we do get contradictory information that it's a 3-mile diameter, which is a 1.5 radius.
She says 2 miles or more.
So well, they're saying
say 3.
She's essentially saying 4 in radius, or 4 in diameter, 2 in radius.
Oh, okay,
right?
Okay, gotcha. But everyone's estimating.
So everyone's estimating it's 3 to 4 miles across, or in height, assuming a perfect sphere, right?
Right, because it's magic and math and existential things, so a precision sphere makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm. So doing a volume calculation, that will contain about 139 trillion liters of liquid, water, taint, whatever you want to call it, would fit. 139 trillion. It's a lot of taint. And then all that air gets sucked in, right? If that void disappears instantly, that volume's just not there.
It's a lot of volume. Like, there's nothing in trillions I can wrap my head around, you know? That's so much volume.
It's about 35 cubic miles is another way of thinking about it.
Wait, how can it be 35 cubic miles if it's only 4 miles across?
Imagine 4 cubed gives you a rough estimate.
I really hate geometry. It's so fucking counterintuitive.
Yeah.
It's just like I just had the hardest time with comprehending space and volume. It just refuses to be intuitive.
The square cube law is insane. The fact that if you take a solid of any size and double its volume, let's say you take a cube, you double its volume, its surface area goes up by, I want to say 4x, or I have to go back and remember exactly what it is. But essentially what you're doing is you are squaring the surface area and cubing the volume. So for any given size, the surface area grows pretty fast, but the volume grows so much faster. So all of a sudden you look at the ratio between your volume and your surface area, you have just an incredible amount of volume inside what's a relatively minor surface area. And that's the whole problem with breathing, right? That's why insects don't get big anymore. You can only take in oxygen through surface area, but you have to supply oxygen to your entire body. And since bugs only take in oxygen through their skin, they're limited in size by the amount of oxygen in the air. So when there's more oxygen, they could get bigger because they could actually absorb it inside of them. And so, square cube law. It affects everything. It's why, if you drop a mouse off the Eiffel Tower, it would land on its feet just fine, and elephants go splat.
Right. Yeah, I've learned this with squirrels. I've learned this about squirrels because, they're not that much larger than mice. Same basic rule. But plus they have the tail that helps them parachute, just that little tiny skosh. But
so much of our universe, it's a reason why things are different at different scales. In our world. It's the reason why bacteria behave differently than people, behave differently than elephants and planets, right?
Right. It's why the atom and the solar system are not scale models of each other, even though there's an intuitive pull to try to make that comparison because of some of the size differences as a layperson. It's no. The rules are very different.
The sun generates less heat per volume than a person does?
No. What?
Uh-huh.
What?
There's just so much volume.
What?
Yeah, people generate a lot of heat.
Well, I mean, but
it takes, there's so much volume inside the sun and so little surface area that the amount of heat per volume, it matters on the surface area. The square cube law creates all sorts of weird, unintuitive physical phenomenon.
So, can we go back to the book where I know what's happening?
One thing Moghedien says is she's amazed that the Choden Call lasts for as long as they do at the volume they do. Clearly, the female half doesn't.
Mm-hmm. And it's not necessarily a flaw of weathering or whatever. It's just the sheer intensity. For whatever reason, the male one holds out that little extra bit. But, they're both, red on all sensors. Engineering lights are all flashing.
Oh, totally. Although, I do find it interesting that the male used a lot more power than the female one, and it survived. Whereas the female one fell apart.
Maybe that's the weathering factor coming into play? That the female one was exposed and the male one was buried?
You think that makes a difference in...
Well, we floated it for 20 minutes in our last episode about this, so I'm trying to have some continuity. I want there to be an explanation other than women are weaker, and so all of their toys are weaker too.
Oh, I like Super Skylake saying it's because it was further away, and so the link it had to provide, imagine you've got transmission losses, right? You're going to have to provide more power.
So what you're saying is that they didn't have the right grade of extension cord, or they used too many extension cords.
You use that thin wire extension cord and you put a whole house worth of lights on the other end of it. You're going to draw way more power through that cord the longer it is, right? There's inherent resistance in the cord. The longer it is, the more power you got to draw. It's too thin. It's going to melt. It's going to melt. That's why you got to use, thick copper wire or, thick-headed sheep herders. It's the only thing that can take that power.
Is that woolly hair helped him channel it?
It collects the static.
Though Nynaeve is, of course, the one who's actually from around there. Nynaeve's the actual bullhead, technically.
Well, what do you think the braid's for?
Right.
It's clearly for conductivity, right?
Yeah, that is her grounding rod. Her braid.
Braided, wool-headed stubbornness, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. As opposed to solid core, wool-headed stubbornness.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Totally.
That's a joke for the electricians out there. So, we've got the Forsaken flying in defeat, which is something that obviously they're working by themselves, independently, facing these big circles.
None of them die, I don't think.
Well,
except for the one that doesn't count, obviously.
The one who dies again.
Literally in just the last POV that we recorded.
Yeah. Yeah.
None of them died.
I was going to be like, do you remember last episode? Because I'm pretty sure we talked about one of them dying.
I was just all on my high horse about remembering to bring forward concepts from another episode, but yeah.
You are just like Elsa. You're just like, oh, that stupid Ashama, and I'll just balefire him out of my brain. What does he matter?
Well, much like Elsa, Varen has compulsed me, so.
She compels you quite a bit. Yeah, she's a very compelling character.
Extremely compelling, all the time.
Extremely compelling.
I am super going to be doing a Varen cosplay once the show has presented us with a Varen 2 cosplay. Like, yes.
Well, we've gotten a shot of her, right?
But yes, I'm going to require more than a single shot of her taking her hood off in order to make a cosplay.
Amateur.
I don't do cosplay. I've never done a cosplay. I'm going to need like a season's worth of marinating.
That's what amateur means. Yes.
Yes. I'm not getting paid to do it. Ergo, I am an amateur.
What do you think about Mogedian's sort of like fatalistic attitude here? I mean, she's done so much to survive and hide and not be on the edge of danger that when she is, she's sort of like, well, not even going to try and run because I'm screwed no matter what happens.
I feel like it gets so out of character, it speaks to the depth of the situation, right? Because I feel like it often is the character who's the most of like a survivor and like the cockroach of the cast, like you just can't kill them. Like it's often that person who like when things actually come down to it and you know you're going to die, they're the one that's calm. I feel like that happens in every like ensemble cast media I've ever experienced. Mm-hmm. Like that happens. And so the fact that we're having that here, yeah, it just kind of helps cue you into how terrifying this is to an Age of Legends channeler to witness from the outside. Oh, I liked what Shavneez is saying, is sunk cost mentality. She's like, well, I kind of agree, because it's like the whole like a coward dies 1,000 deaths and a brave man only once or whatever. Like she's died so many times in all of her terror and she's gone through so much that she's like, well, here it is then. Like I've already imagined this so many times, like, and I can't run from it because literally the whole world might blow up. So like, I know what I'm doing. I'm just here now.
Yeah, I think I kind of parallel it to Nynaeve when she's drowning.
Exactly. Because again, the two of them are parallel in so many ways. And yet Nynaeve surrenders when she can't. Mogedian doesn't bother feeling fear when she can't do anything. If the fear can't motivate her to change the situation, why bother having fear? Oh, Super Skylark has an interesting comment. She was an insurance agent. She knows how to avoid taking risks. She knows there's nothing to be done. So yeah. I think it all comes together. I think we're all in agreement.
Moggy is an insurance adjuster. It's just like pure evil already.
I mean, yes.
Anything else to say about that the second to last chunk or second last POV, I suppose?
No, I mean, obviously, it's late in the day. We're about to wrap up. The cleansing's not over yet, technically, but like it's about to be, as it collapses, that's it,
right?
So there it is. It's finally over. So yeah, we actually have, I said in the last episode that we only have 2 POVs left. With the omnipresent one counting, I was wrong. We have 2 actual POVs. There's still some Cadswain, and then we'll have the Omni one.
I mean, the Omni one is literally two 2 short sentences.
Yes, we'll bundle that with Codswain. So we've only got 2 more episodes with that, I'm guessing.
Well, 1 more, because that Codswain's
Right.
the next one.
Yeah.
So if we do Codswain and the Omni, next episode's the wrapping up of the cleansing and Winter's Heart.
Yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to do. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Our TED Talk. Thank you.
Yes,
very much.
that was definitely our TED Talk because I was the fool getting schooled.
I love the when I learned about the square cube rule, which is it's just a physical reality, right, of living in the 3D world. But it affects so much of math and science and physics, and sort of gave me an intuition about big versus small for the first time and why big things are different than small things.
Well, thank you for breaking my brain. It is one of my favorite things to have my brain broken.
I love it. I love breaking
most
brains.
excellent.
Yeah, I love
Very good.
It is one of my favorite things to really get into. I really look for esoteric YouTube videos that can break my brain but still stay within my level of understanding.
I recently found a guy who does quantum mechanics stuff that's and other physics things. He just does physics. It's very, very easy for me to follow, and it's just so good because he is talking about some really deep shit, but he makes it really accessible. And I mean, it's a huge part of why I stuck with geology for so long is because it's really easy to blow people's brains when you know geology. Mm-hmm. People have these really simple questions, and you give them basic 101 level answers, and their eyes are just like huge, jaw on floor. And I'm like, you want me to tell you what I learned in my second term of classes? Like, it's a really, really fun thing to be able to give and receive that sort of knowledge. Anyway, surprises? You want to shift over to some surprises? So, do we want to wrap up this here cleansing?
Yes, the final segment of the cleansing. Oh, let me open that up. I had Crossroads of Twilight open. I forgot about the end of Winter's Heart. Finally, all these many months later.
many months later, we are finally going to finish book 9.
Not that far away from when we're going to finish book 10.
Yeah, this is working out well.
Do you want to read the Codswain and I'll read the Omni?
Sure. It's kind of a long Codswain, but it's a really good ending because it's literally the end of the 9th book of the Wheel of Time.
Yeah, and I think it is worth reading this whole thing. I highlighted most of it.
Fair enough, I did too. Codswain let the thing that had been a Terangrial drop to the ground. It could no longer be called a statue of a woman. The face was as wisely serene as ever, but the figure was broken in two and lumpy like bubbled wax where one side had melted, including the arm that had held the crystal sphere now lying in shattered fragments around the ruined thing. The male figure was whole, and already tucked away in her saddlebags. Kalendor was secured too. It was best not to leave temptation on the open hilltop. Where Shadar Logoth had been, there was now a huge opening in the forest, perfectly round, and so wide that even with the sun low on the horizon she could see the far side sloping down into the earth. Lan, leading his limping warhorse up the slope, dropped the black stallion's reins when he saw Nynaeve stretched out on the ground and covered to her chin with her cloak. Young Althor lay at her side, also blanketed in his cloak, with Min curled up against him, her head on his chest. Her eyes were closed, but by her small smile, she was not asleep. Lan barely spared them a glance as he ran the last distance and fell on his knees to raise Nynaeve's head gently on his arm. She did not stir any more than the boy. "They are just unconscious," Cadsuane told him. "Corell says it is better to let them recover on their own." And how long that might require, Corell had not been prepared to say. Nor had Dahmer. The wounds in the boy's side were unchanged, though Dahmer had expected they would be. It was all very disturbing. A little farther up the hill, the bald Ashaman was bent over a groaning Beldine, his fingers writhing just above her as he wove his strange healing. He had been busy the last hour. Olivia could not stop staring in wonder and flexing the arm that had been broken as well as seared to the bone. Serene walked unsteadily, but that was just tiredness. She had almost died out there in the forest, and her eyes were still wide with the experience.
whites were not used to that sort of thing. Not everyone had been so lucky. Varen and the sea folk woman were sitting beside the cloak-covered form of Chimera, their lips moving silently in prayers for her soul, and Nassoon was trying awkwardly to comfort a weeping Daigion, who cradled young Eben's corpse in her arms and rocked him like a baby. Greens were used to that sort of thing, but Cadsuane did not like losing 2 of her people in return for no more than a few singed Forsaken and 1 dead renegade. "It's clean," Jahar said softly yet again. This time, Maurice was the one sitting, with his head resting in her lap. Her blue eyes were as stern as ever, but she stroked his black hair gently. "It's clean." Cadsuane exchanged looks with Maurice over the boy's head. Dahmer and Jahar both said the same thing. The taint was gone, but how could they be sure some scrap did not remain? Maurice had allowed her to link with the boy, and she could not feel anything like what the green had described. Yet how could they be certain? Saidin was so alien that anything could be hidden in that mad chaos. "I want to leave as soon as the rest of the warders return," she announced. There were too many questions for which she had no answers to suit her, but she had young Althor now, and she did not intend to lose him.
Night fell. On the hilltop, the wind blew dust across the fragments of what had once been a Terangrial. Below lay the tomb of Shadar Logoth, opened to give the world hope. And on distant Tremalking, the word had begun to spread that the time of illusions was at an end. The end of the 9th book of the Wheel of Time.
Boom!
Woo!
Seth is so much more dramatic today.
Well, it's the Omni voice, right? You really got to go. How many Omni POVs does Jordan have? Not very many.
Not many.
Yeah.
I'd say less than 1 per book, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from, like, the wind. But the wind is a POV. It's not Omni.
No, the wind always goes into somebody's POV. And I guess it's the wind's
Right.
POV, technically.
But the wind is an individual.
Right.
It's not omniscient
Right.
or omnipresent or any of the omnis.
It sees what it sees as it flows through the air. Yeah.
So, yeah, let's talk about it.
Well, we melted the statue, the female statue, right? I think that's the first thing, right? Cadsuane establishes, right? We've got a melted female statue and an intact male statue. We know from other parts of the book and or I can't remember the exact reference, but we know that the female, like we found this in one of the other chapters, the large female statue was also melted and shattered and destroyed on Tremalking.
Yes, it lights up. Well, presumably both the globes light up, but yes, that one spiders out and melts. I think it is described as having melted.
So she puts away the male half of the Terangrial, and she puts away Kalendor. Right, so we get both of those are coming out of this intact. And would assume like all the rest of them as well, right? The only thing we've really lost is the female half.
Right. The whole is perfectly round.
Mm-hmm.
That description is reinforced here because she's seeing it, minutes to an hour after everything's happened. Barely any collapses had a chance to occur, all that.
Right, because we see the edges of it collapse when the Aes Sedai show up, right? They show up and look at it and they're like, oh, it's not a perfect circle anymore because edges of it have collapsed.
Right. It seems like it might have been a perfect circle, but Cadsuane's confirming here, yeah, definitely.
And that's assuming that, like, what kind of ground would collapse in that situation as opposed to, I guess, anything that was soil or gravel or anything that wasn't solid rock, basically.
Yeah, I would assume that it was a very, like, sandy loam soil, like a nice agricultural region where a city would have outlying farms that could feed it. Like, it wasn't described as a mountain city, right? It was described as being fairly accessible. So I would assume that it was surrounded by fertile lands. So yeah, not stony bedrock until you get, a little ways down.
Oh, I like what Charmy's saying, that the power was basically suffusing the statue, and once you stop channeling, it collapsed inwards, and that caused the destruction.
Oh, I like that. It got stretched like past its elastic breaking point.
Mm-hmm.
That would make sense. You chewed your gum too hard. It broke.
Lan goes to Nynaeve, and Min is with Rand, right? And they're both unconscious, sleeping it off. Mm-hmm. That exhaustion that we talked about, right? Like that Cadsuane wiped away from Nynaeve.
Yeah, she eased it a little bit, but Nynaeve is still going to need a nap. That I think it gets described as sleeping for like 2 days.
Okay.
After. I think Nynaeve thinks back and is like, I don't really remember much of what happened. I remember waking up and being glad it was over. But I think that they sleep for like at least a solid day, if not 2 days.
Here's a good question. Why are the wounds in Rand's side unchanged with the cleansing? Or why would they be changed, right? Like one way or the other.
I feel like the way that they've been kind of corralled off and are fighting each other in his side, plus the fact that the dragon is one with the land, means that like those little pieces of evil exist independently of their sources. Like they've kind of broken off, and like Fane has broken off, right? Like Fane didn't vanish when Shadar Logoth vanished. I think that the evil in Rand's side is a little more like Fane than like the city. And so it's independently still feeding off of his life energy and making a home in him. And I don't see why the other wound would have changed, because it's the taint didn't explicitly like make that wound. It was a wound from Ishamael and like a dream magic weapon thing, but it wasn't really explicitly tied to the taint. So I don't see why that would have gone away either.
I always assume that it's because it was formed using the true power. And the true power essentially is the taint, right? Is the power of the Dark One.
I don't think the taint and the true power are the same thing.
No?
No, I think the true power is like the life energy of the Dark One, so to speak. And the taint was a like thing that he made to fuck with people. Like it was a creation.
But it's still the essence of the Dark One, right? It's like not usable.
I just don't think it's identical. I think he made a thing that specifically fucked with people.
Sure.
Like sent that out into the world. Whereas the true power is like some sort of symbiotic relationship he has with the people that channel it.
The only reason I might think that somehow Rand's side would be affected is because he is one with the land, and he has carved Shadar Logoth out, right? He has removed Shadar Logoth. And so with the removal of that wound from the land, you would think perhaps, you know, the fight that's been going on in Rand's side, right? That it's described that if Padden Fane had slashed him anywhere else, he would have died immediately. It was the fact that he slashed them over the wound that was full of the Dark One's taint, or whatever you want to call it, the Dark One's power, that stopped the Shadar Logoth from taking him over. So they've been fighting this whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, if that wound, if the Shadar Logoth wound had vanished with the cleansing, I don't think we would have questioned it.
Right.
It would have made a lot of sense. But then what would have happened with that other wound if it didn't have something to fight? That might have been very bad for Rand. It might be a plot reasons thing that Jordan couldn't figure how to justify taking away both. But I guess, I mean, honestly, if they'd both been taken away, we wouldn't have questioned it.
No, it would have been wiped out the same way that the land sort of canceled out the Shadar Logoth and the taint canceled each other out. I would have loved to see sort of the wound healed in his side finally.
Yeah, I agree with Catswain. It's disturbing and it's a little annoying. We never get an explanation for why not, except for just the Fane theory of like it's now independent and has severed the connection.
And I do like that it's what kills Rand, right? It is the wound in his side that ends up finally killing him. It is that moment when he uses the heron in the Great Hunt and he accepts death from the staff, right? He doesn't get out of that. That is what kills him in the end. That is what kills him during the last battle, is that sacrifice and the accepting of death in that moment in the Great Hunt.
It's so bitter that he did that for Egwene, and while he's finishing up with dying, she also dies. That's a bit of a bummer.
Spoilers, Rand dies. Well, his body certainly does.
Oh, Charmy's raising an interesting question in the chat. Like, Rand always has a resonance problem being near to Fane. So why didn't his wound reopen while doing the cleansing?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like at the beginning he describes like the twin.
It's aching. Yeah, he can feel it.
Yeah, but then nothing happens with that. So it's like a red herring, nothing burger kind of deal.
I could see that perhaps something about the taint fighting Shadar Logoth keeps it from influencing him, right? All the power is inward directed.
Yeah, and they're just independently able to exist without their respective sources, their respective origin points.
But I'm convinced that Rand is much, much more insane after this, that he's been exposed to a massive amount of taint. And it is like that huge sort of overwhelming blackness that covers his entire brain that Nynaeve sees. I'm convinced this is the moment where it goes from, maybe a web to just a total coating.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Even without directly contacting the taint, just the sheer duration and volume of power he channeled would accelerate that process pretty obviously. Yeah. And he does get way, way darker.
Yeah.
After this.
Yeah.
Like when he wakes up from this, he is a different version of himself.
After this point, we get Natrim's Barrow, right? We get this sort of really super dark. If we had Darth Rand before, now we've got like just pure evil Rand, dark side, the Emperor Rand, if you want to go that far.
I mean, it's beyond even wanting power. He's just hitting a nihilistic wall after this point. He's falling off the edge and doesn't care. We get a tally of injuries that our party endured. So Olivia and Serene both seriously got injured in the fight, but come out of it, without even a scar because Dahmer's there to do his excellent healing.
Right. Dahmer Flynn's busy for the last hour because he's been healing up all these injuries. Yeah,
Dahmer's going to sleep really well tonight for sure. We've also got our tally of the dead, Kumira and Eben. And yeah, as was said in the chat, Cadsuane's pretty cool because she just doesn't even rate the Forsaken as relevant compared to her people. She's more angry about losing her people than the fact that they got a hit against the Forsaken at all,
So just I actually found an infographic that tells you the effects of what happens when you stop using tainted Sidene. So after 20 minutes, your heart rate and blood pressure drop. After 12 hours, the taint levels in your blood drops, basically to normal. 2 to 12 weeks, your circulation and lung function is going to improve. 1 to 9 months, you're not going to have as much trouble channeling. You're not going to feel the taint. You're not going to feel the insanity quite as bad. After a year, your risk of going insane is about half of what it would be of someone who is continuing to use the taint, right? About 5 to 10 years, your risk of going insane is reduced to that of someone who never channeled in the first place. After 15 years, people might forget about it and treat you like normal. So, yeah, side effects of quitting smoking. I mean, Sidene. Yeah.
Yeah. One of those is actually possible to quit. The other is not.
I don't know. Yeah, tainted Sidene's pretty hard to quit.
It's made pretty abundantly clear that you can't quit being a channeler.
But yes, it is clean, right? This is the whole, I really hate the debate where the women are like, well, I can't tell what's hiding in that chaos. And the men are like, no, it's fucking clean. All right. Listen to me. Believe
people about their experiences.
But they're insane. They can't be honest about it. They can't know anybody. Yeah, no. One of the biggest frustrations I feel like about Crossroads of Twilight appears right here at the end of Winter's Heart.
Yeah, they're just basically ableism of the Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's a very unsatisfying payoff.
Extremely. Yeah. No, and it's one of those things that we we talked about this a million times, but we wanted to pay off in Crossroads. So I think it's one of the things that's so frustrating about Crossroads is we want everyone to be like, wow, it's clean. Isn't that so cool? Now let's make an alliance with the Black Tower because Sidene is clean. And that makes sense for us as the White Tower. Instead we get the bullshit that we're about to talk about where it's like, oh, there's this new weapon of the Forsaken. I guess we have to control men who can channel, which was the conclusion of the last episode, but now they're implementing that, right?
Right.
The motivation sucks.
Yeah, and I get wanting to test the hypothesis, right? I get being doubtful. You've got a lot riding on this. It makes sense to be very, very sure, but just being like, well, I don't know, end of discussion is not the right way. I don't know. Let's go design a few experiments so that way we can really solidly prove this to everyone's satisfaction would have been a much more rational response. And I don't think that the men would have had a hard time participating in some experiments to prove the point. Because it's going to be real easy to convince the women who are tied directly to the dragon and his entourage. It's going to be real hard to convince people who weren't there. right? Like, it's going to take time. So, like, a discussion about how to make it performable, fine.
It's not even easy to convince Codswain. Right here, she's like, I don't know. I was like, you were there.
She should not be doubting. She shouldn't be doubting.
That's drives me nuts.
I mean, she should be doubting for the duration of linking with one of the channelers. And she should have linked with them before. She should have said, hey, wait, give me 5 minutes.
Establish a baseline.
One of the Ashaman. Yeah, exactly. The fact that she didn't do that, that is not on the Ashaman. That's on Cadswain. Cadswain needs to figure that out for herself rather than casting aspersions on the entire experiment. And yes, it's been millennia. People are going to take time to change, but closing the door on the conversation without even sleeping on it is just peak Aes Sedai arrogance.
You know, I will say that it's one of the things I respect Jordan for being like, oh yeah, people are totally not going to believe this shit, and I'm going to write a story around that. And I'm like, okay, I respect that. That's realistic. That's how people behave. But fuck,
get your realism out of my fantasy.
That's not what I want to read. I want to read everyone celebrating. Yeah, this is, come on, a little too much of a dose of reality in this one. I want people to just like, oh my god, it's clean, really cool.
Yeah.
I wish there was some easy test to be like, oh yeah, I can see the blackness of the taint when, like in the show, actually they do a pretty good job of that, of showing the blackness in the channeling, as we're seeing from the previews. And if those went away, that would be pretty solid evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well. Aes Sedai gonna Aes Sedai.
And the only thing I had for the Omni is that on distant Tremalking, the word began to spread that the time of illusions was at an end, which we know as a terrible tragedy where everybody commits suicide.
Yeah, he ends the book on, and mass suicide.
Right.
And a cult decides that the rapture is upon us and busts out the flavor aid that they've been holding in reserve for this moment.
I do wish it wasn't mass suicide. I'll be honest. I wish I was like really excited about what the people on Tremalking were going to do. Oh, this is a place we don't know a lot about. Like,
yeah,
maybe I could see it would be an interesting take on the Way of the Leaf to show these people of Tremalking who are essentially, right, water-based tinkers.
Yes, they definitely are followers of the Way of the Leaf scattered to the ocean instead of the desert.
Right. I would love to see them say, hey, the time of illusion is at end, therefore we are putting aside the Way of the Leaf to fight in the last battle.
Yeah. And they go in there with this absolutely zen, like, suicide troop kind of thing. They've been training in, like, martial arts their whole lives. They're really good at explosives. They know how to make Greek fire.
Something like that.
Like,
yeah.
And they just never did it because the time of illusions was on us and now it's not. Like, they just go in there and get mowed down. But, like, they do a bunch of damage. And then Jordan makes us care. As they're dying, he's making us care.
Right.
But no, he just has them all off themselves and then gets mad at us for not caring.
They would be a great Hinder's Tap sort of situation, right?
Exactly who I was thinking of. Yes.
They're like, let them go in and sacrifice themselves for the last battle instead of, oh, this is going to suck. Poison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like the Ogier being like, oh, book a translation, gotta bounce.
No. Don't do that. That's not, I mean, that's basically what they did is like, we're going to the afterworld. See you later. Peace. We're not here for this. It's going to suck. And it didn't even suck for them. Like, what? Did Tremalking get affected at all? They could have just continued to live just fine. The forces of the shadow never got down to Tremalking, as far as I'm aware.
Now, if you wanted to make the argument that the Kraken was going to come out of the depths and it was actually Shadow Spawn and they wanted to just not be there when their island got eaten whole by the Kraken, okay, that's an argument. You all want to be little poison pills so that way the Kraken dies and can't participate in the last battle. Okay, but no sea monster Dark Friends or no sea monster Shadow Spawn. Lost opportunity.
Yeah, we could see. I would like to see the Kraken like be somehow an evolutionary phase of the worm, right? Or something. Well, because the worm, I think they're not. Oh, see now I'm getting Dune worms confused with Wheel of Time worms. Is water bad for Wheel of Time worms?
No, because dude has to go in there with a stabby stick to kill it and get his magic toy.
Charmy's asking, what Kraken? There's no Kraken. It's a made-up Kraken. It's a made-up, right?
I wish there was Kraken.
Yeah, we're sort of wishing that. But they do talk about Shadow Spawn in the sea, right? That, like, you can't...
No. No one ever mentions that.
There is. Very early on, there is something about you can't sail into the Blight because there's shadow spawn who live in the sea up there. Am I completely on crack?
What? I don't remember this ever being mentioned. I have bitched about this so much. Texas Blade is asking, wasn't it kind of their job to give the sea folk a wake-up call? Well, I wish that they could have sent a memo instead of killing themselves. Now, I always figured that the sea folk just had a couple of random stories, like, oh, there's scary shit in the ocean because, like, you know, whale penises exist.
Well, I'm not finding any references.
No, I think you're just hallucinating that out of the sheer need for there to be an explanation for why the Blight isn't in the goddamn ocean. It should be.
It should be. I mean, it goes all the way around the poles, right? Because it extends into...
Yeah, there's just nothing up there for them to sail to. So, there are things in the lake in Eye of the World. Yes, Texas Blade. That freshwater shadow spawn are a thing.
All right. Yeah, well, if anyone can find the quote that I'm thinking of, or tell me that I'm completely full of it. But I thought it was one of those Eye of the World-isms where, oh, there are things, the worms in the lake, or whatever it is in the lake, is probably what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Because I know there's water-based shadow spawn. It's like creatures surface in the lake.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's fair to assume that they exist in the oceans, just they never come down to latitudes that people experience. Josh says, aren't most shadow spawn created? Isn't there enough weird things in the ocean? How would one make it that worse? I mean, the deep dark ocean is a place where shadow spawn would hang out and evolve on their own, for sure.
Thank you for listening to the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast. Rate us in the Apple Podcast app or support us on Patreon. Is that good enough?